Chapter 1 Confession to the School Beauty, the Godly Rich System appears. At the graduation party of Class 3 of Ivy League University. 3-star Manta Ray Restaurant. The young man in the corner suddenly stood up. He was nearly 180 centimeters tall, wearing patterned shorts, a short white t-shirt, messy and greasy hair, and a pair of crooked and broken glasses. He looked like a poor student. Although he doesn't dress well, his voice is quite charming. Ma Shuawei, I like you. Every move you make tugs at my heart, even the fluid I'm receiving during the foredrip is filled with thoughts of you, so please be my girlfriend. The restaurant fell silent for a moment, and everyone in Class 3 stared at the young man in the corner with their mouths open. The next second, everyone burst into laughter. Here we are. Our Dowsy Prince did not disappoint us at the final graduation dinner. Yeah. I was wondering why our prince was so quiet today. Turns out he was planning a big move. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi, you're really worthy of being me. There was a burst of laughter. The girls in the class looked disgusted, while the boys were laughing heartily. Young Lin Yi has been in trouble every day since his freshman year. My pants fell off during the sports meet. He fell while eating and his head got stuck in the food. He got drunk and lay on the playground, performing a human fountain show. There are also all kinds of embarrassing things. There is nothing you can't think of that Lin Yi can't do. And for the past 3 years, he has done incredible things every day. A little silly. This is the best evaluation of him. Ma Shuawei is the goddess of the class and the campus belle of Ivy League University. She is multi-talented and proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She is beautiful and has a good personality. The two of them are simply from different worlds. The family situations of the two are also very different. Ma Shuawei's family is a business tycoon, while Lin Yi is just a kid who farms in the countryside. In such a situation, Lin Yi still dared to confess his feelings in public. In a sense, he was still very courageous. A piece of trash who has all the negative comments like poor, cool, low, stupid, etc., actually confessed his love to the beautiful, rich, and white goddess in public. This is enough for them to discuss for a while. The ridicule and mockery from the people around him did not make Lin Yi feel bad. Instead, he smiled with excitement and anticipation. Because in the midst of laughter, an electronic sound like heavenly music appeared in my ears. Congratulations to the host for completing 10,000 garbage events and activating the most powerful character system. Obtain Chinese currency, 500,000. Mystery value, 0 points. Tips: you can draw a reward once for every 1,000 mystery points, and you can draw 10 times in a row for every 10,000 mystery points. Assets and advanced rewards will definitely appear. All rewards are created by the godly system Krypton Gold, a ruthless and reasonable source of rewards, just for the host to enjoy better Krypton Gold. Tip: everyone knows that the host is a poor idiot with a lot of embarrassing moments, but no one really knows everything about you. Please try to remain mysterious. The system will award mystery points based on your performance in completing tasks. To reward the host for successfully activating the system, a 10 draw streak will be awarded. Bite. Get reward, 70% of Manta Ray shares. Reward, a Maserati. Distributed at the restaurant entrance. Reward, a customized ultra-luxury small apartment in Yihuan. 100 square meters. Bite. The Manta Ray information has been sent to the host's mobile phone. Maseratis were distributed at the restaurant entrance. The small apartment information has been sent to the host's mobile phone. New task: please ask the host to break the previous loser image and make the goddess smile. Reward: 1 million Chinese yuan and 500 mystery points. The reward will vary depending on the host's level of mystery. As the voice fell, Lin Yi felt the vibration of his cell phone, and 2 more keys appeared in his arms. Lin Yi was ecstatic, tears streaming down his face. Finally activated. This damn rich system. The moment he entered university 3 years ago, he got this super rich system. This system actually has a ridiculous activation condition, which is that you have to do 10,000 very low, stupid, and nerdy things. So in order to make a lot of money after graduation, he has been doing this for the past 3 years. As for what others think, I no longer care. Because, money. It is the happiest thing in the world. Now, just by activating it, he can get a 6-digit deposit, and completing the latest task will get him 1 million. Lin Yi, sit down first. A silver bell-like voice was heard, and Ma Shuawei spoke helplessly. Ma Shuawei wore a simple white dress that blended perfectly with her fair skin. Her facial features were perfectly distributed on her delicate oval face, and her quiet temperament was something that many stars could not compare to. Her peach blossom eyes were filled with helplessness and her face showed a bit of embarrassment. No one could have imagined that this boy, who was blacklisted by all women, would actually confess his love to her. She was helpless and speechless when a boy like this confessed his love to her. Just when everyone thought that this misunderstanding would end as usual, the situation changed. Normally, when something embarrassing is difficult to deal with, Lin Yi will give up immediately and leave in shame. But this time, Lin Yi didn't. He picked up the wine beside him and poured it directly on his head. Then he pushed his messy hair back to reveal his face. Lin Yi is not ugly, on the contrary, he is a bit handsome. In addition, he has seen too many ugly things in human nature, and the childish aura of his peers has completely disappeared. At this moment, he is full of confidence. He wiped his glasses with his clothes and put them back on under the gaze of everyone. His whole temperament changed in an instant. He was a loser 1 second ago, but now he is calm, mature, and confident. This is the real him, the one who has truly shed his immaturity. It's okay, it was just a joke, please don't mind if it offends you. To express my apology, I will pay for this dinner, so don't take it to heart. Lin Yi spoke slowly, his magnetic voice seemed to have some kind of magic, making everyone nod subconsciously, wanting to help Ma Shuawei agree. Even some girls in the class couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Damn it! He actually got it. Seeing that no one spoke, he did not continue to speak, but smiled apologetically at Ma Shuawei. I'm sorry to disturb everyone's fun. I'll drink 3 glasses of wine as a punishment. He picked up the wine in the glass and drank it all in one gulp, 3 glasses in a row. Doing 10,000 rubbish things is enough to make people see human nature clearly and figure out the truth behind it. If you were insulted 10,000 times, you would find that there are no weird attitudes in the world. Even a woman whose expression changes as quickly as turning the pages of a book. This confession had already made Ma Shuawei look bad enough and left a bad impression on him. If he wanted to make her happy again, the prerequisite was that she had to have a good impression of him. And quotas payment can help him turn around his previous image. You guys continue, I'll pay the bill. He smiled slightly and prepared to open the door and walk out of the private room. At this moment, an extremely dissatisfied voice suddenly sounded. Wait a minute. Physical Education Committee member Lu Chang stood up, his cheeks a little red from the alcohol, and his expression a little angry. This person never caused him any trouble on a daily basis. He had some money at home and was one of Ma Shuawei's suitors. I think you're not going there to pay the bill, but to take this opportunity to escape. You've ruined the atmosphere of this party, and you think you can leave so easily? What do you want? Lin Yi frowned slightly. Lu Chang sneered, his voice raised several tones, and slapped his palm on the table. Can't you pretend? Settle the bill right now, or I'll kneel down and kowtow to apologize to everyone. Chapter 2 Arrogant Payment. Or, settle the bill. Otherwise, kneel down and kowtow to apologize. He stared at Lin Yi fiercely under the influence of alcohol, his voice extremely fierce. As one of Ma Shuawei's suitors, he is very angry now. I know very well the gap between me and the goddess, so I have never confessed my feelings to her. Today, this idiot Lin Yi actually dared to confess his love to the goddess. He must pay the price. Goddess, how can you confess your love to this kind of trash? Everyone around him fell silent, no one said anything, which was considered as tacit agreement with his statement. On the one hand, it was indeed Lin Yi who aroused public anger and confessed his love to the goddess. On the other hand, no one wanted to offend Lu Chang because of Lin Yi. Although Lu Chang's family is not rich, they are still quite powerful. I heard that his cousin is the supervisor here, and they can save a lot of money on dinner together. After all, everyone here is a student, and not everyone has a mine at home. Although everyone was silent, Ma Shuawei spoke up. Lu Chang, why are you making things difficult for him? We are all classmates. She smiled at Lin Yi with a very sweet smile. It's okay, Lin Yi, you can go first. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. He didn't have much contact with this goddess. Although he knew that everyone praised Ma Shuawei for her good personality and that she was simply a perfect goddess, he never cared about it. Looking at it today, this girl is indeed kind-hearted. She is beautiful, kind-hearted, and has long legs. She is definitely a good wife who is both sweet and caring. Well, my son's name is Lin Wei. My daughter's name is Lin Shui. When Lu Cheng heard what Ma Shuowei said, his face turned a little ugly, but after all, it was the words of the goddess, so he could only not pursue it further. He glared at Lin Yi fiercely again and snorted coldly. Go away, I'll beat you up the next time I see you. However, Lin Yi did not leave, but instead shouted outside the private room in a very casual manner. Waiter, pay the bill. The word pay the bill surprised everyone, including Ma Shuowei. Is this guy crazy? You really have to pay for it. Lin Yi, that's not necessary. You should leave first. We will pay the bill together. Ma Shuowei smiled awkwardly and spoke helplessly. She thought to herself that she had really committed a sin by getting into trouble with a man like this, and she started to act tough after just a few words. It's okay. This is what I should do. I want to express my apology. Not. Let him get married. Lu Cheng shouted. Although this place is not very high-end, it is at least a 3-star restaurant. There are 30 or 40 people here, and the total cost of the dishes is at least 30 or 50,000. We are all college students. Unless our families have mines, where would we get so much living expenses? Especially Lin Yi, everyone knows that his family is a farming family in the countryside, just wait and see how he steps down. Ma Shuowei wanted to say something, but the waiter had already walked in. Want to pay? Yes. Lin Yi nodded. Okay, sir, your total consumption is 37,500 yuan. Manager Lu has instructed that you will be given a 20% discount on the member price, so the total is. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Cheng not far away. It was obvious that the two knew each other. Lu Cheng felt his gaze and spoke immediately. No discounts needed. It's what it should be. As he spoke, he sat down with his arms crossed, looking at Lin Yi with a sneer. This time he wants to see how it ends. Lin Yi smiled nonchalantly, took out his card and put it in the waiter's hand. Swipe the card, let's pay 50,000, the rest is your tip. The waiter was stunned for a moment. Lu Cheng was stunned for a moment. Everyone present was stunned. A tip of more than 10,000 yuan? You're such a fucking braggart. I'm not even convinced by the wall, but by you. Lu Cheng gritted his teeth. But the next moment, the waiter's words petrified everyone present. The waiter took out the POS machine, took Lin Yi's card with both hands, swiped it lightly, and with a click, the receipt popped out. Sir, it's done. Brushed? I really got 50,000. Lu Cheng stood up suddenly, his eyes filled with surprise. Ma Shuowei was also dumbfounded. She didn't expect Lin Yi to be so rich. Go on, sir. Call me if you need anything. The waiter turned and left, and the room fell into silence. Lin Yi, this money couldn't have been obtained from a certain platform, right? The voices of the people present were trembling. Lin Yi is so generous, could he be a hidden boss? If so, wouldn't their daily actions offend the entire boss? Lu Cheng's face turned pale. I originally wanted to teach this guy a lesson, but I didn't expect to shoot myself in the foot. However, when he heard what others said, he immediately returned to normal, and even a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lending platform? You're right, this guy must have gotten it from some platform. Since you dare to hurt my reputation, I will make you bankrupt. He pulled out his phone, typed a message on the screen, and then put the phone back into his pocket. At this time, Lin Yi also looked at him with a playful smile. How about this? This won't disturb everyone's fun, right? Lu Cheng, stop making things difficult for him. We are all classmates. Ma Shuowei couldn't stand it anymore and came out to speak for him. I thought it was going to be a happy graduation party, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. As the person at the center of the incident, Ma Shuowei just wanted to resolve this embarrassing matter immediately and put an end to this farce. The door behind him suddenly opened, and a man in his 20s, who looked 70% like Lu Cheng, walked out. The man was dressed in a suit and tie, and it was obvious that he was a member of the restaurant's management. Cousin, why are you here? Lu Cheng immediately smiled when he saw the person coming, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. I'm sorry to disturb you all from your dinner, but there's something I need to take care of. Lu Yi smiled apologetically, then turned his gaze to Lin Yi. My dear student, I am so sorry. Due to the negligence of our service staff, we calculated the price incorrectly for you. The real price is 108,000. This is our VIP area, and all dishes are triple the price. Please top up. He smiled friendly, but his words made everyone gasp. 108,000. Their salary as fresh graduates is only around 3,000, which is enough for their 3-year internship salary. Lu Chang sneered on the side. Don't you like to make money on a certain platform? This time I will make sure you can never turn over. So many? Ma Shuawei was also stunned. 100,000. If the cost is evenly shared among those present, there will be more than 3,000 people. I'm sorry, the store's accountant will be checking the accounts today, so even my brother can't give me a discount. Lu Yi smiled slightly. I asked before I came here, but I didn't hear about any VIP area. Lin Yi expressed doubt. It was obvious that Lu Yi came to help Lu Chang deal with him, but his idea was too naive. He had been pretending to be poor for 3 years, but he was not a real fool. That's right, Xiao Cheng said that Mr. Lin is a VIP, and VIPs naturally have to pay VIP prices. Lu Ye's words were very explicit, and he didn't take him seriously at all. Cousin, you are looking down on our Master Lin. He is a well-known rich man in our class. How could he be so short of this? Lu Chang looked at Lin Yi with a smile and a sarcastic tone. Lu Yi quickly answered, rubbing his hands together and saying with a smile, as expected, young Master Lin is really generous and has no shortage of money. This time, you still won't die? Lin Yi showed the same smile and nodded repeatedly, which made him sneer in his heart that this idiot was so easy to fool. However, Lin Yi's words made his smile freeze on his face. Yes, I'm not short of money, but I won't let you two idiots take advantage of me. I'm going to call and complain right now, and I'll have you fired immediately. Chapter 3 The complaint was successful. What did you say? Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, thinking he had misheard. I said, you big idiot. I'll report you right now and have you fired. Lin Yi sneered. To deal with this kind of person, you have to shove Zhu Xiang in the face. Report me? Lu Yi chuckled, as if he had heard some huge joke. That's right, just wait to be laid off. Lin Yi said lightly, and found the information about the Manta Ray restaurant sent to him by the system on his mobile phone. Then he found the phone number of the regional general manager and smiled confidently. Seeing his confident look, Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Chang, is your classmate not very smart? Reporting him as a member of the management in the restaurant where he worked was probably a stupid act that no normal person would do. Only a college student could do it. Yes, this classmate of mine is indeed not very smart. You don't have to care about him, cousin. Lu Chang said sarcastically, and showed a gloating smile to Lin Yi. This guy clearly doesn't dare to use a certain platform to borrow money. He wants to complain but has no way out, yet he is stupid enough to complain. His IQ is really questionable. Lu Yi had the same idea as him. He hugged his shoulders and looked at Lin Yi jokingly with a sneer on his face. He has been working in the Manta Ray restaurant for quite some time and has long gotten along well with his superiors and subordinates. Even when the branch manager is away, he is the one who manages the place. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the deputy manager. Go complain to the store? He wanted to see the ugly face this kid would get when he got humiliated. However, what he didn't know was that Lin Yi had already made a call to the regional store manager. Beep, beep, beep. Inside the Manta Ray restaurant, the phone suddenly rang. The general manager Wang Ping was lost in thought and startled. Things are already annoying enough, and it never ends. He muttered to himself, and when he saw the phone number above, his eyes widened. The Manta Ray restaurant was invested by a company called Manta Ray Capital. The company owns multiple industrial chains, and he is just one of them. What worries him is that they suddenly informed him that someone has acquired 70% of the shares and become the largest shareholder. The company has given all the information to each of them and told them not to offend this person. The incoming call displayed on the phone was from a shareholder. Trembling, he answered the phone, his throat rolling. Mr. Lin, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Yi on the other end of the phone frowned and subconsciously glanced at his phone. How does this guy know his own name? Forget it, I don't want to think about it too much. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, I'm at the branch on Hengi Road right now. I want to complain to your branch manager, Lu Yi, for maliciously charging me. Since the other party already knows who he is, there is no need to say more. He also needs to remain mysterious and low-key as much as possible, so that the reward for the mission will be much higher. Yes, I'll handle it now. Someone will definitely handle it within 10 minutes. Wang Ping in the office quickly agreed. After hearing the promise, Lin Yi was about to hang up the phone, but hesitantly said, "Besides, I'm just an ordinary student." Wang Ping in the office hung up the phone, sweat already dripping from his forehead, and quickly dialed the number of the distribution area. On the other side, in the Manta Ray restaurant, Ma Shuawei saw that the situation was getting worse and worse, and hurried to Lin Yi's side. "Lin Yi, I know my rejection has caused you great pain, but there's absolutely no need to be so stubborn. Don't make a big deal out of it. Just give in and let Lu Chang persuade his cousin to resolve the issue." It seemed that she thought she was rejected, so she vented her emotions hysterically and made a big fuss here. "Don't worry, it's not because of you. Besides, the person on the other end of the phone said that they will be there in 10 minutes and will definitely be able to solve the problem." When he put down the phone, he smiled at the goddess. Seeing how persistent he was, Ma Shuawei was so angry that she stomped her feet. When Lu Yi heard his words, he laughed heartily, his face full of sarcasm. "You are so naive, you little brat. I, Lu Yi, will wait for you here for 10 minutes. I'll see if what you said can come true." Lu Chang also laughed, and Ma Shuawei, who was helping him speak, showed a bit of anger on her pretty face. She never expected Lin Yi to be so stubborn. "Originally, because the incident was caused by her, I wanted to help. After all, Lin Yi was quite pitiful. But now it seems that there must be something hateful about pitiful people. Not worth her help. Lin Yi, you." She looked helplessly at Lin Yi, who was still very sloppy. She didn't know what to say and could only sigh helplessly. Being poor is not scary. What's scary is that you have no ambition and just pretend. We are all classmates for 3 years, and everyone knows Lin Yi's situation. 10 minutes later, the door suddenly opened and a man rushed in anxiously. The man was in his early 30s and a bit overweight. Judging from his clothes, he was not an ordinary employee. Lu Yi was stunned when he saw him, then he quickly ran up to him with a warm smile. "Manager, why are you here?" When he called him store manager, everyone's eyes were focused on him. As a store manager in his early 30s, and the restaurant is owned by Manta Ray Capital, this person can be considered to have achieved some success. The store manager entered the private room and began to look around. When he saw Lu Yi coming towards him, he suddenly raised his arm and slapped him in the face. Bang! The crisp sound echoed throughout the entire private room, directly stunning Lu Yi and everyone present. "What's going on? Asshole! I just received a complaint from above. How dare you charge me maliciously? Are you tired of living?" The store manager's face flushed red as he pointed at the man in front of him and roared in anger. He was really mad at Lu Yi. He was about to be promoted to general store manager, but at this time Lu Yi actually caused such a big trouble for him and delayed his future. The complaint phone number from above? Lu Yi covered his cheek, looking confused, but when he saw Lin Yi's satisfied smile, he instantly came to his senses. "You called headquarters? How do you have headquarters phone number? Why can't I have the headquarters phone number?" Lin Yi sneered. The store manager immediately smiled at Lin Yi, rubbing his hands and saying, "You must be Mr. Lin Yi, right? It's my fault for poor management. I'll have someone make corrections right away. Yes, I'm Lin Yi. How do you solve his problem?" Lin Yi nodded and pointed. When the store manager heard his agreement, he was shocked. He just received a call from the general store manager, saying that this man named Lin Yi is a shareholder of Manta. A college student is actually a major shareholder of Manta. Lu Yi, who was being beaten, saw Lin Yi's arrogant attitude and immediately became furious. He pointed at his nose and started cursing. "How do we solve this? Did I give you some face? This is the Manta Ray restaurant, not your house. Do you really think you can open it for me?" He was so angry that he didn't expect to be tricked by a college student. "Shut up." The store manager looked at Lu Yi with a cold gaze and a firm voice. "Lu Yi, you're fired now. Pack up and leave." Lu Yi was stunned, thinking he had heard wrongly. "Manager, what did you say?" "I said you are fired, are you deaf?" The store manager's face turned pale. "You want to fire me just because of a complaint from a college student?" Lu Yi didn't expect the store manager would actually fire him. His face was full of disbelief. "Yes, get out of here." Everyone was stunned when they heard what the store manager said. Lin Yi's complaint was actually successful. Chapter 4 Do you still have a car? Everyone looked at the pale-faced Lu Yi in astonishment, and then looked at Lin Yi, who had a calm expression. Ma Shuewei covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise and horror. This guy actually fired Lu Yi? Many students couldn't help but utter the word fuck. This ending is really too shocking. Lu Yi, you can leave now. Manta Ray doesn't need you. The manager spoke again in a cold voice. This is the reality. Compared with the major shareholder Lin Yi, Lu Yi is worthless. Manager. I was just confused for a moment, please don't chase me away, I worked so hard to get this job. Lu Yi looked pale and begged hurriedly. I know everyone's job is hard-earned, but since you have reached a management position, you still make such a low-level mistake. This job is not suitable for you. Leave now. The store manager shook his head. The store manager's words made Lu Yi stand there in a daze. The next second, a ferocious look flashed across his face, and he turned around and slapped Lu Chang in the face. It's all you. You even harmed your own cousin, are you still a human being? Lu Chang covered his face in grievance, not knowing how to speak for a moment. No one could have imagined that Lin Yi, who was usually dull and stupid, could be so ruthless. Lu Yi clenched his fists, making creaking sounds, and finally turned around and left. He had lost all face and could not stay here any longer. The manager was also a smart man. Noticing the awkward atmosphere in the restaurant, he quickly smiled and said, "Dear children, as a token of my apology, you can have fun as you please today. I'll pay for everything. And if you're Mr. Lin's friend, you'll get a 30% discount on everything you come to in the future." As soon as his voice fell, everyone cheered. They have to rent a house during graduation season, so this can save them a lot of money. Lu Chang was too embarrassed to stay any longer, so he glared at Lin Yi fiercely, his eyes full of resentment, then ran out covering his face. "Mr. Lin, take your time and call me if you need anything," the manager said, turned, and left the private room. As soon as he left, the graduation party became lively again. Although Lin Yi's meal was waived, no one expressed gratitude, because in their eyes, Lin Yi was still just a poor boy. Ma Shuewei standing aside felt a little embarrassed because the reason why the party was free of charge was partly because she was rejected. When she thought about how she had asked Lin Yi to apologize just now, she felt a little embarrassed. Lin Yi, don't take it too seriously. They also misunderstand you. Be careful of Lu Chang and the others' revenge. It's okay, as long as you have fun, I'll leave first. Lin Yi smiled slightly and prepared to leave. These people are no longer the same kind of people as him. Of course, I am not the same kind of person as them, not the opposite. Anyway, with the godly rich system, he will never have any contact with these people in the future, and his life will take off. He wants to live in the biggest house. When it comes to consumption, he wants the highest. He only likes the most beautiful women. Let me take you there, so that even if you meet Lu Chang and the others, they won't make things difficult for you. Ma Shuewei hesitated for a moment and spoke slowly. Only by doing this will the kind-hearted girl feel better. Okay. Lin Yi did not refuse. I walked out of the restaurant and looked at the house information on my phone. Jintai Mansion, Building B, Room 806. He took another glance and saw his cool Maserati, and his heart was filled with joy. Just as he was about to try out his beloved little car, he was stopped by a familiar voice. "I'd better take you home. It's going to rain. After I take you home, I'll go back too." Ma Shuewei chased out from behind, with a hint of apology on her face, looking very charming. "This yen. Absolutely amazing. It's decided, you are my wife." Lin Yi was fantasizing in his heart, but he appeared very calm on the surface. "No need, I can go back by myself." He had to remain tense and not leave a bad impression, otherwise the task would become increasingly difficult to complete. He had to be a gentleman and not let the goddess think that he had any ulterior motives by taking this opportunity. "Let's go." Ma Shuewei spoke again. She always felt that this incident was caused by herself, and was really worried that Lu Chang would cause trouble for Lin Yi because of this matter. If something really happened, she would feel bad. Besides, Lin Yi is usually very honest, so she doesn't have to worry about anything. Hearing her invitation again, Lin Yi nodded reluctantly. "Okay, wait for me." It is very simple to know whether a woman is sincere in what she says. That is to reject her once. If she still brings it up after being rejected, a man should accept it generously or explain the reason clearly, at least it will not leave a bad impression. "What are you up to?" Ma Shuewei nodded hesitantly, staring at him with her peach blossom eyes, full of curiosity. "Here it comes. The time has come again. When a woman asks a question, that's when she's interested in you. At this time, as a man, what you need to do is to attract rather than be honest. So, trick them into the car first, then slowly develop feelings. Forehead. You'll know in a moment. As luck would have it, it really started to drizzle. This is the opportunity God has given him. Ma Shuawei was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and her expression became hesitant. This is hesitation and worry. Lin Yi quickly dispelled her concerns and suspicions, and directly took out his car keys. Then the sound of the car lock opened, and he pointed to the car not far away. Wait a moment, I'll drive over. You still have a car? Ma Shuawei looked surprised. Everyone knows Lin Yi's family situation. They are a rural family. Not to mention buying a car, even paying for rent after graduation is a problem. You'll know in a moment. Wait for me. Lin Yi smiled slightly and ran out in the drizzle. Just as he was about to start the car, an A-Class Mercedes stopped in front of Ma Shuawei, and Lu Ye's face appeared in the car window. Sister, do you want to go home? You and Lu Chang are classmates, I can take you home. Lu Yi showed the side of his face that was not red from the beating, and smiled self-satisfiedly. This Mercedes is not a top-of-the-line car, but it is already impressive enough for these graduates. No, I'll wait for Lin Yi. He has a car. Ma Shuawei smiled and shook her head. Just as she thought, Lu Chang and the other man were indeed hanging around here. She herself also hated these men who had just entered society and thought they were successful in their careers. Lin Yi? What kind of car can a poor student like him have? And I think that guy seems to have bad intentions towards you, sister, so it's better to be careful. When he heard Lin Ye's name, Lu Ye's tone became a little colder. If it weren't for this damn kid, I wouldn't have lost my job. I must teach him a lesson if I get the chance. Just as I was thinking about it, a loud roar was heard. A pure white Maserati stopped in front of his car and slowly stopped. Chapter 5 What a coincidence! My home is also in Building B. The Maserati that suddenly stopped in front of them made everyone stunned. This car was much better than his A-Class BMW, and it looked like a new one. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing a familiar face under the puzzled gazes of several people. Lin Yi. Ma Shuawei lost her voice and couldn't help but cover her mouth in exclamation. Her father is also a local business tycoon, and the car he drives is of this level. How could Lin Yi, a child from the countryside, own such a car? Lu Yi was also dumbfounded, his mouth wide open, staring in astonishment at the young man in the car wearing large flowered shorts. Lu Chang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, sat up excitedly and rubbed his eyes hard to make sure it was not an illusion. Didn't you say he was just a country boy in your class? How could a country boy afford to drive this? Lu Yi stared at the Maserati with an angry voice. This car must be worth at least 1 million. How can a country boy afford it? I don't know either. Lu Chang smiled bitterly. He really couldn't understand why Lin Yi had changed so much today. First he was decisive and cool in the restaurant, and now he actually brought out a Maserati. Hey, cousin Lu, are you ready to go home? Lin Yi stuck his head out, looked at the Mercedes-Benz blocking Ma Shuawei, and sneered. Lu Ye's face turned extremely ugly when he heard this. He thought about how he had just told Ma Shuawei that Lin Yi was just a poor student. Now it seemed that he was not even as good as a poor student. Why are you pretending? I see you don't know where you rented this car from. Drive carefully, you can't afford the compensation if you break it down. Lu Yi snorted coldly, started the car and left. Lin Yi didn't care, but smiled at Ma Shuawei who was in a daze, revealing his big white teeth. Get in the car. Where is your home? Ma Shuawei was also very confident and sat directly in the passenger seat. The fragrance instantly filled the air. Which man can resist such a graceful and elegant woman? Is this car really yours? She looked at Lin Yi questioningly. Not really, it belongs to a friend of mine. With a confident smile, Lin Yi spoke after thinking for a while. Friend? Ma Shuawei rolled her eyes. What kind of friend would lend such an expensive car to a poor student? Looking at Lin Yi, who was dressed strangely, she found that the young man in front of her was not as the legend said, but extremely mysterious. Thinking of the rumors she had heard about Lin Yi, Ma Shuawei looked at his stunning outfit and couldn't help but complain, "You're a little different." Of course, I am who I am, a different firework. Lin Yi stroked his hair exaggeratedly. Ma Shuawei burst out laughing, obviously amused. The host completes today's mission. Mission reward, 1 million. Mystery value, increased by 500 points. Latest mission, get the invitation from the goddess. Mission reward, get a luxurious villa. Huaxia currency, 3 million. Mystery value, 500 points. By the way, where is your home? Lin Yi completed the task and was in a good mood. In the first ring, Jintai Mansion. Okay. Lin Yi agreed and started the car engine, but suddenly felt that the name sounded familiar. He suddenly came back to his senses and sounded surprised. Where did you say? Jintai Mansion? What a coincidence. Jintai Houting, what's wrong? Ma Shuawei saw that he was emotional and her pretty face showed confusion. It's okay. Jintai Houting is good. I had an 4 drip there. Lin Yi regained his composure and did not tell her that he and she lived in the same community. An accidental encounter definitely has a more romantic atmosphere than an unknown encounter. This is the real method. Ma Shuawei thought of what he said in the restaurant and couldn't help laughing again. On the rest of the way, the two talked and laughed. Ma Shuawei was surprised to find that the big boy in front of her was not as bad as the legend said, with serious deficiencies in social aspects. Instead, she felt very comfortable chatting with him. Humorous and mysterious, this is the feeling Lin Yi gave her. Lin Yi also clearly identified Ma Shuawei's personality, considerate, outgoing, and generous. Only by knowing the goddess's personality can he choose a way of getting along that the other party likes, and only in this way can he have the opportunity to make the goddess take the initiative to ask him out. I think you are quite normal. Why do you deliberately make so many embarrassing mistakes at school? As they were about to reach their destination, Ma Shuawei asked him again. If it were a normal little boy, he would definitely start to show off. But Lin Yi, who is good at observing human nature, is not prepared to do so. He wanted to lay the foundation for their next interaction, so he changed the subject and said, wait a minute, we need to go into the garage. I'm not a very good driver, and talking would distract me. Only by making the goddess curious enough will she look forward to spending time with him next time, so he was the one who got to know the goddess all the way, and he hardly said anything about himself. Think about it, if you come into contact with someone who knows what they are doing every second of every day, do you have the right to choose whether to participate or not? But if you don't know, you must participate to find out the answer. That's the reason. A trace of anxiety appeared on Ma Shuawei's little face, but she immediately returned to normal. Perhaps she felt that Lin Yi didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't ask any further questions. After getting out of the car, Ma Shuawei smiled at him politely, no need to take me back, it's getting late, see you another day. Looking at Ma Shuawei, whose attitude was completely different from the one she had just had in the conversation, Lin Yi smiled politely, opened the car door and got out. He just knew it. A woman's face changes as quickly as a book, so he kept a trick up his sleeve. Okay, see you another day. He locked the car. Seeing that he agreed verbally but locked the car door, Ma Shuawei immediately became much more alert. Why did you lock the car? Go home. I live in Building B. Lin Yi spoke naturally, stating the facts. Pretended encounters are always less sincere than genuine ones. Only real encounters can create an atmosphere. Is your home here too? Living in Building B? Why have I never seen you before? Ma Shuawei was stunned. You live in Building B too? Why have I never seen you before? I live in 806, where is your home? Lin Yi laughed out loud when he heard this, thinking that it was such a coincidence, and now he could take the next step. Oh my god. What a coincidence. I live in 805, right across from you. Ma Shuawei covered her mouth in surprise, her face full of disbelief. She had indeed heard that there was a new tenant across the street in the past few months, but she had never seen anyone living there. It turned out to be such a coincidence. Seeing her mood change, Lin Yi knew that the opportunity had come again. Yes. What a coincidence. I just bought this house not long ago. I didn't expect it to be right across from yours. I have the opportunity to let you taste my cooking. We can eat and chat while I tell you about me. He took this opportunity to make an invitation, arousing Ma Shuawei's curiosity. Anyway, it's just across the street from her house, so she definitely feels safe. That's great. I didn't expect that we are so destined to meet. Ma Shuawei giggled. The two chatted and laughed as they entered Building B. In front of the door, Lin Yi took out the key and prepared to open the door, but was stopped by Ma Shuawei again. Ma Shuawei looked at him with hesitation on her face, but she finally spoke and said, "Lin Yi, see you tomorrow." He knew what the goddess was thinking, but he just wondered why he didn't invite her in to be his guest, drink some tea, and talk about the topic that had not been discussed just now. This is called playing hard to get. I mentioned invitation, but I didn't invite you. In this way, the goddess will definitely invite him next time, even if it is just an invitation to buy breakfast, he will be able to complete the task. He picked up the key, entered his room and turned on the light. A luxurious and simple room, this was the room he had always dreamed of. He didn't expect to get it on the first day after graduating from university. He took a quick shower, ordered some clothes to be delivered to his door, and when there was a knock on the door, he knew the clothes had arrived, so he stood up shirtless and went to open the door. However, when he opened the door, he was dumbfounded. Ma Shuawei was wearing loose pink pajamas and looked like she had just taken a shower. Her loose veil was wet with water droplets, revealing her graceful outline. Her white feet were wearing slippers and she was holding something like a steady courier in her hand. She looked uneasy and her cheeks were flushed. "Lin Yi, I live in this house by myself and I'm locked out. Please help, help." Chapter 6 My sister is coming? Ma Shuawei's pajamas were a little wet, and the skin on her long and beautiful legs looked as if it were as delicate as a baby's, which made Lin Yi's old face blush. "Yeah, Mashiro. Pooh. Come in quickly." Ma Shuawei walked into the room and sat awkwardly on the sofa, looking a little uneasy. "Thank you. The locksmith should be here in about 10 minutes. It has to be said that as a school beauty goddess, her appearance and figure are impeccable." At this moment, Ma Shuawei was lying on the sofa with her hands hugging her legs, her snow-white eyes dazzling, which made Lin Yi's heart hot. The water droplets wet large areas of his clothes, making many places partially visible. The sofa was also wet. Lin Yi knew that he was sure to be invited to dinner tomorrow. I coughed awkwardly and couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Fortunately, my pants were loose. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, but this was a rare opportunity to be alone with the goddess, so naturally he had to break the deadlock. He glanced at the express delivery in Ma Shuawei's hand. It must be something important that was rushed out. She immediately smiled and jokingly said, "Is it a gift from a little boy?" Ma Shuawei immediately smiled, like a blooming ephemeral flower. "Don't tell me, this delivery is related to you. Does it have anything to do with me?" Lin Yi was stunned. Ma Shuawei took out a document from the express delivery and placed it on the coffee table, motioning him to look over. He looked down and found many names on it. "These are all outstanding students who graduated from the same class as us. The school student union has decided to organize an award ceremony. During this one-year internship, we will select the 20 best students to form the Ivy League list so that younger students from every class can see your entrepreneurial experiences. Now it seems that you have the greatest potential," she said excitedly, looking at his small house. "Actually, this is not my house, it's my cousin's house. His family is very rich, and I just help to take care of it," Lin Yi explained quickly. He couldn't stand the whole university campus thing, it was all meaningless honors. Being followed by a goddess all day long is a good thing, but my wealth is given by the system, and being chased and investigated all the time will inevitably cause some trouble. So, it is better to be quiet. "Cousin? This house is not yours?" Ma Shuawei was stunned. "Of course not, even the car belongs to my cousin. Otherwise, how could a college student like me have so much wealth?" Lin Yi nodded and rolled his eyes pretentiously. "Really?" Ma Shuawei seemed unconvinced, staring at him with her peach blossom eyes. "Really?" Unable to resist the goddess's eyes, Lin Yi turned his head. "I thought you were a hidden boss." Sensing his slight discomfort, Ma Shuawei seemed to speak tentatively. Although she nodded in sudden realization, there was a strange flash in her eyes. When she was in college, she could be said to have treated Lin Yi as a passerby, but since she got to know him, she found that this big boy who was regarded as a passerby by the whole school gave her an endless sense of mystery. It seems that no one has ever understood Lin Yi, including his roommates. Being in the prime of her youth, she was extremely curious about this mysterious peer. A strong curiosity told her that Lin Yi would definitely be able to top the Qingtun list. Lin Yi smiled helplessly and was about to continue to dispel her guess when his cell phone vibrated. The note on it was "Mom. I'm going to answer a phone call." Turning around and entering the room, a familiar voice came from the phone. Xiaoyi, how is your job search after graduation? Ye's mother's voice was a little worried and hoarse, but it made him smile. His hometown is indeed in a remote rural area, and he relies on farming to make a living, which is quite difficult. It is also a bit difficult for him to go to this university, but his parents still gritted their teeth and let him study. Now that he finally has money, he must be filial to his parents. Mom, don't worry. You will have a good life. In a year at most, your son will be able to buy you a house. Lin Yi smiled slightly. He understood his parents' personalities. Given their low level of education, if he simply gave them so much money, they would definitely not be surprised, but frightened. By the way, your sister has gone there. She will probably be at your place tomorrow morning. It's not easy for this child. She relies on you the most. Please take good care of her. Younger sister? Lin Yi was stunned, and the girl with a ponytail and a youthful look appeared in his mind. He does have a younger sister, but she is not his biological sister. She is 2 years younger than him, 20 years old this year, and her name is Chu Fei. Chu Fei is a neighbor's kid. She grew up with him and they can be considered childhood sweethearts. In her senior year of high school, her parents died in a car accident and entrusted Chu Fei to their family before they died. That year, Chu Fei chose to drop out of school because Lin Yi's family was not well off. His parents didn't say much, but he knew that this would be a scar for the whole family. Or don't go to school yourself. Or Chu Fei 1T go to school. You can only choose one. He has been working part-time to pay for his studies during the 3 years he was in school, and he has never gone home. So, he hasn't seen his sister for a long time. This time she came, probably because she had graduated and her parents felt bad about her and wanted to take care of her themselves. That's what he should do. Don't worry, I will take good care of my sister. Lin Yi agreed. The two chatted briefly and then hung up the phone. When I returned to the living room, I found Ma Shuawei was on the phone, apparently talking about work. I vaguely heard that it must be a job arranged by her family. He should also find a job, otherwise how would he explain this to Chu Fei? After Ma Shuawei finished her call, another call came in. She smiled and said to him, "The locksmith is here, so I'll go back." As agreed, I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow morning. After saying that, he opened the door and left, leaving Lin Yi with a melancholy look on his face. At this time, on the train to this city, two girls were sitting together. One of them was about 20 years old, with a ponytail, wearing a plain white t-shirt and wide-leg jeans, and was looking out the window. The girl exuded a youthful aura, her appearance like a lotus flower emerging from the water. Although not absolutely beautiful, she was definitely more beautiful than 90% of the women. At this moment, her large, watery eyes revealed an inexplicable fluctuation, as if she was thinking about something. "Fei Fei, what are you thinking about?" A playful girl next to her in a light yellow dress asked her with a smile. "I was thinking, my brother just graduated and he must be having a hard time. Will this cause him any trouble?" Chu Fei turned her head and forced a smile. The girl, Zhang Jiawei, was a pretty girl. She was one of the few college graduates in the village. When she heard her words, she curled her lips and said, "I don't know what you're thinking. If it were me, with your conditions, you could have found someone else and cut ties with this family long ago. What's so good about your brother? You know his family situation. They are extremely poor. His family has never done anything for you. Do you think you can repay their kindness by marrying yourself to him? This time I'm going to introduce you to my cousin. He went to a prestigious university and his parents are in business. He definitely has a bright future and is completely different from Lin Yi," she said proudly. "It just so happens that my cousin is here to pick me up, so you two can get to know each other then." Chu Fei just smiled faintly, looking at the scenery outside the train with a dazed look in her eyes. Chapter 7 High-quality male cousin? Early morning. Huaihe City, East Railway Station. A white Maserati slowly stopped a few hundred meters away from here. Lin Yi got out wearing a black sports shirt, followed by Ma Shuawei. Today, Ma Shuawei wore a rather solemn white floral dress, revealing a bit of feminine temperament, and she did not look like a college graduate at all. Looking at Ma Shuawei, Lin Yi showed a helpless smile. Early this morning, the goddess was blocking his doorstep, and no one knew why she insisted on following him. Under normal circumstances, he would be ecstatic that the goddess was willing to follow him, but this time it was different. He was here to pick up his sister. He had an inexplicable feeling for this sister. After all, they were childhood sweethearts. It was not until 3 years later that his feelings for this sister gradually faded. The train should not have arrived yet. Let's wait here for a while. Ma Shuawei said it very naturally, with excitement revealed in her beautiful eyes. After she returned to her room yesterday, she thought about it carefully and felt that Lin Yi was lying to her. It's obviously unlikely that the house and luxury car were borrowed from my cousin. Lin Yi must have made his fortune through some means. As long as she can find evidence, she can prove that he is the best student of this class, and her work in the student union will come to a perfect end. A group of people rushed out of the station. Lin Yi hurried forward to look for her and saw Chu Fei at a glance. Chu Fei is completely different from what she was 3 years ago. She now has a ponytail, and although she still looks youthful, she has obviously become more mature and feminine. The girl next door has a different style in her outfit, and she is definitely a beauty. Brother! Chu Fei immediately showed a friendly smile when he saw him, like a blooming ephemeral flower, and came forward to greet him, but when he saw Ma Shuawei beside him, he was stunned. Ma Shuawei has an extraordinary temperament and is definitely a goddess. Standing next to Lin Yi, she forms a strong contrast. Who is this? Hello, I'm Lin Yi's classmate. You can just call me Sister Shuawei. Ma Shuawei extended her hand generously and looked at Chu Fei curiously. As a woman, her intuition told her. The relationship between Chu Fei and Lin Yi is definitely not simple, not just that of ordinary brother and sister. Hello, my name is Chu Fei. Chu? Ma Shuawei was stunned again, looked at Lin Yi, and did not continue asking. Sure enough, it was just as she thought. Brother Yi, is this your girlfriend? Hui Mei at the side suddenly spoke up, looking at him with a questioning look. Chu Fei also stared over, looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze, making him feel a little guilty. Lin Yi now has only one idea. Why is it not allowed in China to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? No, we are just good friends. Lin Yi smiled slightly, but he had other thoughts in his mind. Not now. There may be a future. I told you, Sister Shuawei is so beautiful, how could she fall for you? Zhang Jiawei curled her lips, her words full of sarcasm. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly, knowing that she was still young, and did not bother to argue with her. No, Lin Yi is also very good. Ma Shuawei was in a good mood after being praised. She covered her mouth and smiled brightly. As expected, women are all pigs. Let's go. I'll take you to eat something. You must be hungry after sitting on the train all night. To stop the awkward conversation, Lin Yi took them to his Maserati. Chu Fei nodded and said, let's go and have something to eat with my brother. It just so happens that my cousin is still on his way, and he should be here after we finish our meal. He studied landscape design and is working on a villa project nearby. We can have him take us to see the villa later. Zhang Jiawei was very excited when she mentioned her cousin. I know there's a restaurant here that serves delicious food. I just said last time I treat you, Lin Yi, to breakfast, so let's go there. Ma Shuawei was quite enthusiastic, and he didn't refuse. After all, he still had a mission to accomplish. The small restaurant she mentioned was not far away, and Lin Yi did not drive. Mission accomplished. Get a luxury villa. Obtain 3 million Chinese yuan. Increase mystery value by 500 points. Host's current mysterious value, 1,500 points optional draw reward. Tip: the host is good at maintaining a sense of mystery. Please continue to do so and you will receive extra rewards. Latest task: check whether the villa is intact. Reward: Tai Chi Mastery. 3 million Chinese yuan. Mystery value, 500 points. He picked up his phone and saw a text message. There is information about the villa written on it. It is a 3-story villa, with each floor covering several hundred square meters. It is located not far from the station and close to the edge of the city. In Tianxiang District, number 15 Villa Street. Yeah, okay. Jiawei was talking on the phone with someone unknown, then she hung up and smiled. My cousin is coming over soon. He said he'd take us to the private villa they just built and that he could also find a job for Chu Fei. Chu Fei was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and glanced at Lin Yi. My brother will find me a job, and besides, I'm not interested in those things. Although she said this, Lin Yi saw a hint of expectation in her eyes. Chu Fei has been staying with her parents all these years, saying that she doesn't want to leave, but only Lin Yi knows that she is reluctant to leave that place, the place where she and her biological parents lived. Now 4 or 5 years have passed. This time she came out, probably wanting to get out of that memory and prepare to start a new life. Don't worry about the job. I will help you find a suitable one, Lin Yi said carefully. He really didn't want Chu Fei to go out on her own. As a shareholder of Manta Ray, it would be easy for him to arrange a job for her. Brother Yi, it's not that I'm being harsh. You've only just graduated, what can you do to help Chu Fei? Since she's determined to come out, just let her make a good living and not rot in your Yi family. Zhang Jiawei suddenly spoke. Jiawei, what are you talking about? Being scolded by Chu Fei, Zhang Jiawei shut her mouth, her face full of dissatisfaction. That's how it is. Lin Yi was not angry. He knew that their Yi family was relatively poor in the village, and it was reasonable for them to be looked down upon like this. When you have no money, there is no point in talking too much. Now that he is rich, he is even more lazy to make excuses. As they were chatting, Huimei's eyes lit up and she waved towards the restaurant door. Cousin, here. Lin Yi turned his head and saw a man of similar age. He was wearing a suit of designer casual clothes and had the temperament of a gentle campus senior. Seeing their eyes light up slightly, and looking at Ma Shuawei and Chu Fei unscrupulously, he frowned slightly. The moment the boy sat down, he placed his BMW keys on the table in a very exaggerated manner. Hello, I'm Jiawei's cousin, Zhang Chu Fei. I graduated from Huaihaki University, you can just call me Brother Chu Fei. Lin Yi chuckled. Good job. This is a high-quality man. Chapter 8 New Task, Go to the Villa. This guy is really a high-quality man among humans. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud at this guy's funny behavior. Zhang Chu Fei immediately frowned and looked at him with a bit of disdain. This is Lin Yi from Qingtung University, right? I've heard of you. You're quite famous. One of my friends goes to the same school as you. I heard you're looking for a job for Chu Fei? Any good places? Good man, do you think Chu Fei is your sister? Lin Yi thought to himself and said calmly, that's our family's business, it has nothing to do with you. Brother Yi, we have known each other since childhood, so there are some things I have to say. If you continue like this, you will ruin Chu Fei. Zhang Jiawei's face was full of dissatisfaction. Chu Fei is my sister, so I naturally won't harm her. I have my own arrangements for work, so you don't have to worry about it, Jiawei. Lin Ye's voice was a little unhappy. If it weren't for the fact that she was really thinking about Chu Fei, I wouldn't be polite at all. When the atmosphere was tense, Zhang Chu Fei suddenly laughed and said slowly, Jiawei, don't make a fuss. Lin Yi is Chu Fei's brother after all. He may just not know the situation. His voice paused, and he continued, this is the situation. I also heard that Sister Chu Fei needs to find a job. I happen to have a studio that specializes in garden design. The salary level is not to be mentioned, a monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan is no problem, and I just happen to have completed the construction of a private villa here, on Villa Street near the Tianqiang district. He looked at Chu Fei with a very sincere look. I can take Sister Chu Fei to experience what it's like to live in a villa, and also get a real understanding of this industry. Zhang Chu Fei was extremely proud, and looked as if he was asking Lin Yi, can you give me such conditions? Ma Shuawei curled her lips aside. Although she didn't like it, she couldn't say anything. After all, she didn't know Lin Yi very well. But she also hoped that Lin Yi could say something to slap this smug villain in the face. So she poked Lin Yi's arm and whispered, don't you have anything to say? However, Lin Yi was thinking about another problem at this time. That was the Villa Street he was talking about. What a coincidence! Could it be his own villa? Forget it, I have to complete the task anyway, so I might as well go and take a look. While he was thinking, he was brought back to his senses by Ma Shuawei and smiled nonchalantly. What did I say? Since Jiawei's cousin is so enthusiastic, let's go and take a look. Chu Fei, what do you think? Chu Fei showed hesitation. Although she disliked Zhang Chu Fei very much, this was indeed an opportunity for her. Lin Yi had just graduated from college and could not help her much. How about I go and take a look? She looked at Lin Yi tentatively, with doubts in her big watery eyes. She has been like this since she was a child, and whenever she is in doubt, she asks Lin Yi for help. Let's go. Lin Yi said as he stood up. Zhang Chu Fei showed a smug smile, thinking that Lin Yi was scared. You still have some self-awareness. Let's go now. He picked up the BMW keys from the table and said jokingly, but if we walk there, it might be a little far, and if we take a car, it can only seat 3 people, so I drove my 3 sisters there first. Brother Lin Yi, just walk over there by yourself. The address is number 15, Villa District. He lowered his head to check the information and confirmed that it was his villa. A smile appeared on Lin Ye's lips. It's okay. You and Jiawei will stay together. I will drive them and we will meet at the destination. You have a car too? Zhang Chufei's face was full of disdain and contempt. For someone like Lin Yi, even if he had a car, it must be a broken car that he got from somewhere. I guess so. It's my friend's car, so I can drive through. Lin Yi touched his nose and smiled slightly. Okay. My BMW is a bit fast, don't lose it. He snorted coldly and walked out of the restaurant. When Chufei heard that he had a car, joy showed in her eyes and she hurriedly followed him, unable to conceal the joy on her face. Ma Shuowei pouted at Zhang Chufei's back and said, Lin Yi, are you letting this guy be so arrogant? So what? They are telling the truth. Lin Yi laughed. He didn't expect that the goddess would feel sorry for him. I don't believe it. Hearing his self-mockery, the goddess curled her lips. He took the two girls to drive, and Chufei followed behind, looking a little worried. Brother, do you really have a car? You'll know when you get there. Lin Yi said without turning his head. When they arrived at the parking lot and saw Lin Yi get into the driving seat of the white Maserati, her little mouth opened wide into an O shape, and her big watery eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. Although she had seen this kind of car on the road, she had never thought that she would be able to sit in one. It was a distant thing, but Lin Yi actually drove one? Brother, is this really your friend's car? Lin Yi was about to answer when he felt Ma Shuowei's gaze. Thinking of explaining to her that it was his cousin who lent it to him, he coughed. Yes, it's the car of a guy I met outside. Our relationship is like that between Jiawei and her cousin. This way we can conceal it, right? Get in the car, he said, rolling up the window. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, he found that neither of the two girls got on the bus. He turned his head in confusion and his smile froze on his face. Outside the passenger door, the two women stared at each other intently, and at the same time stretched out their hands and placed them on the car door. Lin Yi could smell the strong smell of Mars through the car door. Sister, please sit down. After all, it's not easy to come to the city. Ma Shuowei smiled sweetly and withdrew her hand. You should have the seat, sister. I will be living with my brother in the future anyway, so this time doesn't matter. Chufei smiled faintly and spoke very sincerely. Let my sister sit. Sister, please sit down. Lin Yi, who was sitting in the car, had a gradually stiffening expression on his face. Because from where he was, he couldn't hear the two girls' voices at all. He could only see the two girls with daggers hidden behind their smiles, giving into something, and imagine what was going on. Sister, you should stay with your brother. Sister, you should stay with your brother. Lin Yi patted his chest and felt that his body was still quite strong. Well, two should be fine. While he was talking to himself, the back door was opened and the two girls sat in the back at the same time. Their expressions were a little gloomy, and Lin Yi felt that the air in the entire car had solidified. He coughed awkwardly. I'm going to drive? He said, stepped on the accelerator and left the spot. Half an hour later, in front of the gate of number 15 Villa District, Zhang Chufei got out of a white BMW 5 Series and looked at the empty street not far away with a sarcastic look on his face. Behind him is an extremely luxurious single-family courtyard with many solemn and majestic patterns carved on the walls, which looks very high-end. Zhang Chufei sat at the front of the BMW, his back against the villa, a scornful smile on his face. He wanted to see if it would be awkward for Lin Yi to drive his junkie car to such a high-end place and compare himself with it. Chapter 9 The owner of the villa is also surnamed Lin? Zhang Chufei looked at the end of the road, his face full of anticipation. He could already imagine what Lin Yi, the country bumpkin, would look like when he saw this place. How can a kid who has never seen the world be compared with him? Brother, do you think Chufei is stubborn? She is obviously pretty, but she just stays with that bastard Lin Yi. What's so good about him? He is inferior to you in every aspect. Zhang Jiawei stood in front of the gate of the villa, her eyes shining as she looked at the scenery inside. She had only seen villas like this on TV. As she spoke, she turned and looked at Zhang Chufei in the sunlight. Cousin, you have such good conditions. Chufei will definitely be moved, especially after seeing the situation here. She will definitely change her mind. Zhang Chufei's smile gradually widened at his cousin's praise. He could now imagine such a scene. While I was fantasizing, a white Maserati stopped by. Could it be that the owner of the villa has arrived? The smile on Zhang Chufei's face froze. If the owner of the villa comes back, all the plans will be ruined. This has just been completed and the owner of the villa has not been notified yet. But apart from the owner of the villa, who else would stop by this villa with such financial resources? The car door opened and the figure that walked out stunned him. It's Lin Yi. It turned out to be Lin Yi. Is this Maserati yours? His voice was filled with doubt besides shock. No, this belongs to a friend of mine. Lin Yi smiled slightly and looked at the villa. High-end and atmospheric, I like it very much. Hearing him say that the Maserati was borrowed, Zhang Chufei immediately sneered. I told you, you'll never be able to afford a car like this in your lifetime. Seeing Lin Yi looking at the villa with enthusiasm and anticipation, he became even more proud, and thought to himself that Lin Yi was indeed a country bumpkin. He turned to Chufei and Ma Shuawei and smiled slightly, pretending to be a very gentleman. Two beauties, let me take you to see it. The design of this villa is not something that an ordinary team can produce. The owner of this villa is quite discerning to hire my team. He paused, glanced at Lin Yi with a hint of ridicule, and said, although I haven't met this owner directly, his surname is also Lin. Could it be that you, brother Lin Yi, bought it anonymously? Lin Yi, who had been carefully observing the situation in the villa, paused when he heard his words, and smiled meaningfully. Who knows, it might really be mine. If this villa is yours, the entire villa street will also be mine. Zhang Jiawei muttered aside, seeming to dislike him very much. He spread his hands helplessly and looked back at the surrounding environment. In order to carefully check the villa and see if there were any loopholes, he began a carpet search. He tried back and forth in front of the sensor door lock, groped back and forth on the retro and simple balcony, and even took a look around the open-air swimming pool. Why is there no water in this swimming pool? Lin Yi questioned. Because the water hasn't been released yet. Zhang Chufei laughed sarcastically. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. He subconsciously thought that the swimming pool in the villa should have water from the beginning. Next, he looked at every place carefully, even taking pictures with his mobile phone. Such behavior made Zhang Chufei feel that he was a country bumpkin. Zhang Jiawei kept saying that he had never seen the world, and even Ma Shuawei behind her frowned slightly. Did she guess wrong? Are Lin Yi's luxury cars and residences really owned by someone else? These were all designed by the team I led. It took us nearly 2 months to complete them. It's true that the team I lead is quite famous in Huaihe City. Zhang Chufei led everyone through a small garden and introduced them to Chufei with great pride. Although we can't compete with big companies, we'll definitely have a bright future if we start a business together. He paused, glanced at Lin Yi, who was carefully inspecting the fence behind him, with a look of contempt. This is much better than starting from the bottom in other industries. That's Chufei, just follow your cousin. Jiawei encouraged. Did you really ask Lin Yi to find you a job? Chufei hesitated and turned to look at Lin Yi, who was taking a photo in front of the patterned wall, with a struggling expression. Ma Shuawei followed Lin Yi and found that he had been observing the surroundings of the villa and didn't care about Chufei's situation at all. She couldn't help but ask. Are you just going to let Chufei continue chatting with that pretentious guy? Lin Yi ignored him and stared intently at the wall in front of him. There was a long crack where the wall was close to the ground. This crack extends for 2 or 3 meters and looks like it has just appeared. Unless it was hit by a huge object, the only way to cause such a crack is due to the material. According to Zhang Chufei, the villa has just been completed, so there is no possibility of collision problem. It must be a problem with the materials. Seeing that he ignored her, Ma Shuawei behind him also curiously stretched her head over, and saw the crack on the ground. Her beautiful eyes were startled. Such a big crack must be caused by the poor quality of the materials used. Zhang Chufei is really a daredevil to cheat people, she said and pulled Lin Yi. If they come over, just pretend you didn't see them and don't cause any trouble. Ma Shuawei had seen many villas being built, and she knew that if the villa owner discovered this kind of shoddy work, it would not be easy to understand. Even the walls could be shoddy, not to mention the buildings inside. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi not only did not listen to his advice, but instead took out his mobile phone and took a few photos. The host completes the task of inspecting the villa. Gain Tai Chi Mastery. 3 million Chinese yuan. Mystery value, 500 points. The latest task, to deal with the damage to the villa and let Zhang Chufei, who cut corners, rebuild the wall. Reward, 500 points of mysterious value. Brother, what are you doing? Chu Fei walked over first and took a breath when he saw the horrific crack. With such a big crack, it is estimated that it may collapse after a few rains. She reacted quickly and pulled Lin Yi away from the wall. Although she didn't understand what was going on, she knew that it would be bad if such things got out. If it affected Zhang Chufei, who knows what might be involved. Lin Yi, what are you filming there? Isn't it just a broken wall? Xu Qinfei said with disdain when he saw three people gathered together. I didn't expect that Lin Yi would take 2 photos of the broken wall of a villa and post them on his moments. Snort! Loser! Lin Yi stared at him with her white teeth showing, holding up the photo on her phone, and spoke in a rude voice. Is this how you built the villa? Do you believe me and I'll ask you to start over? When Zhang Chufei saw the cracks on the photo, his pupils suddenly contracted and his face changed, but he regained his composure after a few seconds. Seeing how he was able to calm down so quickly, he must have been prepared for this. How the villa is built is my business. What does it have to do with you, a country bumpkin? You asked me to redo it. Do you think this is still your villa? He rubbed his shoulders and looked at Lin Yi with a sneer. Have a finger in the pie. Lin Yi put his phone away after hearing this, then called someone unknown and said to him with a smile, You must have the villa owner's phone number, right? Of course, what does it have to do with you? Zhang Chufei answered subconsciously with a sneer on his face. But the next second, the cell phone in his arms suddenly rang. Chapter 10 Sorry, it's really my villa. The phone suddenly rang with a vibrating sound, and Zhang Chufei, who was crossing his arms, was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously took out his cell phone from his pocket, and the name on it was Mr. Lin. When discussing the details with the owner of the villa, we did so online, and even the contract was signed electronically. Mr. Lin was very mysterious from beginning to end, and I had never met him in person. Fortunately, the funding and contract matters went smoothly. He hadn't met such a straightforward boss for a long time, so he hadn't investigated further. The sudden call at this time was too much of a coincidence, wasn't it? He subconsciously looked up and saw Lin Yi putting the dialed phone to his ear, reminding him to answer the call with a joking smile, which suddenly gave him a bad feeling. Lin Yi's surname is Lin, and the owner of the villa's surname is Lin. Could it be? No. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Chufei took a deep breath, determination flashed in his eyes, and he abandoned his ridiculous idea. Lin Yi is just a poor college graduate. How could he possibly afford such an expensive villa? This piece of land alone would cost several million. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He answered the phone, his voice a little nervous. Hello? Hello, Mr. Lin? The entire clearing fell into silence. Everyone present looked nervously at Lin Yi, who also held the phone to his ear, and held their breath involuntarily. No way? This thought arose in everyone's mind. No, is it really such a coincidence that the owner of the villa is Lin Yi? Only Ma Shuawei looked at Lin Yi, who was holding the mobile phone, her peach blossom eyes flashing with anticipation and joy. Gulp. Zhang Chufei, who was waiting for the phone call, choked up a little and looked grim. Rework it for me. Just 6 words rang out simultaneously in the outside world and on the phone. Zhang Chufei's face became visibly ugly to the extreme. He looked shocked and pointed at Lin Yi. It's really you. The owner of this villa is really you. Zhang Chufei's face was full of disbelief, and his mind went blank. Chufei covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes filled with shock. This was a villa that only existed on TV. How had Lin Yi survived the past 3 years to be able to buy such an unimaginable mansion? Ma Shuawei put on a beautiful smile and murmured in a silvery voice, I knew it. Cousin, did you make a mistake? Zhang Jiawei couldn't believe it. They had grown up together in the countryside, and she had seen the situation of Lin Yi's family. They were already extremely poor, so how could they possibly own a villa like this? Not to mention her, even Zhang Chufei, who heard the voice on the phone with his own ears, couldn't believe it, and even reconfirmed the information on the phone. After confirming the information again, his expression became extremely serious. It turned out that his boss for the past 2 months was Lin Yi, the person he despised the most. Not only that, he was even found to have cut corners. This was a huge loss for him. Not only would he lose face in front of Chufei, but he might also have to pay a large sum of compensation. It's really a case of losing both the wife and the army. Brother, is this villa really yours? Chufei's voice trembled a little. She found that she didn't quite recognize this childhood sweetheart. First, she was accompanied by a beautiful classmate, then she had a Maserati, and now she has a luxurious villa. Actually, these belong to a friend of mine. He's traveling abroad, and I'm handling everything for him. Lin Yi explained with a smile, feeling somewhat helpless. The sudden appearance of wealth of unknown origin is a time bomb for close people. It seems that I need to work hard to rationalize this money. Didn't Ma Shuoei say that she would judge the campus wealth list? This was also an opportunity to use to make his wealth more reasonable. When Zhang Chufei heard that Lin Yi was handling the villa for someone else, his expression eased a lot. He said, "How could a poor boy be his own boss?" So he crossed his arms again and sneered, "So you're bringing people to deal with it. I was wondering how you could be the owner of this place. What about handling it on someone else's behalf? I'll give you another month. If there are any quality issues by then, don't blame me for being rude." Lin Ye's voice gradually became colder and more unceremonious, like a true villa owner. "No, in fact he is the owner here. You're just an agent, why are you pretending? I really told you, whether to clean up this wall depends on my mood, and if you dare to tell anyone about this." As he spoke, a cold look flashed in his eyes and his palms creaked. "Then I'll loosen up your muscles." He was half a head taller than Lin Yi, and his overall outline was obviously much stronger. He was tall and strong, and his posture was that of a martial artist. The country boy is the easiest to deal with. You can just scare him off. Lin Yi was about to speak when Sophie grabbed him and said, "Brother, don't bother with him. I heard from Jiawei that her cousin practiced Sanda for a year." Patting her palm, Lin Yi smiled gently, "Your brother has suffered a lot in the past 3 years, but he will only suffer for these 3 years in his life." As he said that, he took a few steps forward. Looking at Zhang Chufei, his voice was extremely serious, "I'm telling you one last time, resolve the matter here within a month." Chufei was stunned for a moment. The upright brother in the village in his memory had completely disappeared. Lin Yi now seemed like a stranger. At this moment, Lin Yi seemed to have a sense of confidence and fearlessness. "Is that the older brother I know?" Zhang Chufei saw him approaching to confront him, and his voice was clearly tinged with anger. "Don't be shameless. I've disliked you for a long time. If you say one more word, I'll make you walk out." However, Lin Yi's words completely ignited his anger. "Try it if you dare." The seeming gentleness on his face completely disappeared, replaced by an angry red. A poor boy from the countryside, he is so shameless. He has been supported as a leader since graduation. Everywhere he goes, people call him Brother Fei. Now, in front of so many women, he has to be embarrassed. This guy must be taught a lesson. His rage grew stronger and stronger, he simply raised his leg and took a step forward, throwing a jab at Lin Yi's chest. "Let us see if you dare to be crazy with me." He seemed to have seen the scene of Lin Yi kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, and his heart was filled with joy. "Brother, be careful." Lin Yi. Lin Yi's expression was extremely calm. He raised his palm and pressed it against his fist like leaves swept by the autumn wind. Tai Chi. With a twist of his palm, he completely reversed the force of the jab, and then, under the shocked gaze of everyone, he threw Zhang Chufei, who was half a head taller than Lin Yi, directly out and hit him heavily on the cracked wall. Chapter 11 Chufei, you only have 10 minutes? Zhang Chufei weighed at least 150 to 160 pounds, but Lin Yi threw him out casually and hit the wall hard with a bang. The dreamlike scene in the movie appeared before their eyes. The 3 women thought they were dazzled and rubbed their eyes at the same time. But after they confirmed it again, their pretty faces were filled with shock. What kind of strength does it take to throw a man of Zhang Chufei's physique 3 or 4 meters away? How did Lin Yi do it? Cough cough. Zhang Chufei coughed while holding the wall, his face pale, and looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. Not only was Lin Yi half a head shorter than him, he also looked less powerful than himself, but judging from the fight just now, he was definitely a martial artist. "This time, I hit a wall." The host completed the task and obtained 500 mysterious points. Current mystery value, 2,000 points. The host maintains a good sense of mystery by completing tasks multiple times in a row. Completing the latest task again will gain an additional 1,500 mystery points. Latest task, find a job. Reward, voice actor mastery. A distinctive voice will make the host more individual and mysterious. Lin Yi clapped his hands, feeling somewhat excited. He knows that not all problems in this society can be solved by Tai Chi. Having self-defense methods like Tai Chi can also help him protect the people important to him. "I will come to re-inspect the villa in a month. If there is anything wrong again, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Yi said lightly. Zhang Chufei covered his chest with his hands, his face grim, and he didn't say anything, but a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Lin Yi took Ma Shuawei and the other daughter out of the villa and drove back to Jintai Mansion. Watching the three people gradually disappear from his sight, he wiped the blood that had just flowed from the corner of his mouth and made a poo sound. Lin Yi, you're in big trouble. Ache. On the highway, Lin Yi sneezed. He continued to think about taking Chu Fei to find a job at Manta Capital tomorrow, and then he started to think about how to rationalize the money from the godly rich system. Lin Yi, I didn't realize you were so powerful. Have you learned any self-defense skills? Ma Shuawei was sitting in the back of the car. Suddenly, she leaned on the seat and stared at him with a look of deep curiosity in her beautiful eyes. She now found that Lin Yi was becoming more and more mysterious. His every move was not like that of a normal college graduate. Instead, he was like one of those masters who came down from the mountains in novels. She had even met such people several times. They were men who were several times older than his uncles, and even his own father had to toast them respectfully. My cousin taught me all this. Feeling Chu Fei's inquiring gaze from behind him, he smiled awkwardly and once again used his mysterious cousin as a shield. Chu Fei nodded without thinking, then revealed a bit of worry and said slowly, I heard Jiawei say that her cousin seems to have a lot of friends. Will he come to cause trouble for us again? I also think that guy won't honestly renovate the villa in a month. Lin Yi, you are a bit too impulsive. You can let your friend solve it himself. Ma Shuawei also nodded. The two girls' words made Lin Yi smile helplessly. This villa originally belonged to him, how to solve the problem? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Yi smiled slightly. That's right, Chu Fei. You just arrived here, have some fun and don't think about finding a job yet. Well, that's fine. Chu Fei smiled slightly. When they returned to Jintai Courtyard, Lin Yi stopped the car and handed Chu Fei the key to her room under her confused gaze. That. You go back first, your sister Shuawei and I still have some things to deal with. Chu Fei was looking at the Jintian Courtyard in shock. When she heard his words, she was stunned for a moment, and her pretty face gradually became stunned. What did you say? Ma Shuawei, who had just gotten off the car, also heard Lin Yi's words. She froze in place for a moment, staring at him blankly. Her cheeks instantly turned red, and her whole face was like a red apple. It was obvious that she had misunderstood something. She never expected that Lin Yi would suddenly say such vicious words. When Chu Fei saw her expression, he became more certain of his thoughts. He snorted coldly and turned away. Seeing that he was misunderstood, Ma Shuawei wanted to explain, but Lin Yi interrupted him. Okay, she's gone. Let's go back to the car and talk, it's more convenient. Lin Yi looked at Chu Fei, who left angrily, confused. He just wanted to talk to Ma Shuawei about work. Why did this girl have such a bad temper? Who wants to get into the car with you? Ma Shuawei finally uttered the first sentence, her face flushed. Isn't Lin Yi going too far? Oh. Okay. If you don't want to get in the car, you can do it here. Lin Yi was stunned and spoke again. Here? Ma Shuawei's cheeks became even redder, completely red. You wouldn't believe that Lin Yi is usually so well behaved, but he plays so wildly. Yes. We can talk about it here. Do you have any good jobs to recommend to me? Preferably one that can make a lot of money. He rubbed his hands and said with a smile. This college evaluation is an opportunity. Once his name is recognized, many excellent companies will probably recognize him. Once he becomes famous, the wealth in his hands will become reasonable. Anyway, I still have 7 or 8 million, so I can spend it anywhere. Set a small goal first. Make 100 million. When Ma Shuawei saw his smiling face, she froze in place. The redness on her face gradually faded, and then turned red again after a few seconds, this time reaching all the way to her snow-white neck. Oh my god! What was I thinking? Ma Shuawei turned her head away, feeling that the atmosphere was extremely awkward, and her heart was pounding. Damn social death scene! What's wrong? Don't you have any solution? Seeing her frown, Lin Yi felt a little embarrassed. Ma Shuawei is different from him. Her family is considered a big shot in the city. She must have a lot of resources, and this can also help Chu Fei find a good job. As for going to the Stingray, this is not possible for the time being. There is no such thing as a strong weapon that is impenetrable. If the identity of the shareholder is discovered again, it will be even more difficult to explain. Ma Shuawei wanted to find a hole to crawl into, but she calmed down and said carefully, I do know a friend who runs a self-media business and creates internet celebrities. She originally wanted me to start a business with her, but I don't like this line of work. I can recommend you to give it a try. If you create 2 internet celebrities and they become famous overnight, you can make a lot of money. Lin Ye's eyes lit up when he heard this. Okay, that's it. I'll go check it out tomorrow and get rid of you. If Chu Fei knew that I, as her brother, still don't have a job, it would be a huge embarrassment. Lin Yi smiled slightly, feeling a little excited. He didn't want to worry his parents who were far away in the countryside. No. It's okay, I'll go first. Ma Shuawei quickly agreed and ran away like the wind. Lin Yi looked at Ma Shuawei, who left in a hurry, scratched his head in confusion, and then followed her back home. As soon as I entered the door, I was greeted by the angry Chu Fei. Her big eyes were filled with anger, and she said sourly, You only need 10 minutes? Chapter 12 Linglong Studio? What 10 minutes? Lin Yi was stunned. The next second, he suddenly had a strange association, and Ma Shuawei's pretty red face suddenly appeared in his mind, and his old face turned red to his ears. A wave of regret surged into his heart, and he really wanted to slap himself. Lin Yi, oh Lin Yi, it's useless even if I give you a chance. Seeing the regretful expression on his face, Chu Fei snorted coldly, fell on the sofa, muttered, and crossed her legs. Chu Fei's skin was not as fair as Ma Shuawei's, but it was a healthier wheat color, with graceful lines that could only be seen in certain comics, which made Lin Yi's throat roll. She looked at Lin Yi with resentment and said angrily, I will go out to find a job tomorrow to make room for you. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly, Chu Fei, you think too much, it's not what you think. No need to explain. I'm going to look for a job tomorrow and won't disturb you and sister-in-law. She said and went into the bedroom. Lin Yi smiled helplessly, sank his head onto the sofa, took a deep breath, lay down comfortably, and slowly closed his eyes. Never mind. I'd better wait until the job is confirmed before dealing with this girl. At night, in a luxurious restaurant. A man in a suit was chewing steak in big mouthfuls. He was in his early 30s, with slicked back hair and an unshaven face full of laziness, and he kept making smacking sounds. Standing respectfully beside him was a man, Zhang Chufei, who had been taught a lesson by Lin Yi. Zhang Chufei stood respectfully aside, looking at the man who was eating heartily from time to time, with a very hesitant expression. Before he could speak, the man put down the knife and fork in his hand. You mean, that kid wants you to re-manage the villa? Zhang Chufei nodded, Brother Su, that guy seems to have practiced before, I am no match for him. The man took a deep breath and glanced at him with cold eyes. It's okay. I'll let Ahu go with you and teach him a lesson. I still have things to take care of at Linglong Studio, so please don't bother me in the near future. Just let Ahu decide anything. Okay, Brother Su. Zhang Chufei nodded excitedly and slowly disappeared into the restaurant. Early morning. Linglong Studio. Looking at several fair-skinned and long-legged beauties walking by, Lin Yi, who had just arrived here, felt his throat rolling uncontrollably. He picked up his cell phone and confirmed the address Ma Shuawei gave him. After confirming that it was correct, his eyes gradually became excited. Damn it! Where is the promising job that the goddess recommended to me? It is clearly a paradise for crime. It is said that people who want to be internet celebrities are not normal in their brains, but now it seems that people who don't want to be internet celebrities are not normal in their brains. Who wouldn't he be confused when looking at this bright future? Ahem. I'm telling you, if you can't pay me back within this month, don't blame me for kicking you out. Just as Lin Yu was enjoying the beautiful scenery at the front desk, a roar came from the innermost part, and the entire studio fell into silence. Then a greasy man walked out from the innermost part, walked past him, and headed out of the studio, cursing viciously, Shame on you. I'll see how long you can last. After the man left, life gradually returned to the studio. Hello, do you need any help? A staff member in the studio finally noticed Lin Yi and asked quickly. Forehead. I'm looking for Li Yuyu. Lin Yi hesitated and mentioned the friend recommended by Ma Shuawei. I don't know if it was because of the man just now, but the staff who walked out had a lot of discouragement on their faces. It's just at the innermost left. The staff member told Lin Yi coldly and immediately turned around and left. Lin Yi sighed and shook his head helplessly. Although there were many beautiful women coming and going in this studio, the overall feeling was rather gloomy, as if it was about to go bankrupt at any time. It looked like the situation was not very good. Without thinking any more, he walked into the last room. The room was only about a dozen square meters, and the lighting fixtures inside were in a mess. A woman was sitting on a chair, with a cigarette in her mouth and exhaling smoke, and her hair was messy. "Lee Yu," he called out tentatively. The woman was wearing a leather jacket and leather pants, which outlined her perfect figure. She looked like a royal sister all over. When she heard his words, she looked back with a melancholy face. She is about 27 or 28 years old. She is not absolutely beautiful, but she is pretty good. She has the potential to become an internet celebrity. "It's me, who are you looking for?" Lee Yu raised his eyebrows. "I'm looking for you. Ma Shuawei asked me to come and find you." Hearing his words, Lee Yu's beautiful eyes lit up under her eyebrows, and she looked up and down at Lin Yi carefully. She clearly remembered what Ma Shuawei said on the phone, that the person coming was a man of extraordinary ability who could definitely help her overcome the difficulties, but now it seemed that there was nothing special about him. "Oh, so it was Shuawei who recommended you. Thank you for your hard work." He gave a forced smile, put out the cigarette and slowly stood up. "I thought you were a mature uncle. Do you understand this industry?" Lin Yi could see that this mature older sister was worried, and could also feel the contempt for herself because her way of thinking was different from that of ordinary people. Others are listening to what the other person is expressing, but he is thinking about why others are expressing themselves in that way. Only in this way can he see through other people's thoughts and feel comfortable interacting with them. Forehead. "I definitely didn't develop this skill just to figure out what women are thinking." Lee Yu spoke as a mature uncle, proving that he expected a partner with stable strength. He also asked her if she knew about the industry and was eager to know her abilities, so she must have some difficulties. "It's not important to understand, but it should be able to help my sister resolve her worries." Lee Yu was startled when she heard that, then laughed out loud. "Do you know what's bothering me? No matter big or small, having a man can solve many problems. Sister, why don't you tell me about it?" Lin Yi showed her white teeth, and her dark eyes showed confidence. "That's right. Because he has money. There is nothing in the world that cannot be solved by money. If there is, it is probably because the money is not enough. It's interesting. Come to me with your brother." Lee Yu now had to admit that Lin Yi was at least much more mature and stable than the older boys of the same age. Although she was just a college student, it was at least much better than having no one to help her. Having said that, she didn't hold out much hope because her studio was indeed running out of energy. As soon as the two walked out of the room, they met a woman who was about the same age as Lee Yu. She was dressed a bit seductively and was looking at Lee Yu with her arms around her shoulders and a smile on her face. "Hey, Sister Yu, are you okay?" "Lu Min, this is my studio, you are not welcome." Lee Yu's face was ashen and her voice was cold. Being treated like this, Lu Min was not annoyed. Instead, she showed a condescending attitude and slowly said, "You misunderstood. I saw that your business was not going well, so I came to discuss the acquisition. After all, you have some small internet celebrities under you, which can be considered as resources. Now that Ling Yun has come to our company, according to your current situation, your Linglong studio will be closed in a week, and you will also owe a lot of foreign debts. It is better to sell it to us," she said with a sneer, looking sure of victory. Li Yu showed hesitation on her face. After all, Linglong studio was really in ruins now. Just when she was hesitating, Lin Yi suddenly stood up. "Sorry, we don't sell this studio." Chapter 13, The Internet Celebrity Who Kicks Someone When They're Down. "I'm sorry, we're not selling this studio, and it won't go bankrupt in a month. You can go back." Lin Yi stood up and smiled slightly, looking very calm and composed. Lu Min frowned at Lin Yi's sudden intrusion. She looked him up and down. He looked like just a college student and spoke in an unpleasant tone. "Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? I'm Sister Yu's partner, just call me Lin Yi." Lu Min was stunned when she heard this and looked at Li Yu in confusion. Li Yu hesitated for a moment, pulled Lin Yi to her side, and was about to say something when he interrupted her. "Sister Yu, believe me. This was an opportunity he had finally gotten, so he naturally couldn't miss it. Besides, it was Ma Shuawei who recommended him, so he couldn't let the goddess down. For a small internet celebrity company, the worst that can happen is that you can invest a few million anonymously, and at 1T go bankrupt. Li Yuyu was already hesitant. After all, it was the company he had run himself. After being pushed by Lin Yi, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes, Lin Yi is my partner. Unexpectedly, Lu Min burst out laughing, shook her head and said with a smile, Sister Yuyu, I thought you had some ability, but now it seems that my worries were really unnecessary. The big internet celebrity under you left, and you actually found a student to be your partner? Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Gain skill voice actor mastery. Increases mystery value by 500 points. An additional 1,500 points are added. Current mystery value, 4,000 points. Latest task, participate in work once. Mission reward, obtain skills, beautiful singing voice master level. Mystery value, 1,000 points. Beautiful singing voice, your singing skills have improved, and you can sing beautifully, evoking the deepest emotions in your heart. Recognizing his status as a partner means finding a job and naturally completing the task. The next mission reward is a beautiful singing voice, which, combined with the previous voice actor skills, will definitely play a big role in this kind of short video company. Is he a partner? Lu Min suddenly laughed, as if she heard a funny joke. Because Lin Yi is too ordinary. With the temperament of a college student, you can tell at a glance that he is a young man who has just started out. He is also dressed very ordinary and does not look like a rich kid. It is impossible for him to help Linglong Studio turn around. For a studio like this, it is not possible to successfully overcome difficulties by simply using money, because it cannot create good internet celebrities and has no monetization ability, so it will go bankrupt sooner or later. Very good. Since you are so overestimating your capabilities, we will wait and see. I hope you won't be begging us to buy you out in a week. Lin Yi smiled slightly, don't worry about this, our Linglong Studio will only get better and better. Okay, we'll see. But this time I have another thing to tell you. She clapped her hands, and several fair-skinned and beautiful female internet celebrities walked out of the workshop next to her. These female internet celebrities are all good-looking. When Li Yuyu saw them coming out of the studio, her face changed drastically. You. Sorry, Sister Yuyu, we also need to eat. Sister Lu Mei is willing to give us double the salary. Several female internet celebrities avoided my gaze, feeling a little guilty. Li Yuyu was so angry that her face turned red and she couldn't utter a word. Don't worry, you still have an internet celebrity who can take advertisements. I will take these people with me and look forward to your counterattack. Seeing her face flushed, Lu Min smiled proudly and left with everyone. After she completely left, Li Yuyu sat down on the sofa in the studio, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and then slowly drifted off to sleep. That woman just now was originally my junior, but she ended up getting together with a male internet celebrity under me, and then she jumped ship with her people to a rival company. She said with a wry smile, a gloomy look on her face, and it was obvious that she had suffered a great blow from this incident. A woman who devoted all her youth to her career fell to the bottom overnight. Only she knew the pain she felt. No, Lin Yi also knows. During his 3 years in college, he spent most of his time around young girls, so he could better understand women's hearts. This royal sister needs his help. The sacred mission has fallen upon his head. Don't be nervous, Sister Yuyu, it will be fine. Lin Yi tried to comfort her. Li Yuyu just smiled helplessly. She knew the current situation of the company best. It was basically waiting to die. Now she suddenly felt a little regretful. She regretted not selling the studio just now and had to suffer for the sake of face. Just as she was feeling melancholy, a staff member approached from a distance and said cautiously, Sister Yuyu, Xiren is on strike. What? Li Yuyu widened her eyes. What did you say? The studio is counting on her to get some advertising fees, why did she suddenly go on strike? She said the share from that dish was too small. How much does she want? 70%. 70%. Li Yuyu stood up suddenly, his face looking extremely ugly. Now the studio is running out of money, and the only artist is adding insult to injury. This is simply terrible. Lin Yi frowned slightly. No wonder Lu Min could reserve a big-name artist for Li Yuyu. She knew this guy's temper very well, so she kept him to cheat him. Don't worry, Sister Yuyu, I'll take care of it. You can take a rest. Seeing her unhappy expression, Lin Yi volunteered. Li Yuyu hesitated for a moment, knowing that Lin Yi's words were more pleasant to listen to, and she was also quite angry at the moment, so she nodded and said, You must keep her. If she leaves or goes on strike, the studio will be closed in 3 days. Lin Yi nodded and followed the staff into the studio's workshop. At this moment, under the lights in the studio, a tall and beautiful woman wearing black stockings was sitting on a simple white chair. The black stockings wrapped her perfect curves, revealing her long and beautiful legs. Her whole body exuded seduction, and she would definitely drive many men crazy. But even such a woman, with her delicate oval face full of arrogance, destroyed a lot of beauty. Next to her was a girl with equally good looks, wearing school socks and exuding an academic atmosphere. The girl was about 17 or 18 years old. Although her appearance was a little unattractive, she perfectly portrayed the spirit of youth. At this moment, she was standing timidly by the side. Sister Ran, Sister Yu has had a hard time too, so let's not kick her when she's down. What do you mean by kicking someone when they're down? This place would have gone bankrupt without me. You must get 70%. Xiren glared with her beautiful eyes, showing immense power. She has to agree today whether she agrees or not, otherwise I will resign immediately. She was very proud and looked confident. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yi walked out with narrowed eyes. Okay, then you should resign. Chapter 14, Expelling Xiren. Although Xiren was naturally beautiful, her ferocious demeanor made Lin Yi unable to form any thoughts. That's too much. How could a person be so ruthless as to kick someone when they are down? When the child was in college, there were already countless people like this, but this was the first time he had seen one since entering society. He used to scoff at this, thinking that society was not as explicit as in novels, but now it seems that there are indeed quite a few such people. 70% of the time, I won't give it to you. If you want to stay, you can stay. If you don't want to, you can leave. Ling Yan said lightly, with an expression as cold as it could be. It was hard to imagine that she was brought out by Li Yu. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Xiren still disagreed and scolded him. I am Sister Yu's partner and I have every right to ask you to get out. Lin Yi said lightly. Upon hearing his identity, Xiren was not afraid but became even more angry. When I was making a lot of advertising fees for the studio, you didn't even know where you were and asked me to get out? Do you deserve it? Ask Li Yu to talk to me. Xiren scolded again, with a look of arrogance on his face. Now she is the only one in the entire Linglong studio who can earn advertising fees, and her status is no longer the same as before. Sister Xiren, forget it. Sister Yu treats us very well on a daily basis. The preppy girl at the side pulled her to dissuade her, with a look of shame on her face, but was thrown away and fell to the ground, bumping into the props and scraping her thigh. And you, why are you pretending to be such a good person? If I hadn't been with you, you would have been starving by now. The girl squatted on the ground, covering her scraped thigh, her eyes misty and pitiful. Lin Ye's eyes flashed with coldness when he saw this scene. The girl with the preppy look was not bad looking, and she was also a bit simple, just like Chu Fei in the past. Call Li Yu to me quickly, otherwise I will go on strike today. Her attitude was extremely arrogant, making all the staff around her look extremely ugly. It's true that everyone treats her like an ancestor. Brother Lin, she is the only pillar here now. She has nearly 2 million fans. If she really goes on strike, our studio may not last more than 3 days. The staff member who brought Ling Yi here spoke slowly, his voice full of helplessness. Seeing the staff and Ling Yi whispering, Xiren guessed something and became even more arrogant. If you're scared now, apologize to me and give me 70% of the profit. Then I can consider whether to continue filming in the afternoon. However, the result that awaited her was unexpected. Lin Yi took a step forward, pulled the fallen girl up, his face ashen. The girl spoke for the studio and was thrown to the ground and had her thigh scraped. With so many people present, no one paid any attention to her. Instead, they tried to take care of an extremely arrogant female internet celebrity. How could such a company atmosphere be tolerated? So he walked straight up to the arrogant Xiren with a cold face. After mastering Tai Chi, Lin Ye's aura is different from before. Even a professional Sanda coach is no match for him, so he is a bit cold. Xiren was always being praised so highly by others, and she had never seen such an aura before. She was frightened and immediately took a few steps back. Her arrogance disappeared, but she calmed down immediately and became furious. She is now the biggest internet celebrity here. Everyone in the company treats her like a hero. Who wouldn't be very attentive when they see her? Lin Yi had just arrived here, and he actually dared to treat her like this. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her ugly face turned ferocious. I've made up my mind. I won't take any more photos today. Whoever wants to take photos can do it. Not only do you not have to shoot today, you don't have to shoot tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Lin Yi sneered. She was stunned for a moment, then smiled sarcastically. What do you mean? Are you asking me to resign? That's right, but you didn't resign. I fired you. Lin Yi nodded and said calmly to the staff member who brought him here, go, pay her salary and tell her to get out. This. The staff member looked embarrassed. He didn't expect the new boss to be so hot-tempered. Xiren was their only hope. No need, I'll go by myself. I want to see, after I leave, who of you can still shoot, and how long the studio can hold on. Xiren's face turned pale, he glared at him fiercely, and turned away. Lin Yi looked at his gradually receding figure and shook his head helplessly. This Ling Yun is too crazy, it seems like the whole studio revolves around her. Brother Lin, what should we do now? The staff member on the side looked helpless. His salary was indispensable anyway, so he just had to do things step by step. Lin Yi took a quick look at the surrounding environment. The setting was the campus scenery, and he immediately became interested. If we turn it into a situational drama, just film her, he said, pointing at the injured girl nearby. The girl and the surrounding staff were stunned at the same time, and then she quickly turned her head and said, Brother Lin, I can't do it. I can't take any photos properly without someone to guide me. Brother Lin is shy. He's fine when we follow others and film, but his expression is stiff when he films on his own. He can't even remember a dozen seconds of lines. The filming crew smiled helplessly. It's okay, just do as I say. She doesn't need to say anything. Just make sure you look good. The staff around looked around and nodded helplessly. They shot a short video according to his request and added some music selected by Lin Yi. After watching the video, Lin Yi showed excitement in his eyes. Now let us start the last step, which is dubbing. That's right. Dubbing. He has an invincible sound system provided by the system, which can lead people to feel as if they are in the scene. What he wants to do is to use this video to let all male compatriots who have regrets about their youth return to that youth and recall that missed girl. What kind of women do men love most? One is Bai Yue Guang. One is a cinnabar mole. As for the copywriting, it is very simple for Lin Yi, who has a thorough understanding of human nature. He spoke slowly into the professional recording equipment, his voice full of a certain magic that instantly pulled people back into their prime youth. That spring, I met a girl. Her smile is like bright sunshine, her. Hearing his voice, the staff around him looked nostalgic and seemed to be lost in deep memories. Finally, the recording was successful after half a minute. Lin Yi asked the staff to send out the video. The whole process took only 20 minutes and was very decisive and quick. Success. Next, we just have to wait for the results. Lin Yi smiled. The staff and the girl also showed curiosity and gathered together to see the finished product. At this moment, Li Yuyu walked in from outside, her hair standing on end in anger. Lin Yi. Chapter 15 I want her to be famous. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Skills acquired, beautiful singing voice master level. Mystery value, 1000 points. Current mystery value, 5000 points. Because the host maintains good mysterious behavior, the next mystery value reward is greatly increased. Latest assignment, work at my current job for 2 weeks. Obtained mysterious value, 5000 points. As soon as the sound of completing the task fell, he heard an angry scolding. Lin Yi. I asked you to calm Xiren down, but you actually pissed her off and she ran away. Li Yuyu's face flushed red, her voice angry. She thought she could have a good rest outside, but less than 10 minutes later she saw Xiren coming out and preparing to leave. She tried to keep Xiren and even promised him a lot of conditions, but even so, Xiren still left and left a message for her. Aren't you going to fire me? I want to see if you can keep it going. Sister Yuyu, that girl named Xiren is too arrogant. Keeping her in the company will only put the company into crisis. Lin Yi smiled slightly, not caring at all. You. I really regret believing you. First you cut off the studio's escape route, and then you fired Xiren. I was so out of my mind that I actually believed you. Li Yuyu pointed at his nose, his face full of regret. She was regretting it so much now that she actually believed a college graduate. Very good. Brother Lin's voice brought back memories of my school days. Yeah. I didn't expect short videos could be shot like this. Just when she was filled with despair, suddenly the staff beside her all praised her highly. She looked over and saw a crowd of people gathered together, not knowing what they were looking at. What are you doing? It's already this late, and you still have the leisure to laugh here. Li Yuyu's face was full of anger, and she couldn't help but scold everyone. Everyone then realized that Li Yuyu had entered the studio. The staff member who had brought Lin Yi in at the beginning even shouted with a smile, "Sister Yuyu is here. Take a look at the video that Brother Lin shot. It's absolutely amazing. I didn't expect that videos could be shot like this." Take a video? Didn't Xiren leave? She asked subconsciously. Yes, Brother Lin asked Yulei to take this photo. The man continued to answer. Yulei? Li Yuyu turned her head and saw the girl dressed in student style smiling shyly and then lowering her head. Brother Lin said that I only need to be responsible for filming. Li Yuyu suppressed her anger and walked over to check the video. She was most familiar with Yulei's situation. The girl had decent conditions, but she was a little stupid, and she was stubborn in some aspects, which was why she had always been lukewarm. Lin Yi could also see this, so he used his voice acting skills to give her a push. As long as he could boost the confidence of this little girl, she would definitely be able to replace Xiren and become the second internet celebrity with 1 million fans. Everyone moved aside to let Li Yuyu check. She didn't hold out any hope, but just sat in front of the computer on the workbench and looked at the synthesized video curiously. When she finished watching the video, she fell silent. The video was indeed well shot. He subconsciously glanced at the data, his eyes blank and his expression shocked. She seemed unable to believe the data in front of her. She rubbed her eyes and looked at it carefully again and again. Then a shocked expression was completely frozen on her face. 80% of the views? 8,000 likes? 2,000 followers? After confirming the data in front of her, she took a deep breath and her mind went blank. This video was only released less than 10 minutes ago, and it already has such an effect. This is the first time Yulei has shot a video independently. It actually has such an effect. The data is wrong? She was so shocked that she murmured in disbelief. When she came to her senses, she checked the comments. When she found that there were nearly 100 comments, excitement surged in her heart and her face flushed. Where did this blogger get his voice? The blogger's voice is so touching. The girl in this video is also very touching, I love it. Seeing that she remained silent, Lin Yi frowned and leaned forward curiously. He didn't know much about this industry, and he couldn't tell whether the data they said was good or bad, so he could only listen to them and make the final decision. Sister Yuyu, how is it? Li Yuyu was very excited now, because she never thought that without Xiren, she could still shoot such a good video. Looking at the situation, this video will definitely become popular, and the studio can also take the opportunity to make Yulei a new internet celebrity. Sister Yuyu, why don't you say anything? Is it okay? Lin Yi turned his head and looked at her, feeling a little anxious and worried. This will determine whether he can successfully complete his next mission. When he turned his head, the two faces were close to each other. Li Yuyu had a faint fragrance on her body, which was the unique mature charm of a woman of this age, which made his heart beat faster. Li Yuyu is indeed a woman who has experienced many ups and downs. She stared at him calmly without any shyness. The more she did this, the more deadly it would be. Lin Yi felt his accelerated heartbeat become extremely slow again. This feeling was like a roller coaster, making his head congested with blood. It's okay, much better than I expected. Li Yuyu smiled, like a spring breeze blowing across his restless heart, calming him down. Although his emotions had calmed down a lot, this feeling still made him feel suffocated. The fragrance exhaled by Li Yuyu rushed into his nostrils crazily, even making his nasal cavity feel hot. He quickly stood up, turned his head away and covered his nostrils, his face red to his ears. Is this the charm of a mature woman? Is this the irresistible queen? The data is not bad. I guess this one will be popular. But the next thing is more important. If we can't seize the opportunity, the studio will not be able to survive. Li Yuyu frowned slightly and fell into worry again. Making a video popular is totally useless. There are countless cases of internet celebrities who were short-lived but ultimately failed to monetize successfully, but this still cannot dispel the fear. You are too impulsive. You drove Xiren away. Now Yulei must become popular. With her conditions and our current operating capabilities, there is no way to control her. The studio will still go bankrupt. Li Yuyu, who had calmed down, despaired again. Forget it. Now that things have come to this, we can only give it a try. You don't have to follow up on the next things. I will take care of the operations. After saying this, she paused and spoke to Yulei. Yulei, get ready. We're going to shoot Z-Rant's script later. Yulei was still confused by the video, and when she heard her words, she immediately looked embarrassed. Sister Yuyu, I can't do what Sister Xiren does. You have to do it no matter how hard it is. You are the only hope now. Li Yuyu scolded. After being scolded by her, Yulei showed a pitiful expression and looked like she was about to cry. She looked at Lin Yi with grievance and pleading. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, then said confidently, there's no need to shoot a video like that. Let her follow me. I want her to be hot. The Studio 1T go bankrupt. Chapter 16 is really popular. Leave it to me. Lin Yi stood up with a look of confidence on his face. Having acquired new skills, he also had new ideas. Moreover, he did not trust the operation of Li Yuyu and others. After all, his mission required him to stay here for 2 weeks, and he absolutely could not let this studio go bankrupt easily. Li Yuyu was stunned for a moment when she heard his words, then frowned slightly. This is very important. I heard from Ma Shuawei that you had no experience before. The fact that this video became popular was just a coincidence. Only if Yulei follows our operations will she have a chance to turn things around. Lin Yi smiled helplessly upon hearing this. If you had such good operational capabilities, you wouldn't let Xiren lead you by the nose. Li Yuyu blushed slightly when she heard this. What Lin Yi said was indeed true. Although she had operational capabilities, she was lacking in them. Otherwise, she would have become like this because of the departure of an internet celebrity, and was even led by someone like Xiren. However, the current working conditions no longer allow her to continue gambling. Thinking of the video Lin Yi had just filmed, she hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, what are you going to film next? Are you going to film this type of video again? Lin Yi nodded. That's fine, let's make one as you said and give it a try. Lin Yi smiled when he heard this and started to work with everyone else. While everyone was busy, Lu Min and Xiren sat together in a coffee shop across the street from Linglong's studio. I can't believe that the college student would be stupid enough to fire you. Lu Min took a sip of coffee through the window and smiled in surprise. Xiren burst out laughing upon hearing this, and said smugly, you don't know the expression on Li Yuyu's face when she begged me just now. I usually always read her expression, but this time I finally let out a sigh of relief. Linglong's job is doomed this time. Just wait and see. In a few days, she will come to us crying and begging. As she spoke, she habitually made a phone call and subconsciously glanced at the original video account. It doesn't matter if I don't check it, I saw Yulei's newly released video at a glance, and when I heard Lin Yi's voice coming in, I was stunned. It feels so good. She quickly looked through the likes and comments. There were already tens of thousands of them, and thousands of comments. It seemed like it was going to be popular. Seeing her shocked expression, Lu Min also leaned over curiously. When she saw the video, she was also shocked and couldn't help but cry out, isn't this the little girl you've been taking care of? She can actually shoot a video that feels this way. Does Li Yuyu have this level of skill? And that voice, it sounds familiar to me. This is the voice of that college student. I didn't expect this kid to have such amazing operational capabilities. Xiren's face looked grim, and his eyes were cold. That kid? Lu Min took a breath, and the image of the young man rang in his mind. She never thought that such a fledgling college student could actually give Linglong Studio a glimmer of hope, but her surprise soon subsided. It's just a coincidence. Let's see how long they can hold out. That's right. Xiren nodded, but her eyes showed worry. She always had a bad feeling. Just wait and see, it's just a coincidence that this video has become popular. They will definitely strike while the iron is hot and release a new video, which will definitely not be as popular as this one. Lu Min smiled slightly, her face full of confidence. She was brought up by Li Yuyu herself, and she knows very well the operational level of Linglong Studio. Yeah, let's wait and see. Xiren smiled excitedly. At this time in the studio, Yulei was wearing a white dress, her face a little shy, standing under the spotlight, her whole body exuding beauty and youth. Let's get ready. Lin Yi looked at everyone and spoke softly. Li Yuyu and the others made a gesture of okay, and then the lights moved and rotated on Yulei's body, perfectly reflecting her youthful aura and beauty. When the recording was completed, Lin Yi went into a professional recording room, recorded a song, and then asked everyone to synthesize the music. Li Yuyu opened the synthesized video with curiosity, and people around gathered around. The voice is hoarse and melodious, and it draws people into the lyrics, making people stop and listen involuntarily. When the flowing lights sounded, Yulei in a white dress walked out, and suddenly a slightly hoarse voice broke into people's hearts, suddenly pulling them into the scene. If it suddenly starts to rain, I won't hide. Because I know there is someone who will protect me. If a comet hits the earth one day, it doesn't matter as long as you are my non-chief. In the blur, his college life seemed to emerge in everyone's sight. Youth. Good. And the loves that once existed. Li Yuyu even thought of her boyfriend on the university campus, her face full of memories. Is this the music being played? Such touching music. The staff behind him were all stunned and couldn't help but sigh. That's right, people like them seldom listen to music actively on weekdays, but even so, it doesn't hinder their approval of this song. Combined with Yulei's unique temperament, it can definitely remind people of the one who accompanied them in their youth. Let's send it out first and see. Li Yuyu came back to her senses and chose to publish the video. When she looked at Lin Yi again, a strange light flashed in her eyes. Ma Shuewei was right. Lin Yi was indeed a mysterious man. His singing voice might not be the best, but it was definitely the one with the most stories and the most immersive feeling. He definitely has the potential to become an internet celebrity. Lin Yi felt her gaze and smiled at her with a bright smile. This song was not only sung to match Yulei's performance, but also for his youth. Lin Yi, who is good at observing human nature, knows best that youth is a beautiful thing worth remembering for everyone, including by Yue Guang. And with his own skills, he has absolute confidence that he can surpass his previous results. 10 minutes passed. Everyone stared at the data on the computer and gasped. Li Yuyu stared at the data on the computer, her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement. How is it? Lin Yi asked expectantly, and Yulei beside her also showed curiosity. Hearing the sound, everyone turned their heads from the computer and looked at Lin Yi and the others. Li Yuyu took a deep breath and her voice trembled a little. Yulei, you're famous. 90% of the complete playback volume. At the same time, in the coffee shop opposite, Xiren and Lumen looked at the likes on their phones with an expression of embarrassment, which had exceeded 50,000 and was still soaring rapidly. Their faces were extremely ugly. Especially when the music came out, even the two of them were captivated by it, realizing that all their previous efforts were in vain. That college student really made Yulei famous. Chapter 17 Partner Yulei? Yulei is really popular. More than 50,000 likes in just over 10 minutes, how many views does that have to be? She exited the video and re-entered it, and the number of likes increased to 60,000, and the number of comments was nearly 10,000. A video like this would probably get hundreds of thousands of views in a day, if not a million, which is a result that even she has never achieved. I'm afraid that only Ling Yun, the internet celebrity under Lu Min, can achieve such results? I didn't expect this kid to actually succeed. Lu Min's face looked grim. She could never have imagined that a college student in his early 20s could actually run such a business. This immediately disrupted all their plans. But how did such a person appear? She had never heard of such a person in the entire industry. Could he be a newcomer? The moment this thought came to her mind, she shook her head and denied it. Although Lin Yi is young and looks like a recent college graduate, such operations are definitely not something a rookie can do. He must have been exposed to this industry for a long time. Maybe. It's Li Yuyu's trump card. 80,000. Xiren stared blankly at the likes above with a dazed look in his eyes. Although she has nearly 2 million fans, she has always been lukewarm and is overshadowed by Ling Yun in the studio, and her fan base is gradually decreasing. Lu Min's company promised her better treatment, but it was not a long-term solution. She thought that Li Yuyu's Linglong studio would also be on the verge of collapse, so she made this choice. But now it seems that it was wrong. With Lin Yi's operational ability, if she stayed in Linglong studio, she would definitely break through the original situation and become the next Ling Yun or even better. But I gave away such an opportunity, and the person who gave it to him was a follower who once followed me. In an instant, regret flooded into Xiron's heart like a tide, and he was close to collapse. It was clearly my chance, but I ruined it. She looked at the exquisite studio across the long street through the transparent glass of the cafe with an extremely complicated expression. Lu Min saw through her thoughts and gradually regained her composure. Then she put on a false smile and said, "Xiron, don't worry. Mr. Su from our company has a solution. Linglong Studio will go bankrupt sooner or later. Leaving is the right decision for you." When Xiron heard her words, his expression became a little better. That's right, the reason for leaving Linglong Studio was not only because of these problems, but the most important point was that the company Lu Min jumped to was extraordinary. The investment boss of Awakening Culture is a boss named Su. He is a veritable rich second generation in this city. His investments involve various fields and he has a wide circle of friends. I heard that all the villa streets in this city are owned by Mr. Su. Rumor has it that no company that went against this boss ended up having a good ending, and some were even driven crazy. When she thought of this, she became more certain of her choice and felt extremely fortunate. Even if Lin Yi is really capable, he is just a college graduate. Compared with the power of the Su family, he is insignificant. Lin Yi, let you be proud for a while. The two looked at Linglong Studio and had the same thought in their minds, and then left the cafe together. At this time, in the workshop of Linglong Studio, Li Yuyu and many staff members were immersed in joy. They did not expect that the troublesome problem was solved so easily by Lin Yi. When Yulei heard this, she held her phone in disbelief and saw the number of views and likes on her account. Her clear eyes revealed joy and excitement. Perhaps she had never had such an illusion before, that one day she would become popular, or perhaps she thought that her future life would be prosperous. Her delicate little face gradually turned red with excitement. The moment Xiron left, she was actually panicking. Without Xiron to lead her, she simply didn't have the courage to shoot on her own. If it weren't for Lin Yi pushing her to shoot, she would never have achieved such results. She looked at the young man beside her who was smiling with satisfaction, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange color, and her heart was full of gratitude. "What do you think? I said you can become famous, right?" Lin Yi smiled slightly. It can be seen that Yulei is very excited, but it is no wonder. She probably has her own difficulties in working at her age. Becoming a million-level internet celebrity may be out of reach for her. So I am excited, and that is understandable. Neither is easy. Thank you, Brother Lin. Yulei excitedly gave him a 90-degree gesture, which looked extremely exaggerated, but on her it looked extremely cute. "Brother Lin, if you have anything in the future, just tell me. I'm willing to help you with anything," she said with a blushing face, her face full of sincerity. She was wearing a clean white dress with delicate makeup still on her face. She exuded a strong youthful aura and vigorous vitality, making Lin Yi feel like his heart was melting. Sure enough, men of all ages like 18-year-old girls. I don't know if she has a boyfriend. "Brother Lin, is there anything I can help you with?" Yulei tilted her head and looked at him with curiosity, looking very cute. Her temperament is different from Chu Fei's. Chu Fei looks cute, but has the kindness and familiarity of a girl next door, but Yulei is that kind of silly and naive sister who is lovable. Forehead. Not yet. His eyes unconsciously glanced at the exposed white skin on her body. He turned his head away awkwardly, suppressed the anger in his heart, and coughed awkwardly. "Lin Yi, I misunderstood you before." Li Yuyu stood up from her seat and walked towards him. She was in a very good mood now. When she thought about how she had misunderstood Lin Yi's dismissal of Xiron, her face was full of apology. "You're too kind, Sister Yuyu. This was just a coincidence. I didn't expect it to have such a good effect. You are too modest." These two videos directly made Yulei popular. There are not many people like her. She must have charmed many young girls when she was in college, right? She said jokingly. "Yes, Brother Lin is very outstanding." Yulei quickly took over the conversation, looking at Lin Yi with eyes showing an unconcealable brilliance and admiration. Being stared at by her like a little fangirl, Lin Yi's face turned red. Li Yuyu saw this scene, and the smile on her lips became more and more intense. She was an experienced person and could see through these things at a glance. "Yes, your Brother Lin is indeed excellent. He will be your agent from now on, and you must help Linglong overcome her difficulties. I guarantee to complete the task." Yulei suddenly became lively and stuck out her tongue cutely. "Okay, you guys talk about the next work. I still need to deal with some things about Lu Min." She turned and walked out of the workshop, picking up her cell phone. Slide to unlock and send a text message. Shoo away, if you don't come back, your boyfriend will be snatched away. Chapter 18, 3 Women, 1 Drama. In a Seaview villa, by the swimming pool. Ma Shuawei was lying on the bed wearing a sexy blue bikini. Her fair skin added to her charm. Although she weighed only about 80 pounds, her bones were not visible at all. Her tight figure made her look even more perfect. With a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, she looked down at the bikini on her body, and her pretty face gradually turned red. It turns out that I can also control this kind of wind. As soon as she finished speaking, the cell phone beside her vibrated. She picked up her phone and saw that the note was Yu. She happily clicked on the incoming voice message and then heard a teasing voice. Shoo away, if you don't come back, your boyfriend will be snatched away by someone else. Ma Shuawei's smile gradually faded, and finally froze on her face, and she sat up suddenly. On the night she returned to Jintai Mansion, she received a call from her father, who said he missed her, so she was taken to the nearby city by the housekeeper overnight because her father was there. Damn Lin Yi, I sent you to find a job, why did you ask me to find my sister instead? Ma Shuawei's pretty face showed a hint of anger. But she immediately regained her composure, a blush spreading across her cheeks. Really? What was I thinking? He's not my boyfriend. Muttering, she lay back down in the rocking chair and sent a message to Li Yu. What nonsense are you talking about? We are just friends. By the way, how is he doing at work? Is everything going well? After sending the message, Ma Shuawei's peach blossom eyes rippled, and when she heard Li Yu's voice again, she sat up. This guy you introduced me to is very reliable. He's single, right? I'm very interested, thank you. Hearing Li Yu's voice, Ma Shuawei's expression showed struggle. Finally, she took a deep breath, stood up and walked into the villa, swiping her mobile phone and sending a text message. Dad, I have something to do, so I'll go back first. In Linglong's studio, seeing that Ma Shuawei did not reply to the text message, Li Yu smiled with a look of success, put the phone in his trouser pocket, and muttered to himself. You talk so stubbornly, but your actions are quite honest. She and Ma Shuawei were close friends, so she naturally knew this girl very well. However, she was really grateful to this girl for sending her such a savior. Looking into the studio, I saw Yulei, who was usually timid, following behind Lin Yi with a bright smile on her face. Brother Lin, do you have a girlfriend? Yulei followed Lin Yi, like a child asking a question, her face full of anticipation. This. Lin Yi didn't expect her to suddenly ask such a question. Damn it. I'm panicking. That's right, he panicked. With his observation of human nature, how could he not see what Yulei was thinking? How could any man not like such an innocent, cute, and enthusiastic girl? But he hesitated, because the images of Ma Shuawei and Chu Fei flashed through his mind. The two women were already difficult to deal with, and now there was another one. It's cute though. But he doesn't want to give up the other two. What to do? Just when he was at a loss, Li Yu, who was not far away, opened the door of the studio and waved at her with a very serious expression. Lin Yi, come here for a moment. Lin Yi let out a long sigh and ran out quickly. After escaping from Yulei, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Who could deal with such a cute fangirl? Li Yu couldn't help but chuckle when she saw his embarrassment. What's the matter, our big brother Lin? Sister Yu, please stop teasing me. If you have something to say, just tell me now. I'll go back first after I've said that. My sister is still waiting for me at home. Lin Yi looked helpless and subconsciously pointed outside. Chu Fei was indeed waiting for him at home. When he was about to go out today, he saw Chu Fei hesitated to speak. Because he was in a hurry, he did not consider her. He tried to contact her by cell phone, but she didn't say anything. Li Yu was stunned. Which sister? Is it Xu Wei? Lin Yi rolled her eyes. Sister Yu, I thought you were very serious. Am I not serious? Li Yu rolled her eyes, then her expression turned serious. I have something serious to tell you. Xu Wei might be back in a couple of days, and she's more likely to come to the company, so I have a difficult task for you. What mission? Catch her and let her come here to be an internet celebrity. Li Yu showed her white teeth, her eyebrows dancing with joy. She is the precious daughter of the Ma family. I have tried many times to get her to join us but failed. I think you can do it. She patted his shoulder. "Brother, if you succeed, I will give you a kiss," she said, blinking her eyes. Lin Yi was really moved by Li Yuyu's enthusiasm. He now understood that although Li Yuyu was a queen, she was an open queen. "Don't joke with me, Sister Yuyu, let's get down to business. I'm just telling you something serious." Seeing her serious expression, which didn't seem like she was joking, Lin Ye's expression gradually became serious as well, and he asked tentatively, "Could it be that the company is already in trouble?" Li Yuyu insisted on getting Ma Shu away to join the team. She must have her reasons. The only problem he could think of was that there was a problem with the company's funds. After all, since he came here, he had been hearing people around him talk about the situation of Linglong Studio. "My brother is really smart." Li Yuyu smiled bitterly and nodded. "Let's not talk about the venue and salary issues for now. Once Xiren leaves, the company may have to pay compensation for all subsequent advertising fees. As for getting Xiren to pay this compensation, it will probably take a long time." At this point, her voice paused, and she continued, "Xiren is right. Without her, I probably wouldn't be able to survive for 3 days. Besides, the company Lumin has switched to is very powerful, and they won't let us breathe." Lin Yi listened, his expression gradually becoming serious. "Why don't you just tell Shui Wei directly?" Li Yuyu scratched his head awkwardly, revealing a melancholy expression. "Shui Wei's willingness to help me is her business, not her family's. But if she joins the company, things will be different. Her father will definitely help us." Lin Yi nodded. This matter is indeed very important. After all, the mission requires him to stay here for 2 weeks. But he didn't want to drag Ma Shu away into this. 3 women made a drama, and he didn't want to watch it. "Don't worry, Sister Yuyu, I'll take care of this matter." He and Li Yuyu briefly discussed some work matters and then drove back home. When he opened the door, he immediately smelled the smell of alcohol. Following the smell of alcohol, Lin Yi stood there in a daze. I saw Chu Fei lying on the sofa, her little face flushed, wearing a white suspender, tilting her head back and gulping down beer. Most of the wine flowed down her neck, soaking her entire collar, and her graceful figure was faintly visible. Chapter 19 Investing in Linglong. Chu Fei raised the can in her hand and gulped down the drink. The drink flowed down her wheat-colored neck, completely revealing her white suspenders and highlighting her subtle lines. Lin Yi looked at the empty bottles on the ground and frowned. Why does this girl drink so much? He picked up a towel and walked over to her side, snatched the unfinished beer from her, and wiped her face. Chu Fei's mental state was very bad, and she looked like she was almost drunk. She felt someone wiping her face and opened her eyes with difficulty. "Brother!" When she saw it was Lin Yi, she called out with a stiff tongue. She didn't know where she got the strength from, but she hugged him, holding his neck tightly with both hands, which made Lin Yi's face turn red. Feeling the unique direction of Chu Fei, which even the smell of alcohol could not conceal, Lin Yi hesitated, especially when he felt a little softness on his chest, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. Although Chu Fei was drunk, he was still able to speak clearly. His voice was a little stiff. "Brother, can you please not look for my sister-in-law?" She hugged Lin Yi tightly, and as soon as she finished her words, she completely lost her strength and fell into his arms. "I don't have much. It's still drinkable." Holding Chu Fei and feeling the softness in his arms, Lin Yi felt his breathing become heavier. But at this moment, the figures of Ma Shuewei and Yulei flashed through his mind, and he immediately shook his head and came to his senses. He sighed, wiped the alcohol off her body, sent her back to the room, took a cold shower himself, and then sat on the sofa, feeling melancholy. It was true that he and Chu Fei were childhood sweethearts, but they hadn't seen each other for 3 years, and their relationship was no longer the same as before. These 3 years were too long for him. He has grown up and has forgotten his days in the small village, so he must be rational. Thinking of the company issues that Li Yuyu had discussed with him, he opened his phone and added the company's WeChat ID through the cooperation method of Yulei's short video account. After hesitating for a moment, he sent a text message. "Hello, are you interested in cooperation? I can invest." After sending this message, he left another contact information. That's right, because of the mission, he absolutely cannot let Linglong Studio go bankrupt, and it is impossible for him to persuade Ma Shuewei to join the team, so he can only impersonate it himself. The thing he has the most right now is money. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, his cell phone rang. He coughed, cleared his throat, and answered the phone. "Hello?" The voice that came out of his throat was hoarse and mature, sounding like a man in his 30s, with only a hint of his own charm in it. Anyone else would recognize this voice as his. Maybe if they persisted they could find a point, but what would that prove? Hello, is this Mr. Yi Lin? Li Yuyu's voice came from the other end of the phone, obviously with a bit more joy. Yi Lin, this is the fake name left by Lin Yi. It is just his real name reversed. However, Li Yuyu was obviously immersed in joy and did not notice the abnormality at all. Yes, is it Miss Yulei? He asked knowingly. I like you very much, so I want to make friends with you. The videos you posted are very touching, and the company you are in also has great potential, so I want to invest in you. Lin Yi went straight to the point and spoke deliberately. Mr. Yi, I'm her agent, but there's no problem cooperating. Are you in this city? We can discuss in detail. Lin Yi deliberately laughed a little arrogantly when he heard this. I'm not in this city for the time being. I will be back soon. Miss Yuyu, just tell me how much money you need to invest. I'm not short of money. Li Yuyu on the other end fell silent, but based on his understanding of her, this woman was probably covering her phone with her hand, thinking about something. Women. Is 1 million okay? Li Yuyu asked tentatively. 1 million? Lin Yi frowned. As a studio, it needed an investment of 1 million. It seemed that Linglong Studio was indeed in a critical situation. He laughed deliberately, with a hint of sarcasm in his laughter. At Linglong's workplace, Li Yuyu was startled when she heard the other party's slightly sarcastic laughter and quickly changed her words. 500,000 is also acceptable, Mr. Yi. I can give you 40% of the studio's profit and assets. After saying this, her heart skipped a beat. 500,000 is not a lot at all, and it is not worth getting so much. But now this is the only way to solve the company's urgent need for coal. Once Yulei's account is up and running, everything will be easy. 3 million. I'll give you 3 million, and we'll split it in half, but I'm going to have dinner with Miss Yulei when I get back. Lin Yi said with a feigned cheerfulness. Only with this attitude would Li Yuyu not suspect him of anything, and he didn't want to be discovered. If you have performed well in the previous tasks and are about to obtain a large amount of mystery value, you can perform a 10-draw streak. He hung up the phone without giving Li Yuyu any chance. Li Yuyu is a smart woman. If she talks too much, it will definitely arouse suspicion and lead to people discovering something unusual. In the studio, Li Yuyu looked at the hung-up phone, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Although the other party looked like a wealthy second-generation man with great wealth, she could hear Lin Yi's tone in his words, especially when he called her Yuyu. They were very similar. Am I overthinking it? She thought for a while, then walked out of the office and into the studio. Su Xing Culture, inside the CEO's office. Lu Min stood respectfully in front of the desk, with her head lowered and a layer of sweat on her forehead. She glanced at the man sitting behind the desk, fear in her eyes. He was a man in his early 30s, dressed in a suit and tie, with his hair combed back. He lay in a chair with his legs resting on the desk, a cigar in his mouth. The office was extremely quiet and the atmosphere was extremely heavy. He took a deep breath, blew out the dark circles under his eyes, took out his mobile phone and opened the short video. A slightly hoarse voice with an extremely vivid feeling sounded in an instant. If it suddenly starts to rain, I won't hide. Because I know there is a... The man threw the phone onto the table, his eyes gleaming coldly, his voice icy. Tell me, what's going on? Lu Min shuddered when she heard the man's words, fear in her eyes. She said in horror, Boss Su, I didn't lie to you. It was that woman Yuyu who suddenly found a partner from nowhere. It's a college student named Lin Yi. Don't worry, even if there is this person, they can't afford the penalty and will definitely not last more than 3 days. The man stood up suddenly when he heard her words and stared at her with a hiss, his face full of curiosity. Wait, what's the name of this college student? Lin Yi? As he spoke, a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 20 Su Zihan starts a fight. You said his name is Lin Yi? The man smiled. He suddenly remembered a guy that one of his men named Zhang Chufei had told him about a few days ago. Yes, Mr. Su. Lu Min nodded quickly and looked at him tremblingly. She knew Mr. Su's methods best. He was known to be terrifying. Some timid people in the company would lose their focus on work for the whole day after seeing him. It's quite interesting. It seems that Su Zihan will have some fun. President Su showed a cruel smile and then waved at Lu Min. Go down. Don't forget what you promised the company. If Linglong Studio doesn't close down within half a month, you don't have to come anymore. Hearing that she could leave, Lumin breathed a sigh of relief and fled the office like a flash. Seeing him leave, Suzy dialed the phone and put it to his ear. After a few seconds, the call was connected and he spoke with a smile. Ahu, check the situation of that kid named Linyi in this city and see if he has any relatives or connections. Yes, boss. After hanging up the phone, he leaned on the table with his fingers crossed and narrowed his eyes slightly. You'd better have a strong enough backing to play with me, otherwise you'll live a life worse than death. Ache. Lin Yi, who had just woken up at home, sneezed. Could it be that someone is thinking about me? Beautiful figures flashed through my mind. Ma Shuawei, Yulei, and Li Yuyu. When he was immersed in his own fantasy, a shadow suddenly appeared beside him. When he looked up, he saw Chu Fei staring at him angrily, with her big eyes wide open. Bird thin. His sister glared at him fiercely, her voice gritting her teeth. Lin Yu was stunned at first, then revealed a smug smile and said righteously, What nonsense are you talking about? I was the one who took care of you yesterday. I carried you into the house and then I slept on the sofa. Well. Fortunately, I am rational, otherwise how can I face the questioning in this situation? Unexpectedly, Chu Fei not only did not calm down, but her face turned red with anger. She turned around and walked directly into the bathroom, and her angry voice was heard. It's worse than a skinny bird. The smug smile on his face froze, and Lin Yi stood there in a daze. What's going on? He was absent-minded for a while, then he finished tidying himself up, changed into a new set of clothes, and then prepared to go out angrily. Where are you going? I found a job yesterday, in a big company called Manta. I'll be moving out soon to make room for you. Chu Fei said with a stern face, walked out of the room and slammed the door shut, leaving Lin Yi with a confused look on his face. Manta Ray? Is it such a coincidence? He scratched his head helplessly, found the person in charge of Manta Ray Investment, and sent him a text message. This is good. Chu Fei's entry into the Manta Ray can make him feel more at ease. After a quick wash, he drove to Linglong's studio. When he saw Li Yuyu, she was full of energy and her face was full of smiles. This shows how happy she is now. Seeing him coming to the studio, Li Yuyu grabbed him and stared at him with her beautiful eyes. Lin Yi, did you look for Ma Shuawei yesterday? Feeling her interrogating gaze, Lin Yi remained calm and deliberately looked confused. What? I didn't look for it. What's wrong? Li Yuyu carefully looked at him, and seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, she looked away. It's okay, I was just asking casually. Lin Yi did break out in a cold sweat, thinking that this woman's sixth sense was indeed terrifying. I used my voice acting skills to perfection, even my tone was the opposite of my usual attitude, yet I was still suspected. Hurry up and go in and shoot the video. Everyone is waiting for you now. You are already the mainstay of Linglong Studio. Lin Yi didn't say much, but went into the studio to shoot a video with everyone. With his investment of 3 million, the entire Linglong Studio came back to life. Especially since Yulei has become popular now, Linglong Studio can be said to have completely overcome the difficulties. 2 weeks passed in a flash, and the work at Linglong Studio went smoothly. Not only that, Lin Yi also received a message from Manta Ray Investment, saying that Chu Fei was working actively and would soon face his first promotion. On the day when he had agreed with Zhang Chufei to inspect the villa, he heard the system prompt sound after he finished his morning work. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Obtain 5,000 mystery points. Latest task, find a part-time side job. Mission reward, mystery value 2,000 points. Bonus skill, level 10 speed racing. Level 10 speed racing ability boosts your adrenaline and lets you experience the thrill of mysterious driving skills. Huaxia currency, 10 million. The mystery value has reached 10,000 points. Do you want to do 10 consecutive draws? Yes. Without any hesitation, I chose 10 consecutive draws. Bite. Get a reward, Commercial Street. Details have been sent to your phone. Reward, Secret Codex of the Holy Doctor. An integrated collection of holy doctors from ancient times to the present, including acupuncture, pharmacological massage, surgery, etc. Reward, a stunning female secretary. She can help you manage your business and her contact information will be sent to your phone. The system's voice fell, and his phone vibrated. Immediately afterwards, messages came into his mobile phone and his brain. As if it were a natural memory, the holy medical book was stored in his mind. As expected, the reward cow is given for 10 consecutive draws. It seems that my decision to choose 10 consecutive draws is correct. He glanced at the time and Li Yuyu said hello, got on the Maserati, and sped towards Villa Street. However, what he didn't know was that when he just left Linglong Studio, a black car stopped at the door of the studio, and then a man got out of it. The man in a suit and tie with slicked back hair was Su Zihan. Coming down with him was a woman who looked like his assistant, tall and hot. Su Zihan looked at the exquisite studio in front of him, a hint of sarcasm on his face, and asked his assistant, "How's the situation over there?" The woman showed her a standard smile and said to her respectfully, "Boss Su has already heard about Sister Lin Yi. She is now at the Manta Ray Investment Company and has already sent someone there." "What about Ahu?" "He brought more than a dozen people to the Villa Street in person. That kid definitely can't run away," the female assistant said, taking out a contract from her hand. "This is the leasehold rights for this commercial street. With this contract, everyone in Linglong Studio must get out today." Su Zihan chuckled softly when he heard the female assistant's words. His laughter was extremely proud, and he nodded with satisfaction. Let's go in," he said as he walked into Linglong Studio with his assistant. On the other side, Lin Yi, who had just arrived at number 15 Villa Street, parked the car. Before he could enter the villa, more than a dozen people in black rushed out from both sides of the villa gate and surrounded him. Chapter 21, Rushing back to Linglong Studio. As soon as Lin Yi opened the car door, a dozen ruffian-looking men in black surrounded him. Surrounded by a dozen strong men and stared at closely, even Lin Yi had a solemn expression. At this moment, Zhang Chufei squeezed in from behind the strong man and looked at him with a smug look on his face. "I didn't expect you to actually come here and seek death. So, do you still want me to repair your villa?" Don't think that Lin Yi would be so scared that he would beg for mercy directly. Unexpectedly, his expression was indifferent and very calm. "So, you didn't rebuild my villa for me? The villa cannot be built, but you can still repair it," he said and waved his hand violently. "Go ahead, beat him to death. If anything goes wrong, Boss Su will be there for you." The several strong men in black in front of them started waving their fists, but the next moment everyone looked shocked. Lin Yi, who looked completely disproportionate, twisted his body, and his palms were in the shape of Tai Chi. In no time, he knocked several strong men to the ground. For a moment, more than a dozen strong men were unable to knock down a college student, and were knocked to the ground one by one. Zhang Chufei looked at the battle with a ferocious face. As the strong men were knocked down one by one, his expression changed from ferocious to serious, and finally to shocked. This guy is really good at fighting. Is he really a college student? This is on par with the martial arts masters in the movies. When the last burly man in black was knocked down, Lin Yi slowly walked towards Zhang Chufei, scaring him so much that he stepped back repeatedly with horror on his face, and shouted towards the villa yard. "Brother Tiger. Anyone else?" She frowned, stopped, hugged her shoulders, and looked at him with a smile. Li Yi, who was proficient in Tai Chi, was not panicked at all. Anyway, he had to communicate clearly with Zhang Chufei today, so he was not in a hurry to find out who this man called brother who was. A strong man walked out of the villa. He was 2 meters tall, strong and muscular, with a ferocious look on his face, just like a real tiger. Feeling the oppression from the man, Lin Yi's expression became particularly solemn. To protect Xiaohu files from piracy, choose Xiaohu when searching for book robots. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. Brother who seemed particularly calm. He walked to Zhang Chufei's side, turned his head to look at the men lying on the ground, and stared at Lin Yi with curiosity. "Did you take down all these people by yourself?" The people he brought with him had been following him around for years, and each of them was a top-notch fighter. However, it was really surprising that so many people were defeated by a college student. So what? Lin Yi showed no fear at all. Although brother who was strong, he may not be his opponent. He knows the essence of Tai Chi best. Brother who pondered for a moment, his expression seemed to show a struggle, then he regained his composure and walked straight towards him. "It's a pity that you have such skills. If I had discovered it a few days earlier, I might have considered letting you follow me. But now Brother Su said that I must teach you a profound lesson." As he opened his mouth, he had already arrived in front of Li Yi, and his thick arms came down to smash towards her face. Lin Yi tried to relieve the force in the usual way, and was knocked down directly. Who also staggered a few steps and almost fell down. "I didn't expect you still have a few more tricks up your sleeve, but that's all. In front of absolute strength, all techniques are just fancy moves." He reached in again, like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. Lin Ye's face changed drastically and he retreated subconsciously. If Ahu hugged me, I would be crushed to pieces. Even if my life was not in danger, I would probably have to stay in the hospital for several months. So he absolutely could not be caught by Ahu. In a hurry, he touched a few pieces of gravel with his hand, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and he threw them out quickly. Seeing his frivolous behavior, Ahu laughed sarcastically. His body had been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations, and not only a few pieces of gravel, but even a sharp knife or blade could not stop his attack this time. But the next second, something shocking happened. Several pieces of gravel hit him in different places, causing him to lose control of his body in an instant. He lost all his strength and fell straight on Lin Yi. You turned him over as well, standing up yourself and clapping your hands together. He used his own secret book of holy clothes to hit Ahu's various acupuncture points, making him unable to move. He knocked Ahu unconscious and walked towards Zhang Chufei. At this time, Zhang Chufei was completely frightened and stood there. He knew best how powerful Ahu was. He had seen Ahu challenge a small gang of dozens of people alone without suffering any harm. Such a tough fighter was actually defeated by Lin Yi just by casually swinging a few pebbles? Why? While he was distracted, Lin Yi had already picked him up. What are you going to do? You can't touch me, otherwise Brother Su will never let you go. Brother Su? That's right, Brother Su is my boss. This entire villa street belongs to him. If you go against him, you will die. Zhang Chufei shouted hurriedly, trying to use Su Zihan's identity to force Lin Yi to retreat. When Su Zihan was mentioned, Zhang Chufei calmed down a lot. Not only did he calm down, but he also said threateningly, "This is a place with 4 or 5 kinds of things. Even if you deal with Ahu, it will be useless. You have a younger sister, right? She's working at Manta Ray Investments right now. I advise you to think about your family as well as yourself." His words made Lin Ye's heart skip a beat and his expression darkened. He punched him in the chest, his voice filled with chill. "You're courting death. Tell me, where is the Mr. Su you mentioned?" He never thought that a small person like Zhang Chufei would involve his family. "You won't know unless you kneel down and beg me." Seeing his excited look, concubine Zhang Shu really laughed. However, at this moment, Ahu's cell phone vibrated not far away. Lin Yi had an idea and picked up the phone. The words Mr. Su were displayed on it. When the call was connected, a cold voice came from the other end. "Ahu, how's it going? Has that kid been dealt with? After cleaning up, bring him to Linglong Studio and let him know the consequences of offending me." Before Su Zihan's voice had completely fallen, Yu hung up the phone. At the same time, his mobile phone also received a message, which was sent by Manta Ray Investment. It was just a few words, but it made him feel relieved. "Boss Lin, someone has kidnapped your sister. They have all been subdued now. Please don't worry." After seeing this message, he breathed a sigh of relief that night, got into his white Maserati and stepped on the accelerator. The sound of the engine rang out, and Lin Ye's eyes narrowed into slits, with a dangerous light flashing. "Mr. Su? Wait for me." Chapter 22 Slap Su Zihan in the face. In Linglong Studio, Su Zihan, sitting on the sofa, looked at the phone in his hand that was hung up, his brows furrowed. "Hang up on me?" His voice was filled with irritation. Taking a deep breath, he dialed the number again, but the call was disconnected again after a few seconds. Beep. The lingering sound from the phone made Su Zihan's face gradually gloomy and his neck tensed. No one has ever dared to hang up on him, especially Ahu, his personal bodyguard, who has never experienced such a situation before. This kid is really bold. Wait until he comes and see how I deal with him. The angry roar echoed throughout the Linglong Studio, and then he stood up and pulled him into the workshop. At this time, all the staff in the workshop were gone. Only Liu Yu and Yulei were left with their hands and feet tied with ropes and being watched by 2 men in black. Seeing him walk in with a ferocious face, Yulei's eyes immediately became misty and tears streamed down her face. She was just an 18-year-old girl. When had she ever seen such a scene? At noon, she was still discussing the video with the staff. Then the man came in with a group of men in black. It was unknown what he said to Sister Yu, and then he asked everyone to leave and wait for notification from the studio. She also wanted to leave, but because she was changing clothes, she was delayed for a while. When she came out again, she was tied up together with Sister Yu. Su Zihan pulled out a dagger, played with it in his hand, and squatted in front of the 2 of them. He stared at Yulei fiercely and said jokingly, "Are you Lin Ye's partner?" Yulei was so frightened that she didn't know what to do, so she could only nod subconsciously. He looked at Li Yuyu on the other side and smiled coldly. So Lin Yi is a new partner? Now I'm giving you a chance to tell me where this guy came from and what his background is. Su Zihan calmed down and vaguely guessed something. It is almost impossible for Ah Hu not to answer his call. It is very likely because of some reasons of Lin Yi. Maybe Lin Yi is not an ordinary college student, and the forces behind him should not be underestimated. Li Yuyu is not like Yulei, she is still a child. Although she was also nervous, she managed to calm down. She looked at Su Zihan in front of her and said hesitantly, I don't know. He was recommended by a friend of mine. I heard he's very talented, but I don't know exactly what he does. She knew that only a vague answer would make Su Zihan even more wary. Don't know? Don't you know that he and your partner are partners? Su Zihan laughed when he heard this, and his laughter was creepy. Okay, you don't know. I'll let you know. He said lightly, took out a bag of white powder from his arms, and grabbed Li Yuyu's chin. Li Yuyu was startled by someone suddenly grabbing her chin. When she saw the white powder in Su Zihan's hand, her face showed horror. Although she didn't know what it was, she vaguely guessed something. I really don't know. However, the heartless Su Zihan ignored her completely and prepared to pour all the white powder into Li Yuyu's mouth with an extremely ferocious expression. Stop! At this moment, an angry voice was heard and Su Zihan looked up. He saw a young man in black sportswear standing in front of the studio door, looking at him angrily, with still some childishness on his face, giving people the feeling that he was a college graduate. Are you Lin Yi? He raised his eyebrows and smiled. He was quite surprised that Lin Yi could come back. It seemed that this kid did have some background. He probably got the news somewhere and rushed back. That's right. This person is Lin Yi, who rushed back from Villa Street in a hurry. Seeing that Li Yuyu and the other two were still safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief and ran straight towards them, completely ignoring Su Zihan. Boy, I'm talking to you. When Su Zihan saw that Lin Yi ignored him, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he stabbed the dagger in his hand directly at Lin Yi, which made Li Yuyu and Yulei exclaim. Bang! Lin Yi casually knocked the dagger out of Su Zihan's hand, took the dagger, and directly walked over Su Zihan to untie the ropes on the two women. From the time they came into view of the crowd to the time the ropes tied to the two men were untied, it took less than half a minute, so fast that many people did not react. Li Yuyu looked at the calm-faced man in front of her, her mind going blank. Is this guy really a college student? The two moves just now were not something a normal person could do. She suddenly remembered that when she asked Ma Shuawei about Lin Yi's origins, she didn't get any information. Could it be that this guy is really not an ordinary person? Brother Lin. Yulei threw herself directly into his arms and choked with sobs. It seemed that she was really scared. It's okay, I'm here, don't be afraid. Nothing? Su Zihan sneered. He waved his hand, and 7 or 8 strong men in black clothes in the room surrounded him, and he even showed a sarcastic smile. Boy, I don't know how you managed to avoid Ah Hu, but you actually dared to come to me. You really don't take me, Su Zihan, seriously. Looking around the entire commercial street, who doesn't know my name? I'm sorry, I really don't know. Lin Yi slowly stood up. He didn't want to waste time talking and walked straight towards Su Zihan. The men in black who were coming towards him were knocked down in a few seconds. In just over 10 seconds, he was in front of Su Zihan. Su Zihan didn't expect Lin Yi to be so powerful, and a look of fear appeared on his face. He has been in the industry for so long, but this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. Usually, Ah Hu is by his side, so he doesn't have to worry about his own safety at all. But the nervousness disappeared in a few seconds, replaced by calmness. He looked at Lin Yi and smiled sarcastically. So what if you have some skills? I might as well tell you that my people have already sent someone to pick up your sister. Ray investment, right? I thought Lin Yi's face would change drastically and then he would beg for mercy, but the expected thing did not happen. Instead, Lin Yi handed him a mobile phone. Call your people and ask. When Su Zihan saw the phone Lin Yi handed to him, his pupils contracted, because this phone was clearly my phone, Ah Hu. The cell phone is in Lin Yi's hand, which proves that Lin Yi did not return along the same route, but went to Villa Street and came back under Ah Hu's hands. He looked at Lin Yi with an indifferent expression, and his throat rolled. Gulp. He nervously dialed a number and then put the phone to his ear. Hello? You are the leader of these kidnappers, right? We, the manta rays, have already reported the incident to the police. Wait for legal action. Chapter 23 The commercial street is also mine. The voice on the phone belonged to a strange man, a voice that Su Zihan was completely unfamiliar with. Although the voice was unfamiliar, he could hear what was said clearly. His people were arrested and the police were called directly. I'm Su Zihan, the son of the Su family. Su Zihan, who had calmed down, sounded a little anxious. His family is very powerful, so at least he won't be arrested if he reveals his name. He also knows about Manta Ray Investment. Although it is doing well, it is not a top-tier company and will not fight to the death with their Su family. However, Su, your uncle, you dare to touch anyone, just wait for death. A voice came from the other end of the phone, and then hung up. Su Zihan put down the phone with a grim expression. This time, he finally panicked. He looked at Lin Yi, who had a calm expression, and said in a somewhat unwilling voice, "Who are you? What is your relationship with Manta Ray Investment?" Lin Yi must have something to do with Manta Ray Investment, otherwise Manta Ray would never fall out with their Su family just for a little woman. He was really harmed by Lu Min. This is not an ordinary college student, he is clearly a traitor backed by huge capital. Isn't this just shooting oneself in the foot? Do you have anything else to say? Lin Ye's expression was indifferent. Such a person was not worth his attention. In a society ruled by law, someone would naturally punish him. Forced into a desperate situation, Su Zihan suddenly laughed. The laughter started from a low voice and expanded to a larger arc, finally turning into a wild laugh. Ha 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 ha. So what? Your studio is ruined. Besides, my people are already targeting you. It's impossible for you to run a studio anymore. I heard that Linglong Studio still has a lot of debts. Let's see how you can pay it back. As he said that, he took out a contract from his arms and threw it at Lin Yi. This is the right to use this commercial street. I now have the right to temporarily manage all the properties. Now I want you to get out immediately. Furthermore, the original contract required 10 years of use and immediate delivery. Since you didn't immediately pay the full 10 million renminbi after our discussion, you must pay me the full amount now. Otherwise, you will be liable for breach of contract and must pay double the monthly liquidated damages. 10 years, there is such a contract? Lin Yi took the contract and turned to look at Li Yuyu. Li Yuyu only gave a bitter smile, his face looking grim. There's nothing we can do. The contracts here are all like this, but no one has ever actually fulfilled them. I didn't expect it to be like this. If you can't produce it, you are also a fraud. Su Zihan looked at Lin Yi and sneered complacently. However, Lin Yi was not panicked at all, because this entire commercial street belonged to him. The commercial street that had just been rewarded was this entire street. In other words, this contract of Su Zihan was most likely lent to him by the original owner of this commercial street. Although it is valid, that was without the intervention of Lin Yi. Lin Yi, kneel down and apologize now. It's still not too late for the manta race to stop. If I go in, I can still find a way to get out. Do you want your friends and your woman to be imprisoned with you? He said, glancing at Li Yuyu, who had an ugly face, and Yu Lei, who was already frightened, not far away. He now felt relieved. After all, from his actions just now, it can be seen that Lin Yi is not a heartless and ungrateful person, and he will definitely not ignore these two women. Well, have you thought about it? Lin Yi looked at his confident look and immediately smiled playfully. Just as he was about to speak, he heard hurried footsteps outside the door. Then everyone saw a woman in professional attire, with a hot body and stunning appearance, appear in the studio with a burly man who looked like a bodyguard. Secretary Cui, why are you here? Su Zihan looked at the woman and exclaimed in surprise. When Secretary Cui saw him, he breathed a sigh of relief, as if his tense nerves had relaxed a lot. Fortunately, we made it in time. Mr. Su, you stole the management contract of our commercial street. Please return it to us immediately. Her expression was extremely solemn, and she spoke to Su Zihan seriously. Su Zihan obviously hadn't expected the woman's expression to change. He was stunned for a moment, then his face changed drastically. His voice was filled with anger. Steal? Secretary Cui, it was clearly you who gave me the contract to use. How can you say I stole it now? Nonsense, when did I give you the contract? Return it immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Her face changed slightly, and the man who looked like a bodyguard beside her also took a step forward, and it was estimated that he would take action in the next second. Seeing that he was forced into a desperate situation, Su Zihan's face gradually became ferocious, but when he saw the contract in Lin Yi's hand, his eyes lit up. Secretary Cui, who said I stole the contract? It was clearly this guy who took it, and now the contract is still in his hands. After saying that, he hugged his shoulders and smiled at Lin Yi with a gloating look. This time we caught you red-handed, let us see if you can survive. No one expected that things would take such a turn. Li Yuyu and the other person looked at the contract in Lin Yi's hand with ugly faces. Secretary Cui, this contract was obtained by Su Zihan, and he just put it in Lin Yi's hands. Yu Yuyu hurriedly helped you explain, thinking that there must be no problem as long as there was a witness. Nonsense, what evidence do you have? Now that we have caught you red-handed, do you still want to deny it? Su Zihan held on to Lin Yi. After all, this was his only chance to drag Lin Yi into the water. What no one noticed was that when Secretary Cui heard the word Lin Yi, his expression became obviously stiff, and even a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. He stopped the man beside him, hurried to Lin Yi's side, and said cautiously and tentatively, I am the person in charge of this commercial street, Cui Xiaoyu. Your name is Lin Yi. Are you the Lin Yi who just graduated from Qingting University? Cui Xiaoyu looked at him nervously, his heart in his throat. Just over an hour ago, he suddenly received news from the top boss of the commercial street that the owner of the commercial street had been replaced. This is what you call simple etiquette. He left some information and didn't say anything else. The only useful information left is that this person's name is Lin Yi, he graduated from Qingcheng University, and is currently working in Linglong Studio. It was precisely because of this that he hurried over to retrieve the non-compliant contract in Su Zihan's hand. Yes, I am Lin Yi. This contract was not invested by me. It was stolen by Su Zihan. Lin Yi spoke calmly with a smile. He checked the information above and found that Secretary Cui was his secretary. The contract is clearly in your hands, so there's no point in your quibbling. Secretary Cui, the problem is obvious now. The thief who stole the contract is right here. Call the police and arrest him. Su Zihan said proudly, hugging his shoulders. However, Secretary Cui's words made his smile freeze on his face instantly. That's right, now I know clearly that you stole our business contract and are now blaming Mr. Lin. Chapter 24 Su Zihan is executed. Su Zihan, you are so bold. Not only did you take away the commercial street contract, but now you are even framing others. Secretary Cui turned his head and scolded Su Zihan. Li Yuyu and Yu Lei, who were about to continue explaining to Lin Yi, were stunned for a moment. They forgot what they were about to say and stood with their mouths open, their faces full of surprise. What's going on? Why did the spearhead suddenly turn to Su Zihan again? Secretary Cui, what are you talking about? The contract is clearly in his hands, why are you framing me? Su Zihan's face suddenly became frighteningly gloomy. He really didn't understand why Secretary Cui was so decisive in pinning the blame on him just because of a college student. Cui Xiaoyu looked at him with an indifferent expression and an extremely firm voice. Do you want me to say it again? You, Su Zihan, stole the contract for our commercial street and framed Mr. Lin when we discovered it. A contract involving tens of millions of assets is enough to sentence you. This time Su Zihan was dumbfounded, and everyone present was dumbfounded. They finally figured out Secretary Cui's intention. Either he was covering up for the crime, or he was trying to shift the blame onto Su Zihan. Lin Yi was the only one present who knew the reason and smiled proudly. It seems that this female secretary is quite smart and does not reveal her identity casually. She is quite likable. Definitely my kind of person. During the confrontation, sirens sounded outside Linglong Studio, and then several people came in and took Su Zihan away directly. When Su Zihan was about to be taken away, his face finally turned red with fear and pale. He looked at you unwillingly, and until the last moment he couldn't understand why Secretary Cui suddenly changed his expression. He would rather fall out with the entire Su family than throw dirty water on a college student. When the sirens gradually faded away, everyone in Linglong Studio came back to their senses. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to have frightened you. To express our apology, Linglong Studio will be rent-free for the next 10 years, so you and your colleagues can stay here forever. Of course, you can also find a place on the commercial street here and move your studio there. Is that okay for you? She looked at Lin Yi cautiously, her eyes bright. There was nothing special about the young man in front of him. Apart from appearing calmer and more composed than other young people of his age, he was just an ordinary college student. But such a young man turned out to be the new owner of this commercial street. If this matter were to be spread out, it would probably cause a heated discussion on this street. 10 years of free trial. Li Yuyu behind him was stunned, her face full of disbelief. You know, the rent of Linglong Studio is close to 100,000 yuan a year, which is 1 million yuan in 10 years. It is unexpected that such a good thing can fall into their heads. This is truly a blessing in disguise. And Linglong Studio was able to get such a good thing all because of Lin Yi. She looked at Lin Yi and found that the young man was smiling faintly, as if this matter was not something to be surprised about at all. This time she looked at this young man who seemed to have no social experience. He was obviously a college graduate, but he was calmer and more composed than some men who had been tempered for several years. Not only that, when he arrived, Linglong Studio was in chaos and was about to go bankrupt. Now that he has been here, in just half a month, not only have all the crises faced by the studio been resolved, but he has also successfully portrayed Yulei, obtained investment, and solved such a big problem. Everything, is because of Lin Yi. She stared at the calm-looking young man, a strange color flashing in her eyes. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied? Cui Xiaoyu smiled professionally and looked at Lin Yi tentatively. Satisfied. Lin Yi nodded. This was his favorite way of solving problems, as it not only preserved his mystery, but also successfully taught Su Zihan a lesson. Then I won't bother you anymore. I wish you all success in your career. Cui Xiaoyu showed a nice smile, and finally looked at him meaningfully, then slowly left Linglong Studio with his people. After they all left, Li Yuyu came up. Brother, you can do it. What kind of magic potion did you give that woman to make her treat you so well? Could it be that she suddenly came here because of you? Lin Yi chuckled when he heard this and said cunningly, how is that possible? Didn't you hear what they said? This commercial street is owned by them all the time. How could such a big boss be related to me? I'm just an ordinary college student. Li Yuyu curled her lips, her face full of disbelief, but she didn't continue asking. After all, what Lin Yi said makes sense. The gap between the two is so huge. If they really are related, that would be terrible. Since this incident has happened, there's no way I can work today. You and Yulei should go back and rest. I'll take care of the rest. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, looked at Yulei with a terrified face, and nodded. That's fine, I just happen to have some things to take care of. Xu Fei was probably also frightened, so he had to rush over. She must be very scared now and waiting for him. Without further ado, he went out and opened fire, then rushed towards Manta Ray Investment. An hour later, he arrived at the bottom of the building invested by Manta Ray, found a parking space, and then came to the front door. He looked up and saw the entire building piercing the sky, and the huge Manta Ray logo was extremely eye-catching. In front of the entrance gate, there are two extremely burly security guards. I called Xu Fei. Her voice was trembling, and she was obviously frightened. She told me to wait at the gate and she would be down soon. He didn't think much about it, hung up the phone, and then waited. The two security guards saw him standing at the door, and one of them, a somewhat portly man, came up, frowning slightly. Hey, who are you? Are you looking for someone? Lin Yu was stunned when he heard this. I'm waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? The security guard was stunned for a moment when he heard his words, and then a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. You're indeed waiting for someone, but you're waiting for a group of people, right? You guys are truly so audacious that you actually dared to come to our Manta Ray investment and kidnap people. You truly have no law. The security guard had a righteous look on his face and blocked him tightly. Lin Yi now understood. It turned out that she was mistaken for Su Zihan's person. It was no wonder, after all, this happened just a few hours ago. Old wine, don't meddle in other people's business. Another security guard shouted at him, pausing in his voice. Sorry, brother, this guy just got here. Do as you please, as long as you don't implicate us. Lin Yu was stunned when he heard this, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. It was such an incompetent person that put Xu Fei in danger. Chapter 25, Ray CEO. It is because of the presence of such security guards that Xu Fei is threatened by Su Zihan and others. Old Wu, what are you talking about? It's because of your thoughts that those people went in this morning and such a big thing happened. Don't you know how to repent? Old Wang had some anger on his face when he heard his words. It can be seen that he is a very upright person. When Lin Yi heard the conversation between the two, his face instantly darkened. It was really because of this guy that Xu Fei was in danger. If the people from Manta Ray hadn't discovered it, it is very likely that Chu Fei would have been in real danger. Old Wu's face turned ugly after hearing what he said. He didn't know how to refute for a moment and could only turn red in the neck. Okay, if you want to take care of it, then go ahead. I won't meddle in other people's business anyway, he said and returned to his original position, with his head turned away, completely ignoring them. I say, young man, don't even think about leaving today. You may not be that old, but you still do such things. Old Wang stared at him intently, electric baton in hand. However, just when the atmosphere was at a stalemate, several figures walked out from the main entrance of the building, and he saw Chu Fei's figure from a distance. Chu Fei also saw him at this time and shouted loudly, "Elder brother!" Lin Yi felt that this girl rushed out at the speed of a 100-meter race and hit him all of a sudden. If he hadn't learned Tai Chi, he might have had his kidneys knocked out. Chu Fei hugged him and choked with sobs, while Lin Yi held her helplessly, his heart as calm as water. He found that his feelings towards Chu Fei were becoming more like family affection, rather than the special affection they once had as childhood sweethearts. After comforting her briefly, he saw that there was another person behind Chu Fei, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, with some gray hair, and he exuded the temperament of a man in a high position. He looked at Lao Wang holding the baton and frowned. "Lao Wang, please step back first. This is Chu Fei's brother." When Lao Wang heard his words, he smiled awkwardly and quickly stepped back. Old Wu, who was not far away, saw this scene and curled his lips in a sarcastic manner, muttering, "Minding your own business is a waste of effort and will not be appreciated." The man walked up to Lin Yi and smiled friendly. "This must be Mr. Lin. Lin Yi, right?" He seemed to remember something halfway through his words and quickly changed his words. "Who are you?" Lin Yi was confused. "Oh, I'm Su Kaihong, the CEO of Manta Ray Investment. Just call me Brother Kaihong." Su Kaihong smiled slightly, but there was shock in his eyes. This was also the first time he met this so-called new shareholder. You know, although Manta Ray Investment is only barely among the top companies in the city, it is indeed the company with the most potential. Not only is it involved in various industries, it is also a company that many investors are optimistic about, so it is extremely difficult to get shares here, let alone get 70% of the shares, which requires amazing financial resources and connections. I had heard from the people at the Manta Ray restaurant that the major shareholder was young, but I didn't expect him to be so young. He was about the same age as his own children. Brother Kai Hong. Lin Yi smiled politely and spoke gratefully. "Brother, you are so rude, you should call me Uncle Hong. But it was Uncle Kai Hong who saved me. If it weren't for him, I might have been kidnapped by those villains. Uncle Kai Hong is really powerful. He took on 7 or 8 villains by himself." Chu Fei glared at him resentfully, then spoke slowly. When Lin Yi heard her words, he looked at Su Kaihong again. He was probably about 40 years old, and looked a little plump. He looked no different from an ordinary person, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. He was as energetic as a 20-year-old young man, but with a bit of vicissitudes of life. This person is definitely not an ordinary person. I didn't expect that this middle-aged uncle is so powerful and can deal with so many gangsters alone. I'm afraid that even if he is not as good as Ahu, he is not much worse. You know, Ahu is someone that even he can't deal with. If he hadn't pressed a few acupoints at the end, it would really be uncertain who would win or lose. Xiao Fei, you've gone too far. Uncle, I just learned some self-defense skills when I was young. It was just a coincidence. Su Kaihong laughed, seeming a little embarrassed. But Lin Yi knew that this person was just pretending. Anyway, thank you very much this time, Uncle. If you need any help in the future, just contact me. Lin Yi smiled slightly and said gratefully. Brother Lin, you're too polite. If you have anything to say, just ask Chu Fei to pass the message directly to me. Lin Yi glanced at the 2 security guards not far away, hesitated for a moment, and smiled. I do have something to ask of you. Oh? What's going on? Help me fire one person. Lin Yi smiled slightly and pointed at Old Wu not far away. It was because of Old Wu that Chu Fei was in danger. Especially since she had just witnessed what Old Wu did, she was even more angry. If Old Wu had done his job conscientiously and acted like Old Wang from the beginning, Chu Fei might not have been frightened. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Chu Fei beside him immediately pulled him. Uncle Kai Hong, my brother is a very outgoing person, so don't bother with him. He glared at Lin Yi fiercely and said in a reproachful manner, he's from the Manta Ray Company, what does it have to do with you? Lin Yi didn't say anything, but looked at Su Kai-hong. When Su Kai-hong saw him pointing at Old Wu, he was stunned for a moment, then he immediately understood the reason and nodded immediately. No problem, then does the other one want to come too? No need, Lao Wang is an upright person. Xu Fei was a little confused when he heard the conversation between the two. What's going on? Lin Yi acted so recklessly, but Su Kai-hong actually listened to him. As the CEO of Manta Ray Investment, he actually agreed to Lin Yi's unreasonable request? Come here, you two. Two people came to the three people. Old Wang's face was full of confusion, while Old Wu avoided looking. This place was some distance away from the gate, and he couldn't hear what Lin Yi and the others were saying at all, but when he saw that Su Kai-hong, the CEO, was actually talking and laughing with Lin Yi, he knew something was wrong. When he was called forward, his heart skipped a beat. Old Wu, you can pack up and leave now. Manta Ray doesn't need you anymore. Su Kai-hong's expression was cold, and his words made everyone present feel a pang in their hearts. Xu Fei widened his eyes, his face filled with shock. Is it really open? Just because Lin Yi spoke? Old Wu's face was pale, and his voice was trembling. Boss Su, why? Don't you know it in your heart? Do I need to tell you? Su Kai-hong's voice was cold, completely shattering his hopes. Old Wang, you don't have to guard the door tomorrow. From now on, you will be the captain of the security team. When Lao Wang heard the news, he was first surprised, but then he was scared. Because he saw Lin Yi giving him a friendly smile, and he also saw the conversation between Lin Yi and Su Kai-hong just now, so he naturally knew that it was because of this young man. But who on earth is this young man who could even earn the respect of the Manta CEO? Chapter 26 The person introduced by Mom. As a security guard, the position of CEO is particularly high and mighty for him. Those who can come into contact with people of this level are, in my impression, the top figures in society, such as graduates from famous universities and bosses of major companies. But I have never seen such a young person who could attract so much attention from the CEO. Lao Wang, you will be the captain of the security team from now on. Take good care of Fei on weekdays, and your salary will be increased. Su Kai-hong smiled slightly. Thank you, Mr. Su. Lao Wang hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Why thank me? Thank Brother Lin. It was he who told me about your dedication to duty. That's how I discovered that there is such an excellent employee like you in Manta. Su Kai-hong's smile became more and more joyful. Old Wang thanked Lin Yi excitedly and even wanted to bow more than 90 times, but Lin Yi quickly stopped him. Uncle Wang, there's no need for that. At this time, Xu Fei was completely dumbfounded. She had just entered the world of society and she had no idea why Su Kai-hong would accompany her brother in making trouble. Is it all just a coincidence? Is it because Uncle Su is an approachable person and he just happens to be firing the security guard? Her mind was confused and dazed. After a brief chat with Su Kai-hong, Lin Yi left with the confused Xu Fei. Too many things had happened throughout the day and he was tired. It's better to go back and rest early. Xu Fei was so frightened and depressed that she slept in the car the whole way. After returning home, Lin Yi fell on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He was awakened by a ringing sound. He picked up his cell phone in a daze and found it was his mother. He quickly answered the call. As soon as I picked up the phone, I heard that familiar and warm voice, Xiao Yi, you're still awake, right? What's wrong, Mom? Lin Yi sat up and spoke in a serious voice. At this time, there were few calls from home, and his heart instantly rose to his throat. It's okay, I just miss you. With Xiao Fei gone, there's no vitality in the house. Hearing her say this, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He thought something had happened, but luckily it was just a false alarm. Mom, don't worry. Xiao Fei and I are doing well at work, and we'll be able to take you too in soon. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he had to rationalize the money as soon as possible. His parents have worked hard in the small village all their lives, and it is time for him to be filial to them. I won't go to your city. I can't get used to living there. Mom said, her voice pausing. By the way, your second aunt introduced you to a girl. In the words of you young people, she has fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. When will you come back to see her? The muscles at the corners of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. I feel like this is exactly what my mom wants. Mom, you don't have to worry about this kind of thing. Your son is so outstanding that he will never lack a girlfriend. Who knew that when his mother heard what he said, her tone suddenly changed and became extremely stern. No, that girl has everything good. She said she would give me a car and a house. I heard she also gets an annual salary of hundreds of thousands. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it. Lin Yi covered the receiver with his hand and smiled helplessly. Free car and house? Such a good thing might have seemed like pie in the sky to him a month ago, but now he has seen through many things, and he is not short of money. Hearing that he didn't speak, there was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then the voice rang again. Son, do you like Xiaofei? This question stumped Lin Yi. Does he like Chu Fei? There may be a little bit of Qingsu, but more of it is family affection, especially after Chu Fei came here this time, he became more certain of his thoughts. The two are brother and sister. How is that possible? Chu Fei is my sister. You think too much, Mom. Lin Yi smiled helplessly. Then get back to me right now. You must come back within a month, otherwise don't blame me for disowning you as an unfilial son. My mother's stern voice came, and then she hung up the phone. Lin Yi sat on the bed with an awkward look on his face, looking at his phone with a confused look on his face. Never mind. Just go back. Anyway, I haven't seen my parents for a long time. I guess my mother also has this intention this time. We have indeed seen too few times in the past few years. Perhaps it was because of this phone call that he was particularly energetic. I simply downloaded an app on my mobile phone, went downstairs and drove to pick up a data taxi, which was just enough to complete the part-time task assigned by the system. After driving the car out of the community, he directly opened the range to the maximum and headed towards the outer ring. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, he might as well appreciate the scenery of the city. To be honest, I have been here for 3 years and have not seen the whole picture of this city. This is a good opportunity for me to appreciate the scenery. He took orders along the way and saw all kinds of customers. Some people rushed along with their fists clenched, their faces full of anxiety. Some people sat in the corner of the last row of seats and cried loudly. Some people looked tired and exhausted, and they were sleeping soundly in the passenger seat. Some people were drunk and swearing. Looking at these travelers of all kinds, Lin Yi's mouth curled up unconsciously. It was because he had seen too many messy trivial things in life in the past 3 years that he felt that life was more beautiful. Life itself is an unpleasant journey, and the purpose of living is to find joy in suffering. Before he knew it, he had arrived outside the third ring road. Looking at the time, it was almost midnight and it was time to go home. It was at this time that the software delivery company sent him an order for a very long distance, which happened to be from the airport to Jintai Haoding. Really? I am the darling of God. Take the order and go home, mission accomplished. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He started the motor and rushed off. At the city's airport, Ma Shuawei was anxiously waiting at the ride-hailing station. Next to him was a man wearing a loose black shirt. The man was about 30 years old, exuding the air of a scholar. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and stood in front of her. Wei, how can you take an online taxi? Let me take you home. This is also what your uncle wants. The man stood in front of her and was about to hold her hand. Ma Shuawei turned her body to the side, avoiding his pull, and looked at the entrance of the online car-hailing service not far away with a somewhat anxious look in her eyes. No need, I can go back by myself. What's wrong with online ride-hailing? Zhang Wanhao, stop bothering me. As she said this, she lowered her head to glance at the license plate number on her phone. 78. This license plate number looks extremely familiar, but I can't remember where I have seen it before. Who are those people who drive online ride-hailing cars? They are not worthy of taking you. Zhang Wanhao was a little excited. As soon as he finished speaking, a white Maserati stopped in front of them. Chapter 27 Passenger Ma Shuawei? A white Maserati stopped in front of the two of them. The license plate number was 78. The sudden appearance of the car made them both stunned. Ma Shuawei looked at the familiar Maserati, and her pretty face flushed with excitement. She asked why the license plate number looked so familiar. Wasn't this Lin Ye's car? The car window was rolled down, revealing Lin Ye's face with a big smile showing his teeth. Holly. Beauty, is this the ride you booked online? Although he didn't know who the man with the dark face was, he knew this was an opportunity. From Ma Shuawei's expression, you can tell that she desperately wants to get out of this man's sight and doesn't want to have any contact with him. At this time, as long as the goddess doesn't hate her, she will follow her. Sure enough, Ma Shuawei smiled. When Ma Shuawei saw the familiar face, she felt particularly cordial, and her anxious mood calmed down instantly. She chuckled when she heard his teasing joke. "Yes, sir, this is the car I booked." Ma Shuawei put away her smile and said seriously. Lin Yi looked at the beautiful face and his heart trembled violently. Ma Shuawei was wearing a simple sportswear this time. Maybe it was because she was going to take a plane, so she wore it comfortably and gave people a college style. If Yulei's college style is pure and flawless, then Ma Shuawei's has some seductive, mature and pure desires that make people fantasize. Really? The goddess is something you never get tired of looking at. My woman is a versatile goddess. We don't need a ride-hailing service. Please leave. Just when he was lost in thought by the goddess's beauty, Zhang Wanhao stood in front of Ma Shuawei, his cold gaze reflected behind his glasses. Lin Yi looked sideways, turned on his phone, and the light reflected on his lenses. He stared at the other person with the same cold eyes. Oh shit. Are your lenses the only ones that reflect light? I'm going to blind your dog eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the beautiful girl behind me say that she didn't need a ride. Please move aside. Lin Yi said calmly, without any panic. Zhang Wanhao, if you keep pestering me, don't blame me for being rude. Ma Shuawei was blocked by him, her little face flushed with anger. Who knew that Zhang Wanhao didn't take her words seriously at all? Instead, he stared at Lin Yi coldly, his voice getting colder and colder. I have already promised my uncle that I must protect your safety. This guy is not a good person at first glance. What if he has bad intentions towards you? Lin Yi's eyes flashed coldly when he heard that. He grabbed his hand and twisted it gently, causing Zhang Wanhao to scream in pain. Let go. Let me go. Lin Yi winked at Ma Shuawei, and she quickly climbed into the car. Lin Yi used his Tai Chi skills to gently push Zhang Wanhao to the ground, and he staggered several meters. You're only capable of these two skills and you still want to protect others? You can't even protect yourself, you sissy. As he spoke, Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator and drove away. In the rearview mirror, he saw Zhang Wanhao struggling to get up, his face flushed with anger, and running after him for a few steps. Who are you calling a sissy? The sound gradually faded away, and the figure in the rearview mirror gradually disappeared. Lin Yi's car had already left the airport. Congratulations to the host for starting the return journey and completing the mission. Get a reward of 10 million. Get the 10th level of skill racing. Obtained mysterious value, 1000 points. Current mystery value, 1000 points. Latest task, part-time job for 1 week. Gain skill, treasure appraisal can identify authenticity. Reward mystery value, 1000 points. Who is this person? Looking at Ma Shuawei who was giggling in the back row, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask curiously. Although Zhang Wanhao was a little dull, he seemed to have good conditions. Could he be the blind date of his goddess? If that's the case, wouldn't he be my love rival? She is the child of my father's friend. Although she is a little older than you and me, she is about the same age as us at heart. She has been pestering me all the time. Fortunately you came, otherwise I don't know how long she would have pestered me. As she said this, she sighed, her face full of helplessness. This guy is famous for being straightforward. If we get entangled with him, we will be in trouble. Looking at Ma Shuawei's sad expression, Lin Yi was indeed very happy. Don't be afraid that the goddess has troubles. As long as the troubles are shared by both of you, it will definitely enhance your feelings. This is why the two people in movies and TV dramas who have experienced life and death together will be together. Fighting difficulties together will definitely strengthen the relationship between the two of you. Of course, this trouble must be the goddess's, not your own. Just when he was happy that the two of them were getting closer, the car suddenly shook and a dazzling black Bentley flying spur appeared on the side of his car. The vibration just now was caused by the collision of this car. The Bentley's window rolled down, revealing Zhang Wanhao's gloomy and stubborn face. Stop the car, or don't blame me for being rude. Are you crazy? Ma Shuawei looked at Zhang Wanhao with a gloomy face, her little face pale. She never expected that Zhang Wanhao would be so stubborn as to crash into the car body on the highway. Stop. Zhang Wanhao spoke again, directly blocking Lin Yi's way forward. Seeing him so crazy, Ma Shuawei showed anxiety on her face and said quickly, let's stop. He is too stubborn. Besides, he can't run away. Zhang Wanhao used to be a racing driver. When Lin Yi heard that he was a racing driver, his eyes lit up slightly. Alright, fasten your seatbelts. Ma Shuawei was stunned. What did you say? Just fasten your seatbelt when I tell you to, believe me. Lin Yi turned his head and smiled at her, then showed his big white teeth to Zhang Wanhao, who was not far away through the car window. Zhang Wanhao. Zhang Wanhao thought Lin Yi wanted to dissuade him, and immediately showed a stubborn smile. I advise you to stop immediately, otherwise you will definitely not have a good result today. However, what responded to him was Lin Yi's provocative smile and a classic quote that was extremely arrogant. Zhang Wanhao, do you know the racing god of Akina Mountain? As Lin Yi finished speaking, the two cars happened to pass a small bend. The white Maserati rushed out directly with the innermost side in front. The speed did not decrease by even a bit, and it was still accelerating. Zhang Wanhao's pupils suddenly contracted, the smile on his face froze, and his expression gradually became stunned. However, this is just the beginning. Starting from this corner, at every corner, Lin Yi's Maserati was able to leave him far behind. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up with Lin Yi. It wasn't until he entered the inner ring that he was completely confused. No matter how short the distance is, this guy dares to drift. Even Lin Yi drifted across the aisle at the last second when the traffic light was green at the intersection. Because it was late at night and there was no one managing the area, he could only watch helplessly as Lin Yi's car disappeared from his sight, completely losing sight of him. Chapter 28, The War Between Women. Late at night, a white Maserati suddenly floated at the intersection in front of Jean Tai Houting, and finally rushed into it with a gorgeous posture, and finally stopped. In the elevator, Ma Shuawei looked pale, with her slender hands covering her mouth, and Lin Yi looked embarrassed. This girl may not be able to enjoy speed and passion. Are you okay? It's okay, you really gave me a special gift. Ma Shuawei's voice was weak and she rolled her eyes at him. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly. He had not expected such a situation to happen. This was an accident. At worst, I can compensate you with a gift and treat you to dinner tomorrow. Lin Yi smiled. He had originally meant it as a joke, but unexpectedly Ma Shuawei suddenly revealed an extremely serious expression, okay. But there's no need to eat. That's too insincere. Just go somewhere with me. Where? Lin Yi was stunned. I didn't expect Ma Shuawei to make such a request. Does she want to spend some sweet time with me? Dongha County. What? Lin Yi was stunned again. Why? Because his hometown is in a small village in Dongha County, it was such a coincidence. Where are you going and what are you doing? This is a secret. Just tell me whether you will accompany me or not. You won't even agree to such a small request, right? That would be too insincere of you. Ma Shuawei curled her lips. When? Hearing his agreement, Ma Shuawei's beautiful eyes flashed with an imperceptible joy. After pondering for a while, she said carefully, a week later. Okay, no problem. As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator arrived at the floor. After a brief farewell, the two returned to their rooms. Lin Yi opened the door carefully. He found that the lights in the living room were still on. Chu Fei was sitting on the sofa, yawning. She glanced at him lightly and spoke lazily. I'm back. Yeah. Lin Yi nodded awkwardly, thinking that this girl was a light sleeper. She probably wanted to talk to him about something and found out that he was not at home. There's food in the pot, you can eat some. I'm going to sleep first. Chu Fei said lightly, then stretched lazily, got up, and walked into the room. Lin Yi came to the kitchen and saw the freshly cooked food, and a warm feeling flowed through his heart. Sitting in the kitchen, looking at Chu Fei's closed door, a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes. In Chu Fei's room, the girl leaned against the door with her back, her eyes blurred, and she murmured, "Go home for a blind date." Early morning. When Lin Yi woke up in the early morning, he found that Chu Fei had already gone to work, and Li Yuyu called him and asked me to hand over the work for the next few days. He asked Li Yuyu how she knew he was going to be away for a few days, and was told that it was Ma Shuawei who told her. He thought to himself that there were indeed no secrets between best friends. After a quick wash, he walked out of the room and happened to run into Ma Shuawei coming out. Today, Ma Shuawei is wearing a white short skirt and a simple white shirt. Her hair is tied into a beautiful ponytail with a yellow French hairpin. She looks like a goddess and is exceptionally beautiful. Lin Yi was so stunned that he stood there blankly. Are you sure the beauty filter isn't on level 10? He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Does it look good? Ma Shuawei saw his expression and seemed very happy, so she couldn't help but ask with a smile. Who is Lin Yi? How could I fall into the trap of the goddess? If you really praise the goddess at this time, wouldn't it be the same as other people who are pursuing the goddess? Therefore, the answer should be sincere but not too flattering. I always thought that this was something that only 15 or 16-year-old girls could wear to create a youthful look. I never thought that you, an old lady in your 20s, could wear it so youthfully and beautifully. Notice. 15 or 16 years of suppression. The old aunt suppressed me. Anyway, I will never be a bootlicker. Ma Shuawei chuckled when she heard what he said and rolled her eyes at him. Let's go to Linglong's studio together. Are you going too? Lin Yi didn't expect that Ma Shuawei was actually going. Didn't she say before that she was not interested in that place? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Lin Yi smiled helplessly. Although he was confused, he still took Ma Shuawei to Linglong's studio obediently. An hour later, the two arrived in front of the studio. The studio was completely different from when he first arrived. Before even entering the studio door, he could feel the liveliness emanating from inside, which was in stark contrast to the original deadness. As he was sighing, he saw a figure running out from behind the transparent glass of the gate. As the figure got closer, Lin Ye's expression became increasingly stiff and awkward. Brother Lin. Behind the transparent glass, Yulei was wearing a sexy outfit, which was exactly the same black silk suit that he saw Xiren in at the beginning. This outfit has a different charm when worn by Yulei, but Lin Yi really didn't even have the courage to look at it at this moment, because he felt an extremely terrifying murderous aura. That's right. Murderous look. Although Ma Shuawei beside him still had a smile on her face, there was a hint of coldness in her face, as if she was hiding a dagger behind her smile. The door was opened, and Yulei climbed up and hugged Lin Yi. Brother Lin, I miss you so much. Yulei's pretty face was filled with excitement, and she didn't pay any attention to Ma Shuawei, who was looking gloomy beside her. Li Yuyu also walked out of the studio. Looking at the embarrassed Lin Yi, she couldn't help but chuckle and said jokingly, "This little girl changed her clothes and waited for you at the gate early in the morning. It's been almost an hour. How about it, are you touched?" Lin Ye's smile became even stiffer when he heard this. Move. I really didn't dare to move. Because she had already felt that Ma Shuawei's anger had reached its maximum, and she was probably about to use her skills. Shuawei is here too. It's been a long time since we last met. Li Yuyu looked at Ma Shuawei, whose face was full of anger, and joked with a smile. It was only then that Yulei noticed that there was such a beautiful woman at the scene, and she quickly got off Lin Ye's body. The two women's eyes met in mid-air. This sister is so beautiful. Is she the new artist signed by Brother Lin? Yulei showed an innocent smile, but at this time Lin Yi also sensed a hint of uninnocence in it. He was afraid that there would be a conflict between the two, so he quickly explained, this is not it, this is. That's right, I am Lin Ye's newly signed artist. I hope you can give me more guidance in the future." Ma Shuawei interrupted him directly and stretched out her white jade hand. Li Yuyu looked at Ma Shuawei in astonishment, her expression extremely shocked. She had been trying to persuade Ma Shuawei for so long, but it was useless. She didn't expect that with Lin Ye's help, it would be done in just a few days. Is Brother Lin going to take us two artists with him? Won't he be too tired? Yulei looked worried. Ma Shuawei did not answer her question, but instead looked at Lin Yi with a smile. Lin Yi, are you going to take our two artists with you? Instantly, Lin Yi broke out in a cold sweat, and he felt like he was about to cry. Chapter 29 Troublesome Zhang Wanhao. Lin Yi felt like she was about to cry. Ma Shuawei was clearly smiling with a dagger hidden behind her. But he likes it. It's okay. I'm quite confident in my abilities. Let alone managing the two of you, I can manage even if there are more. Puff. Li Yuyu laughed out loud. Alright, stop talking nonsense and hurry up and shoot the videos for the next few days, otherwise this account will be discontinued while you're gone. Brother Lin, come here quickly. Yulei ignored Ma Shuawei's attitude and pulled him by the hand directly into the studio. When Ma Shuawei saw this scene, she stomped her feet in anger, glared fiercely at Li Yuyu, who was laughing at the side, and hurriedly chased after her. Li Yuyu sighed helplessly as she watched her leave. Sister, I'm checking for you. If you can't even resist this little bit of beauty, then it's not your cup of tea. A reserved young man like Lin Yi will have many girls like Yulei throwing themselves at him in the future. If he can't resist them at the beginning, then such a man is not worthy of Ma Shuawei's favor. Because the workload was really tight, Lin Yi started shooting the video with Yulei as soon as he entered the studio. Of course, his task was simply to communicate with Yulei and the staff about the music he was about to compose. The staff then began to adjust the video style, and then he ran to the professional recording equipment to start recording music. Just as he was concentrating on recording, he suddenly felt a fragrance coming towards him. He subconsciously looked back and froze in place. He saw that Ma Shuawei was wearing the same set of clothes as Yulei, and her whole body exuded a strong feminine scent, which instantly made him feel a surge of evil fire in his heart. Ma Shuawei was staring at him blankly, completely immersed in the song she had just sung. "You can actually sing?" She was shocked because when he was in college, Lin Yi had participated in the college singing competition. At that time, he was tone deaf as soon as he opened his mouth, and his even indulgent music made everyone know him. There must be something wrong with this kid. This was the prevailing saying throughout the major at the time, and some people in the class often made fun of him. But now it seems that this guy clearly did it on purpose. Yes. Who can't sing? Lin Yi smiled slightly. But why did you sing like that when you were in college? Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. He had actually forgotten about this matter. He had indeed sung it when he was in college, but he really didn't mention it. I love singing. I'm a late bloomer, I became like this just by singing. Gold shines wherever it goes. He used jokes to cover up his skills. Ma Shuawei showed a questioning look. She didn't believe that one could reach such a level just by practicing. Lin Yi in front of her became even more mysterious. She never dreamed that the boy who was the laughingstock of the entire school would now have such a good relationship with her. Not only that, Lin Yi is so mysterious. The whole man is like a mysterious black cloth. You never know what is hidden behind the black cloth. Then when you lift up this black cloth, there is another black cloth waiting for you, always attracting you. It was the first time she met such a man, and he made her want to explore everything behind him at all costs. Want to know everything about Lin Yi? This is what Ma Shuawei is thinking now. Why, are you dressed like this? Lin Yi looked her up and down, feeling dry in the mouth. Ma Shuawei was still immersed in her own emotions. When she heard his words, she came back to her senses and subconsciously glanced at her outfit. Her face instantly flushed, her eyes dodged, and she whispered, I also want to try short videos. Yu said I have good conditions and can become a popular internet celebrity. By the way, Sister Yu is still calling me, I have to go there quickly. As she said that, she ran away like the wind, leaving Lin Yi with a confused look on her face. Lin Yi looked at her and saw that she was not far away and was talking to Li Yu. She would look at him from time to time. He scratched his head and continued to compose music. Singing feels really good. It seems that I will have the opportunity to develop my hobby in the future. After recording the music, he came to the studio where Ma Shuawei and Yulei were recording a video. It was obvious that Ma Shuawei was not able to adapt to this kind of shooting. She was hesitant and it was unclear whether she really wanted to try to become an internet celebrity or was just doing it on a whim. After Jane was busy all day, Lin Yi drove Ma Shuawei back to Jintai Mansion. The goddess sat in the passenger seat, staring at the video she had taken on her mobile phone. No one knew what she was thinking, but she kept watching it endlessly. I have to say that Ma Shuawei really has great conditions. Although her expression was not very natural during the shooting, she still became a small hit thanks to her personal account. There are a lot of comments and likes, and many people must have seen it. What he thought was indeed right. At this moment, in a coffee shop within the First Ring Road, Zhang Wanhao was looking at the cross-dressing video of Ma Shuawei on his mobile phone with a gloomy face. His palms were tightly gripping the coffee cup in his hands, veins bulging. Asshole. Lin Yi. He squeezed out a sound through his teeth, with a fierce gleam in his eyes. As the light from the video shone on his eyes, his dark pupils burst into stubbornness. As if he had thought of something, Zhang Wanhao calmed down. He opened his phone, and a dangerous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Late at night, Lin Yi sent Ma Shuawei home, had a simple meal, and then went downstairs and got into the Maserati. Open the mobile app and start taking orders to complete tasks. I must finish my part-time job before returning home, otherwise I won't have much time when I get back, which is very troublesome. I haven't told Chu Fei about going back yet, and I don't know how to start the conversation. It seems that I can only find a reasonable opportunity to tell her. I can't wait until I'm about to leave to tell Chu Fei. When he thought about the possibility that Chu Fei might go back with him, and Ma Shuawei as well, his head started to get bigger. While my thoughts were racing, the app showed that an order had been received, and the distance was about 3 or 4 miles. He quickly cleared his mind, stepped on the accelerator and rushed out, heading straight for his destination. The location of 3 or 4 miles is not far, and it only takes about 10 minutes to get there. It is a coffee shop with many pedestrians coming and going. He slowly parked the car in front of the coffee shop, attracting a lot of attention. Lin Yi looked around in the crowd, but couldn't find any passengers. He could only dial his cell phone helplessly. The phone rang from the back door, and he realized there was a figure on the back door. The rear door opened and a man came in. But when he saw the man's appearance clearly, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Zhang Wanhao. Chapter 30, Driving Competition. Zhang Wanhao. Lin Yi saw Zhang Wanhao with a smile on his face in the reflector, and was completely stunned. I knew you would still drive out to take orders. Although I don't know where your home is, I still know its approximate location. If you want to get rid of me, you are still a little naive. He pushed his glasses and a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. So you keep using the taxi app to hail taxis? Lin Yi looked at his smug smile with a stiff expression. I have seen stubborn and persistent people, but I have never seen someone so stubborn and persistent. It is actually possible for someone to do such a crazy thing. It seems that what Ma Shuawei said was right. There must be something wrong with this person. What do you want to do? Lin Yi's face turned cold. This guy's personality is not easy to deal with. If he can't solve the problem, he will become a trouble for him sooner or later, unless he completely cuts off his relationship with Ma Shuawei. Certainly. That's impossible. He also wants to have twins, a boy and a girl. It's very simple. Leave Shuawei. I don't know how you two met, but you are not from the same world at all. He paused and patted the seat behind him. Don't think that being able to drive a car like this is good enough. You just think you are. Your worth is not on the same level as Ma Shuawei and me, and it is not something you can achieve with just hard work. Hearing him say this, Lin Yi became curious. What is your net worth? Zhang Wanhao smiled confidently upon hearing this, and said with immense pride, the strength of my Zhang family is beyond your imagination. Only the top figures in this city can discuss matters with my Zhang family. The best in the city? Lin Yi laughed. Now, let alone facing the Zhang family, he was not afraid of even the big bosses of China. His own super-rich system did not need to rely on anyone and could give him the greatest confidence. This kind of confidence cannot be brought by money and power. Go away. I won't agree to that. And don't even think about using violence to solve the problem. That will only bring you trouble. Lin Yi spoke lightly, not taking him seriously at all. Such a stubborn person, with all his thoughts written on his face, is not to be feared at all. When Zhang Wanhao heard Lin Yi say that violence could not solve the problem, his expression changed slightly. It seemed that he remembered what happened last time. Lin Yi's 2 hands really scared him. He had also come into contact with many so-called martial arts masters in the Zhang family, so he knew that Lin Yi had real kung fu skills. Even if he went to find some so-called thugs, they would not be Lin Yi's match. The slightly ugly expression only lasted for a few seconds before gradually fading away, replaced by a confident smile. You must be aware of my personality, and with the methods of my Zhang family, if you insist on going against me, nothing good will come of it. So what? What are you going to do? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes dangerously when he heard his threatening words. Racing. Racing? Lin Yi was stunned. That's right, it's racing. Zhang Wanhao straightened up and nodded, with an excited smile. Let's decide the winner by racing. When you got rid of me before, I could tell that you must have played racing before. As long as you beat me, I won't interfere in what happens between you and Wei Wei. He said this while dancing excitedly with his eyes full of excitement. If you lose, stay away from Wei Wei, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. This time, Lin Yi did not refuse him again, but showed a playful smile. It seems that Zhang Wanhao has been brooding over the last drag racing incident, so this time he chose to fight with me in this way. But it's okay this way. It was a good thing for him to be able to get rid of such a stubborn guy in this way. Otherwise, if this guy knew that he and Ma Shuawei had returned to their hometown together, wouldn't it cause trouble for Fengdi? Okay, I promise you. Lin Yi smiled. Then let's follow the navigation. Zhang Wanhao smiled very proudly when he heard his response. He has loved racing since he was a child and has been playing racing for more than 10 years. Although he cannot be said to be very good, he is at an above-average level in this industry. Moreover, because of the Zhang family's conditions, he got to know many professional racing drivers and learned many techniques from them. With these techniques alone, he was able to leave behind most enthusiasts. Therefore, he is determined to win this competition. Lin Yi started his Maserati and drove all the way according to the navigation route, and came to a racing venue with a professional track and many racing cars. The stadium was lit up and there were about dozens of people. I guess there weren't many people there at night. Seeing their car stop, a muscular young man in a red racing suit walked up and smiled at them. "Brother Wanhao is here. Everything is ready for you. You can start any time." Zhang Wanhao nodded, showing an excited smile, pointing to the middle track and said to Lin Yi, "The tracks here were built by enthusiasts together. Let's have a 3-lap, 7-kilometer race." Lin Yi nodded. He knew nothing about the track or the car, but he had the skills to race and had no fear. "Come on, whatever you want. See if I can run away or you're done. All the cars are the same. Do you have any questions? If not, let's start directly." Zhang Wanhao asked, and he looked impatient. "I have a problem. I'm not very familiar with racing and I need you professionals to teach me." Lin Yi said without hesitation. "What did you say? You don't know how to race?" Zhang Wanhao thought he had misheard and looked at him in disbelief. "He can't race, yet he dares to bet with me. Is this guy crazy?" "I said I'm not very familiar with racing and I need your professionals to give me some brief instruction first." "Is there any problem?" Lin Yi said lightly. After being confirmed again, Zhang Wanhao frowned tightly. "No problem, Aliang, go and teach him." The man who greeted the two nodded, then led Lin Yi into the racing car and patiently taught him how to control the car, etc. Zhang Wanhao looked at the scene with confusion on his face. He had no idea what was going on with Lin Yi falling to the ground, but he absolutely did not believe that he could not race. About half an hour passed before Aliang finished teaching. He came to him with a strange look on his face, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. Zhang Wanhao saw that he had something to say, so he said directly, "If you have anything to say, just say it directly, there is no need to hide it." However, Aliang's words made his brows deepen. "Brother Wanhao, this kid doesn't seem to be pretending. He really doesn't seem to understand racing." Chapter 31, Lin Yi doesn't understand racing? "Brother Wanhao, what's wrong with this kid? I see that he really doesn't know anything about racing. He doesn't look like he's pretending at all. Does he really want to compete with you?" As he said that, he turned around and glanced at Lin Yi, who was sitting in the racing car looking around, and snorted coldly. "You don't know your own limitations. Are you sure?" Zhang Wanhao looked at the figure in the distance solemnly. Liang patted his chest and nodded confidently. "You still don't believe me?" "Brother Wanhao, he doesn't even know where the most basic parts are. This is his first time dealing with this." After hearing Aliang's words, Zhang Wanhao's expression gradually became serious and his brows were tightly locked together. Lin Yi actually doesn't understand racing. How is this possible? He recalled how Lin Yi drifted across the aisle that night. It was definitely a smooth and graceful drift that only a racing driver could do. If Lin Yi really didn't understand racing, why would he dare to accept the challenge from me? Could it be that this guy didn't want to go against me from the beginning, but just gave in because of face? Don't say it. When he thought about it, it was really possible. Who cares? He's bound to lose this car race anyway. Go find a few more people to prevent him from denying his debt later. He instructed Liang and came to Lin Yi. Lin Yi was now familiarizing himself with the various buttons and parts in the racing car. It was true that racing cars were different from ordinary cars, but all the functions were similar, so it was still very easy to drive successfully. As for driving skills? With level 10 racing skills, he is a true veteran driver. What's so scary about him? Not to mention a small racing car, he would even dare to drive an aircraft carrier. Well, can we start? The staff member raised his head, glanced at him and nodded. Zhang Wanhao didn't say anything more, but got up and got into the racing car. The model of the racing car was similar to Lin Yi's car, so there should be no possibility of cheating. In Zhang Wanhao's mind, competitive racing is his strong point. In addition, Lin Yi doesn't seem to be familiar with racing at all, so there is no need for him to cheat. Lin Yi did not worry about the hardware of the car. After all, with his racing skills, he would definitely be far ahead and win. The two of them slowly stopped the car at the starting line, and then Alian walked up to them with a flag. Many people on the racetrack saw this scene and gathered around. Even when someone was racing late at night, they still came to watch, and some even started betting. Isn't that the young master of the Zhang family? Who is he competing with? I'm not sure. I've never seen him before. He must be a newcomer. Judging from the way he's looking around, he must have just started racing. Then there's no need to gamble. Young Master Zhang will definitely win. The people watching started talking one after another. Everyone was optimistic about Zhang Wanhao. After all, he was a regular here. The enthusiasts who were still here during this period were basically old regulars. They knew Zhang Wanhao's skills very well. Although they were not as good as professionals, they were definitely among the top enthusiasts. On the other hand, they had never seen Ling Yi before. They could tell from the way he checked every part of the car that he was a newbie who was definitely not very familiar with racing. How can the two be compared? Preparation. Alian walked to the front of the racing car, raised the flag in his hand high, and shouted loudly, and the scene fell into silence in an instant. The next moment, the flag was suddenly waved down, and the sounds of engines roared everywhere, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the entire venue. Zhang Wanhao's racing car, accompanied by the roar of the engine, rushed out in an instant and put some distance between him and Ling Yi. But at this time, Lin Yi's car was still parked there. When everyone saw that Zhang Wanhao had disappeared and Ling Yi had not yet set off, they immediately looked at him in confusion. Lin Yi was seen frantically looking for something, and then the car started slowly and rushed into the track. The car started only 4 or 5 seconds slower, but everyone knew that these 4 or 5 seconds would determine the outcome of the race. At this time, Zhang Wanhao had already driven more than 30 meters. He looked at Ling Yi, who had just started in the reflector, and a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was originally a little worried about his driving skills, but now it seems that his worries were completely unnecessary. Although Ling Yi was driving the car very fast, it was just a coincidence. He was a complete layman when it came to racing, and he even dared to compete with him and seek his own death. He stepped on the accelerator, increased his speed again, and then rushed towards the first corner. Corners can be said to be the only way to overtake in a competition. After all, on a straight road, all racing cars perform similarly. As long as you navigate the corners well, you can completely determine the victory of the race. The speed slowed down slightly, and then he passed the road perfectly. He was very satisfied with this turn, which should have reached professional level. Those who were watching the competition couldn't help but get excited when they saw the scene. Pretty. Alian was even more delighted. In his opinion, Wanhao was sure to win this competition. This kid named Ling Yi is simply an outsider, yet he still wants to defeat Zhang Wanhao, bringing shame upon himself. However, their cheers only lasted for a few seconds before completely disappearing. Instead, he was shocked and astonished, because Lin Yi's car did not slow down at all, but actually accelerated slightly when turning. Isn't this the rhythm of rushing off the track? Everyone thought so, their hearts in their throats, but then Lin Yi's car made a very beautiful turn and passed the turn directly. This. Everyone fell silent in an instant, with disbelief written in everyone's eyes. They had never seen anyone drive so fast before. What kind of driving skill is this? Isn't he afraid of rushing out? Could it be a profession? Everyone watching thought they were seeing things. After all, everyone saw how awkward Ling Yi was when he first started. It's a coincidence. Aliang murmured. Such a perverted turning skill is definitely a coincidence. About 2 seconds passed before everyone recovered from their shock, and there was a burst of exclamations in the audience. If someone really had such driving skills, wouldn't he be the one who swept the entire racing world? Even those professional players wouldn't be a match for this person. Zhang Wanhao's expression became serious when he saw Ling Yi catching up with him in the car mirror. This guy can actually do this with a racing car? You have to know that the speed of a racing car is completely different from that of an ordinary family car. At such a high speed, your life may be in danger if you are not careful. How can you turn like this? He passed a bend and looked at the mirror while driving, his heart in his throat. The next second, Ling Yi's car rushed into the corner. Just as perfect. Same speed. Chapter 32. This kid is a bit mysterious. When Lin Yi's car entered the curve, it was the same as the first curve, the speed did not decrease but increased. It goes around the bend smoothly, just like water flowing downstream, very smooth and comfortable, without any stiffness. There is no other adjective to describe this kind of cornering except perfect. Aoyang's smile froze on his face as he stood at the starting line, his expression full of disbelief. This guy Lin Yi really passed the corner smoothly again. How on earth did this guy manage to make such a perfect turn? Even the top professional players couldn't do it so smoothly, right? The people around rubbed their eyes, thinking they were dazzled. They couldn't believe that such a thing could happen. Someone could actually do such a perverted turn. Why? No one told them the answer. There was only less than 10 meters between Zhang Wanhao's car and Lin Yi. He looked at Lin Yi, who was getting closer again with an ugly look, his face a little pale and his eyes full of disbelief. Happen. It must be a coincidence. No one in this world can do such a thing. It is simply not a cornering method that humans can control. It is something that only appears in novels and film and television dramas. Right. Lin Yi will definitely make a mistake at the next turn, and even if he doesn't, he will run off the track before reaching the finish line. No one can always use such a powerful cornering technique. Thinking of this, he calmed down, took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed with determination. As long as he stays calm and maintains his best level, he will surely win and leave Lin Yi far behind. Little tiger. He controlled his car and entered one bend after another, but after a few bends, he was completely dumbfounded and sweat flowed from his forehead. Because Lin Yi can really slide through the corners smoothly every time. It's perfect every time. The speed never slowed down at all every time. Such terrifying drifting skills have allowed Lin Yi to catch up with him. Now the gap between the two is only half a car body length. After less than a lap, his 30-meter lead has been gone. Not only that, he also caught a glimpse of Lin Yi's expression. Disdain. That's right. At this moment, Lin Yi showed a very disdainful smile on his face, and he looked extremely relaxed and comfortable, as if this competition was just a casual opening for him. The flames of anger instantly surged in his heart. Zhang Wanhao stepped on the accelerator hard, and the speed increased again, rushing directly into the next corner. Seeing this scene, if I don't fight hard, the outcome will be a miserable defeat. Zhang Wanhao was anxious. This time, he did not slow down. He also wanted to pass through the aisle in the same graceful manner. Liang and others gasped when they saw this scene. They knew best how difficult it was to go around a corner without slowing down. Although Lin Yi had passed 4 or 5 corners in a row, they were still frightened every time they saw it. They didn't know Lin Yi, but many people knew Zhang Wanhao, and some even competed with him several times, and even knew his driving skills. Zhang Wanhao is gambling with his own life by doing such a thing. Sure enough, the moment Zhang Wanhao's car entered the track, the car body began to drift uncontrollably and instantly rushed to the outside of the track. Zhang Wanhao in the car was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. He was frantically trying to control his car, but at such a fast speed, he couldn't stop the car at all. At the critical moment, Lin Yi's car rushed up from the side and hit his car at a tricky angle, which actually helped him to pass the corner. Lin Yi's eyes flashed as he sat in the racing car, and then he accelerated and quickly entered the next lap. A complicated look flashed across Zhang Wanhao's eyes after he was rescued. He then ran the remaining 2 laps honestly, and finally stopped at the finish line with Lin Yi. Lin Yi got off the racing car and looked at Zhang Wanhao on the car with a teasing smile. So, do I win? Zhang Wanhao held the steering wheel tightly and his expression turned grim when he heard his words. He could never have imagined that at the critical moment, this young man whom he had always looked down upon actually saved his life. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Wanhao nodded and then got off the car. You win. I promise not to bother you anymore. He was a little taller than Lin Yi, and his eyes were full of unwillingness as he stared at Lin Yi. But don't get too cocky. I'll never give up on pursuing Weiwei, and you might not succeed either. Lin Yi smiled helplessly and nodded. He had to admit that Zhang Wanhao was truly a freak. He had never seen such a stubborn person in his entire life. That's nothing. I'll leave first. I had a great time today. Lin Yi smiled at him friendly and then turned and left. If you think about it carefully, apart from his eccentric personality, Zhang Wanhao is actually a decent person, and he is not a person who would do anything harmful to others, so he saved this person at the bend. I just hope this guy will really stop bothering me. Sitting back in his own Maserati, he smiled helplessly, then started the car and disappeared from the area, leaving Zhang Wanhao sitting alone in the racing car, lost in thought. Near the city, in a river view villa. A somewhat wealthy middle-aged man sat on the sofa, watching the cross-dressing video of Ma Shuawei on his mobile phone, his brows deeply furrowed. Hiss. This wild girl is really brave enough to try anything. I'll break her legs when she comes back. The man raised his head as he spoke. He looked to be approaching 50, and the look between his eyebrows showed that he was also a handsome man when he was young. If Lin Yi were here, he would definitely be surprised. Because this man is at least 70% similar to Ma Shuawei. While he was talking to himself, a young woman came out from the next room. She looked like a nanny. Master, we have found the reason why the young lady returned in such a hurry. If I am not mistaken, it was because of a young man named Lin Yi. Lin Yi? The man raised his eyebrows. I've never heard of any capital belonging to the Lin family in my hometown. Is it a newly emerged family? He said lightly. The woman showed hesitation when she heard this. Seeing that his expression did not change, she spoke cautiously, Master, it's not true. He's just a college student with no special background, but he's inexplicably acquired a lot of assets recently. There's even a commercial street signed with his name. Oh? The man showed interest. And this time, young lady, he is going to the place you arranged. Is it necessary? The woman looked hesitant. No need, just keep an eye on it. The man quickly stopped her thoughts and said seriously, this child is still young, and remember, if you can avoid offending such people, do so. Make friends. Chapter 33, Adventure on the Train. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Gain the bonus skill, Identify Divine Magic. Reward, 10 million Chinese yuan. Reward, 1,000 mystery points. Current mystery value, 2,000 points. The speed is maintained and the mysterious behavior is good. Please continue to maintain it and the system will give the host more rewards. Latest task, spend 10 million Chinese yuan reasonably before returning to the city. Mission reward, 3,000 mystery points. Sitting in my seat on the train all night, looking at the latest task given to me by the system, my head felt a little confused. This task can be said to be the most difficult one in history. How to spend 10 million reasonably? You have to know that the place they went to was just a small county town, not even a 7th or 8th tier city, and the consumption level there was shockingly low. Although when I was a child I thought everything in the canteen was very expensive and out of reach. But for him now, the consumption in a small county town is really too low. Through the train window, I saw the scenery along the way receding, and the clanging sound woke Ma Shuawei who was standing beside me. She wore casual clothes for comfort, but her face still showed fatigue. It was obvious that she had never taken a long-distance train. I swear I will never take the train again. Ma Shuawei looked aggrieved and started complaining. Lin Yi looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. He said teasingly, isn't this your own choice? Why are you complaining? That's right, it was Ma Shuawei herself who made the request, and she must take the train. Although he didn't tell me the reason, I could guess it a little bit. Maybe he chose the messy train to avoid certain people. Ma Shuawei gave him a vicious look, then stood up and left her seat. Judging from the direction she was heading, she must be going to the bathroom. Sitting opposite them were an old man and a young girl. The old man was nearly 60 years old, with completely white hair, and the young girl was about 17 or 18 years old, about the same age as Yulei, or perhaps a little younger. What attracted him was not these two people, but a hand reaching out to the girl's body. A man in his 30s with shifty eyes was reaching for the girl's package, attracting Lin Yi's attention. I never thought that in the 21st century, he would still encounter such a thing. But he didn't want to cause trouble, and the package in the girl's arms was tattered and probably didn't contain anything valuable. The girl squinted her eyes at this time, probably feeling a little sleepy, and she didn't notice the hand reaching out for the package at all. The hand shook slightly, and a submachine knife appeared in the man's hand, instantly cutting through the bundle. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment and was about to speak when the old man with his eyes closed suddenly coughed. Although the cough was not loud, Lin Yi felt it was like thunder exploding in his ears. He didn't know if it was Lin Yi's illusion or if the cough was really unusual, but he felt his heart tremble, as if an invisible sledgehammer hit him. The man with shifty eyes also looked pale. His hand trembled and the switchblade fell to the ground with a clang. Then he quickly turned around and rushed into the crowd. When the knife fell, it cut the package open, and a scroll painting fell to the ground. The girl was horrified and quickly picked up the scroll, then held it tightly in her arms as if someone would snatch it away. The old man beside him also slowly opened his eyes. A golden light flashed in his cloudy eyes, and he looked energetic. Lin Yi even felt like some wild beast in the primeval forest had awakened. This person is definitely not an ordinary person, he might be a martial arts master. Lin Yi was shocked. If it were in the past, he would definitely think that what happened just now was just an accident, but after acquiring Tai Chi, he knew that there really were so-called warriors in the world, especially after hearing about Su Kai-hon's story, he became even more certain. The old man in front of him is definitely a powerful warrior. Grandpa, please take a quick look to see if there is any damage. The girl seemed a little panicked and handed the scroll painting in her hand to the old man with a nervous voice. Seeing the girl so nervous, Lin Yi also showed curiosity. He thought that this scroll must be very valuable, otherwise she would not care so much about it. Under his curious gaze, the old man slowly took the scroll, slowly opened it, and examined it carefully with squinted eyes. Seeing how cautious he was, it further proved the preciousness of the scroll. Lin Yi became even more curious. He stared carefully at every detail on the ancient painting, his eyes flickering. Although the distance was a bit far, some slight details could still be seen clearly. Thanks to the treasure appraisal skills, I could tell at a glance whether the item was real or fake. Alas, what a pity. He couldn't help but sigh, slowly closed his eyes, and prepared to have a good rest. However, he didn't know that this sigh attracted the attention of the girl opposite. The girl's eyebrows furrowed, a hint of annoyance suddenly appearing on her face. Hey! What are you sighing about? There's clearly no damage on it. She thought Lin Yi noticed the damage inside in regret. This painting was extremely important to them. She was already scared because it was almost stolen, and she was afraid that her grandfather would punish her. She was in a very depressed mood at the moment, and she didn't expect that someone would come to her door and make her vent her anger. Linger, don't be unreasonable. The old man stopped her from continuing and looked at Lin Yi with a smile, showing a bit of curiosity. My dear friend, what did you say was a pity just now? Lin Yi didn't want to pay attention to the girl at first, but when the old man spoke, he changed his mind. After all, the old man was a martial arts master. So he hesitated for a moment, then said carefully, this painting is quite realistic, but it's just a little short of being indistinguishable from the real thing. His words made the old man look obviously surprised, and his white eyebrows furrowed. My friend, you can't say such things carelessly. This painting was given to me by an old friend of mine. Grandpa, don't pay attention to him. He is just an ignorant country bumpkin. How can he do anything? Linger curled the corner of her mouth, her face full of disdain. When Lin Yi heard her targeting him like this, he smiled helplessly and did not refute. The old man didn't speak immediately, but showed hesitation on his face. Then he said carefully, Boy, why are you saying that calligraphy and paintings worth millions are fakes? Where is the evidence? When Lin Yi heard him say that the painting was worth millions, she burst out laughing. Wiping the tears from her eyes, she said, Old man, you must have been scammed. Millions? I wouldn't even take this thing for $10. They're not as good as 2 meat buns. But since we've met, it's fate. I'll be kind enough to tell you why this thing is fake. Chapter 34 Only one guest room left. Since we've met, it's fate. Lin Yi smiled friendly, stretched out his hand, and motioned the old man to give him the ancient painting. Grandpa, don't believe him. This thing is so precious. If he damages it, he won't be able to compensate us. Besides, he's just a liar from the countryside, can't you see that, Grandpa? Linger said dissatisfiedly. It can be seen that she looks down on Lin Yi very much, and it's not her fault. Judging from his age, Lin Yi looks like a college student. And there's nothing special about the clothes. No matter from which angle you look at it, you can't tell that Lin Yi is a master, but just a college student. How could such a student know about such a precious ancient painting? It was obvious that she was pretending to know, seeing the extraordinary relationship between her and her grandfather, or perhaps she had ulterior motives for something worth millions. However, the old man did not hesitate at all and handed the ancient painting carefully to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took the ancient painting in his hand and began to observe it carefully. The patterns drawn on it were extremely artistic. It was obvious that they were not modern things. They should be ancient paintings from the Song and Qing dynasties. If such an ancient painting were real, it might be worth millions, but unfortunately it is fake. He once again confirmed the authenticity of the treasure, then exerted a little force with his palm and tore the ancient painting into 2 halves. This scene scared the old man and the young boy so much that Linger stood up with her face flushed. How dare you tear up the painting? You're finished, my Jiang family will never let you go. She pointed at Lin Yi's nose, her face full of anger. Instead, it was the old man who recovered from his shock and stopped Linger. Because he found that Lin Yi was not panicked at all, but very calm. This kind of calmness was simply not something a college student in his early 20s could possess. Sure enough, Lin Yi handed him half of the ancient painting and asked him to take a look. He looked down, his pupils constricted. He saw a few gray-black spots in the interlayer of that half of the ancient painting. He picked up these spots with 2 fingers and put them in front of his eyes to observe carefully. Is this rubber? There was a look of surprise on the old man's face, and he exclaimed in disbelief. That's right, these black spots are clearly some kind of rubber substance. Yes, this is the rubber. It is probably something that accidentally fell in when the drawing paper was being synthesized. Because it happened to be in a place with thick ink on the painting, it could not be found at all. Lin Yi spoke lightly, explaining the reason to the old man. It's so realistic that I'm afraid no one else can find the problem except him. This is the power of the treasure appraisal magic. No matter what era the treasure is from, he can tell the authenticity at a glance, and even modern bags and mobile phones can be distinguished clearly. After acquiring this skill, I can even become a counterfeit busting expert. The magic of treasure appraisal. YYDS. Is it really fake? How could this happen? Linger saw that the painting was really fake, and a look of disbelief appeared on her little face. When she thought of her actions just now, her cheeks turned red. It seemed that compared with Lin Yi, she looked like a country bumpkin. Linger, hurry up and apologize to little friend Lin. The old man came back to his senses from his shock, placed the ancient painting in his hand on the table in front of him, and scolded her. Grandpa. Linger's face was full of grievance. Hurry up. You spoke rudely to others, shouldn't you apologize? Little friend Lin was clearly helping us, but not only did you not thank him, you even spoke rudely to him. If you don't apologize, do you expect me, an old man, to apologize for you? Seeing the old man so stern, Linger finally compromised this time, and spoke to him very reluctantly, almost squeezing out a voice from between her teeth. Sorry. Lin Yi just smiled slightly and didn't care at all. He would not argue with a rebellious girl. Little friend Lin, I really didn't realize you were so knowledgeable. My name is Jiang Fucheng, and I'm temporarily living in Dongha County. If you need anything, you can always come to the county town. Dongha County? Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, then returned to normal and nodded. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence, it was also Dongha County. He chatted briefly with the old man for a few more words, and when Ma Shuawei came back, the two of them stopped chatting. The old man didn't say anything else. He could tell it was because of Ma Shuawei. It seemed the old man and the young woman didn't want to interact with too many people. He looked at the scenery outside the train and narrowed his eyes slightly. The old man was talking about Dongha County temporarily, and Ma Shuawei suddenly had to return there. The originally inconspicuous small county suddenly became mysterious in his eyes. Is it all a coincidence? He didn't think anymore, closed his eyes and fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the train was about to enter the station. He wanted to wake Ma Shuawei up, but he felt a heaviness in his chest. Looking down, my heartbeat quickened. He didn't know when Ma Shuawei fell asleep on his chest. This should have been a very sweet thing, but now he felt very embarrassed. Why? Because Ma Shuawei was drooling. There was a large area of his chest wet with saliva. It turns out that goddesses also have these problems when sleeping. She was already feeling very embarrassed, and what was even more embarrassing was that Ma Shuawei woke up slowly because of her own restlessness. She looked at Lin Yi with sleepy eyes. What's wrong? Have we arrived yet? As she spoke, she came to her senses. When she saw the wet spot on Lin Yi's chest, her face turned red instantly. I didn't mean it. She explained hurriedly, her face becoming even redder. Lin Yi smiled helplessly. It's okay, get off first. After all, she is my wife. Being favored. Mr. Jiang and Jiang Linger were nowhere to be seen. It seemed that they had gotten off the car early, or they didn't want to get off with him and expose their whereabouts. After getting off the train, the first thing they did was to find a hotel, because it was already late at night. They had been sitting on the train for a whole day and night and were indeed tired. He was quite familiar with Dongha County, and took Ma Shuawei all the way to a hotel area. He remembered that there were many hotels where they could stay overnight. Ma Shuawei felt embarrassed because of the saliva she had gotten into, so she just followed him without saying a word. The two searched around the surrounding hotels and something even more embarrassing happened. That is, there is no room. No, to be exact, there is only one room left. More than a dozen hotels around here are already fully booked, with only one having one room left. The remaining hotels are very far away from here, and there is no guarantee that there will be rooms available even if you go there. So standing in front of the counter, Lin Yi looked at Ma Shuawei awkwardly and said a little embarrassedly, "How about staying in one room first?" Chapter 35 Lin Yi, come up and sleep. How about we just stay in the same room first, you sleep on the bed and I sleep on the floor? Lin Yi looked at Ma Shuawei somewhat embarrassedly. He brought Ma Shuawei here with him, so this girl must not misunderstand. Ma Shuawei's face looked very ugly. After sitting on the train for a day and a night, she was really exhausted and had no energy to continue. But how could it be possible for a single man and a single woman to live together with Lin Yi? She hesitated, a look of struggle on her face. Seeing her like this, Lin Yi knew that she was worried about him. It was not her fault, because he himself was not confident in himself. So he sighed and said helplessly, "How about this, then you go in and sleep. I'll find a place outside to spend the night. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning." When Ma Shuawei heard that he was leaving, a hint of fear appeared in her eyes. "No need, let's just get a room first, but you can only sleep on the floor, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." She raised her white and tender little fist, pretending to be very fierce. She didn't dare to leave herself in this unfamiliar place, so she might as well let Lin Yi follow her. Although Lin Yi was also in danger, he was always very serious on weekdays, so she still trusted him. "Then open one first." Lin Yi immediately completed the check-in procedures and then took Ma Shuawei into the room. The room was not big, only less than 20 square meters, but it was clean. Lin Yi simply washed up, spread some things on the floor, and fell asleep. He was very tired from the journey and really didn't have the energy to think about random things, even though he was living in the same house with the goddess. He slept soundly and felt very comfortable. In the dim light, he seemed to hear someone calling her. "Lin Yi, why don't you come up and sleep? I'm scared." Because he was half asleep, Lin Yi didn't think too much and got up and climbed directly onto the bed. But the next second, he shuddered and all his sleepiness disappeared instantly. Now he was lying on the bed, with Ma Shuawei in his arms. The warmth and fragrance filled him, making him feel dry in the mouth. He looked down in the moonlight and saw Ma Shuawei's beautiful face with her eyes closed. In the moonlight, the goddess was so beautiful that it was unspeakable. But he didn't have time to enjoy the beautiful scene because he found that Ma Shuawei was talking in her sleep. "Okay. I told you to go to bed and you did. You really are not a good person. I'll beat you to death." Ma Shuawei said viciously, with a rich expression on her face, but Lin Yi was sure that this girl was sleepwalking. "Depend on. I thought the goddess was flawless, but it turns out she has so many bad flaws." As he was thinking, his expression gradually became terrified. Because Ma Shuawei suddenly opened her little mouth, revealing her white teeth, and bit his arm. "Damn Lin Yi, I'm going to bite you to death." As she spoke, she bit his arm. Ah! Lin Yi felt that this girl had spit out all her own blood in one gulp. The sourness and pain could only be understood by those who had experienced it. "It's over. It must have bitten the artery." Lin Yi looked at the teeth marks on his arm with grievance, his face full of grievance, but his grievance had not completely disappeared, and was replaced by fear. Ma Shuawei stared at him in disbelief with her alluring peach blossom eyes. The distance between them was only half a palm away, and they could even feel each other's breath. "Well, I said it was you who asked me to come up, do you believe it?" Looking at Ma Shuawei's angry expression, Lin Yi smiled awkwardly. Bang! The clear sound of slaps echoed throughout the room, followed by the legendary infinite chain under the moon. Bang! 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 3 minutes later, Lin Yi sat on the ground feeling aggrieved, covering her swollen cheeks, tears streaming down her face. As expected, all women are tigresses. Men should be protected little cuties. Ma Shuawei sat cross-legged on the bed, wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, her face full of tension. "Lin Yi, what are you going to do?" Seeing her so excited, Lin Yi couldn't help it. He took his hand away from her red face and pointed at the red handprint on it. "You hit me." Ma Shuawei found his face swollen like a pig's head really funny and burst out laughing. With this smile, her tense nerves relaxed, her tense mood was relieved, and she calmed down. She briefly checked her physical condition and found that it was not what she had imagined. Then she said to Lin Yi awkwardly, "It's your fault for being dishonest. You deserve it. It was obviously you who was scared and insisted on making me go to bed." Lin Yi felt very aggrieved. "Nonsense, when did I let you go to bed?" Ma Shuawei was stunned when she heard that. Lin Yi almost fainted from anger when she heard this. She suppressed the grievance in her heart and said with a wry smile, "Goddess, do you know that you talk in your sleep?" "Talking in my sleep? Absolutely impossible. No one has ever said that I talk in my sleep." Ma Shuawei shook her head firmly, her face full of determination. Lin Yi knew that he couldn't explain himself clearly, so he simply fell to the ground and fell asleep with his pillow in his arms, angrily. When Ma Shuawei saw him like this, she covered her mouth with her delicate hands and giggled, with a bright light flashing in her eyes. She called him twice, and seeing that Lin Yi ignored her, she turned over with relief, raised a beautiful smile at the corner of her mouth, and murmured to herself in a voice that only she could hear. "This time, you don't dare to go to bed again." This is because Lin Yi couldn't hear her voice, otherwise he would have fainted from anger. The next morning, Lin Yi got up early, called Ma Shuawei, and took her to a car shop. The county town is more than 10 miles away from his hometown, which makes traveling back and forth extremely inconvenient. He plans to buy a small car to go back and bring face to his parents. You know, when he was a child, the neighbors in the village often said that he was not ambitious enough. At that time, he felt very ashamed and would argue with others, but now he only feels that he has brought shame to his parents. Now that he drives a small car back home, I believe the neighbors will also look at him and his parents with admiration, right? Besides, my mom also introduced me to a blind date, so I have to save face, right? Do you have money to buy a car? Ma Shuawei showed curiosity. Of course. Sister Yu gave me a portion of the profits from Linglong Studio, so it's enough for me to buy a car for transportation. Lin Yi said as he walked in. As he entered, a beautiful woman came towards him with a bright smile. "Hello, sir. What price range of car would you like to choose? I have something to recommend for you." Hearing this, Lin Yi looked around. Looking at the brand new vehicles, he hesitated for a moment, then said awkwardly, "Keep a low profile. The lower the profile, the better." Chapter 36 Buying a car in full. The more low-key the better. Lin Yi scratched his head and smiled slightly. This time he was returning to his parents, and he didn't want to be too conspicuous, and that was not in line with his usual style. This car will be his car for transportation in his hometown, and there are too many of his acquaintances here, and he doesn't want to have too much contact with these people. So, the lower the profile, the better. Low-key? The beautiful woman in professional attire was stunned for a moment, then she looked at Lin Yi's outfit again. Although Lin Yi looked relatively steady, the immaturity on his face still showed that he was a fledgling college student. In addition, he had been running around all night, so he looked a little messy and even more poor. Students like this come to see cars, basically just to look at them. Of course, out of professional ethics, the beauty did not show it, but made a gesture of invitation with a professional smile. "Sir, please follow me." Lin Yi followed her to a white Volkswagen and stopped. The Volkswagen looked a bit old and should be a second-hand car. The owner of this car has only used it for 2 years and it is in perfect condition. It was just delivered. Although it is a bit old, there is no problem in refurbishing it, and the price. The beautiful woman began to introduce it slowly, but before she finished, she saw Lin Yi shaking his head. "No, it's too old." Lin Yi frowned slightly and shook his head decisively. The woman was stunned for a moment and frowned slightly. She thought Lin Yi didn't look like a rich man, and he also said that he should keep a low profile, so she brought Lin Yi to see this car. I thought Lin Yi was short of money but had to buy a car. There were many people like him in small towns. I think that one is good. Please introduce it to me. Lin Yi pointed at a black Volkswagen car not far away, his eyes shining. He doesn't know much about cars, but this car doesn't look so rubbish at first glance, and it even has a vague sense of luxury. If the price is similar, this is the one. The woman glanced at the car and frowned slightly. Little brother, cars are not just about the brand, they are also divided into series. That car costs over 200,000 yuan in total, it's not suitable for you. When Lin Yi heard her words, his eyes lit up. More than 200,000 yuan, this price should be considered a high price in the village, and everything meets his requirements, so this is it. This is what I want. Lin Yi said excitedly. The woman was stunned for a while, but her displeasure was already written on her face. Lin Yi was just a college student, how could he have any money? Besides, he came here on his own. It was simply nonsense for him to ask for a car worth more than 200,000 yuan. Brother, this car cannot be purchased in installments due to some special reasons. Please ask the adults in your family to come together. The woman said helplessly. This place is not like a big city, but just a small county town. There are very few people of Lin Yi's age who come to buy cars. Last time, she saw a colleague selling a car in installments to a college student. It turned out that the buyer had stolen money from his family and made a scene in the store for several days. Because of this incident, the store manager deliberately reminded customers to be extremely cautious when encountering young buyers. Small bluff bot document anti-piracy, find, book, machine people select small bluff, stable, reliable, don't step into pits. She subconsciously glanced at Ma Shuawei not far away, and became more certain of her wise move. I guess this silly boy is just trying to show off in front of the goddess. She has seen many college students like him. After going out for a walk in the big city, he thinks he has entered the upper-class society. This car must not be sold to this guy in installments. But Lin Yi's words made her stunned. Installment? Just pay in full, by credit card. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment and handed over a card casually. The woman was also stunned when she saw that he looked so serious. Full payment? More than 200,000 yuan is already a huge sum of money in a small county town, and such money will not easily fall into the hands of children. Is it true that this kid has money in his card? She hesitated for a moment and took the bank card. I went to the front desk and checked the following information, confirming that the bank card belonged to Lin Yi himself. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about whether this was money stolen from home, so she swiped her bank card with a tentative attitude. 230,000 was really deposited into the account. She looked at the deposit notification in astonishment and stood there in a daze. What is the identity of this college student and why is he so rich? Can I drive this car away? Lin Yi stood in front of the cashier, looking at the message on his phone prompting him to swipe the Chinese currency, and smiled at the beautiful woman. The woman came back to her senses at his words and smiled a completely different smile, bright and respectful. Okay, but I need to get the contract first. Please wait for me for a moment, sir. Good. Lin Yi watched the woman run to the small room at the back of the car shop and looked at the black Volkswagen with joy. Although he didn't know what model the car was, he was certain of one thing. This is the one he wants. Lin Yi? Just as he was looking at the vehicle in front of him with joy, a rough voice suddenly rang out. Hearing a familiar voice, he looked up and saw a tall and thin man, about 27 or 28 years old, dressed somewhat extravagantly, with a pale face, and a woman with heavy makeup. Lin Feng? The man's name is Lin Feng. He is the child of his eldest aunt and also lives in this small county town. He has liked comparing himself with himself since he was a child and often bullied him. However, he did not go to college in the end and chose to return to the county town to make a living. The reason I can still remember him now is because this guy never left me with any good memories. It's really you. Lin Feng came forward with a smile. When he saw Ma Shuawei standing beside him, his eyes lit up and he was stunned. Living in a small county town, when had he ever seen a woman with such temperament? He was instantly attracted by Ma Shuawei's beautiful face, his eyes greedy. The woman next to him saw him like this and grabbed his waist. Look. If you look at me again, I'll dig your eyes out. Lin Feng chuckled, and there was a hint of disgust in his eyes as he looked at the woman. Hey, bro, why did you come back so suddenly? Who is this? This is my classmate. I'm going home to visit him. Lin Yi stood in front of Ma Shuawei with an indifferent voice. I told you, how could anyone fall for a kid like you who comes from the countryside? After hearing his explanation, Lin Feng immediately smiled with satisfaction. As he spoke, he saw the black Volkswagen next to Lin Yi, and his expression became even more proud. Brother, are you here looking for a job? I know the people here, so I can help you. I'm here today to pick up a car, the one you see next to you. Someone I know heard I was coming, so they gave me a 10% discount. The more he spoke, the more smug he looked, revealing a hint of pride. At this moment, the beautiful saleswoman came out with the contract. Chapter 37 Sorry, I paid in full. Just when Lin Feng was feeling extremely proud, the beautiful sales lady came out from behind. She held the contract in her hand, her face full of smiles. Being able to negotiate a deal worth over 200,000 yuan is definitely a great thing for her. When Lin Yi saw the beautiful sales lady coming out, he was about to go forward to greet her, but Lin Feng took the lead and walked up to her. "Sister Yu, I'm here to pick up the car." His tone was extremely generous. If someone didn't know him, they would think that Lin Feng was a rich man. But Lin Yi knew him best. This guy was just pretending. He had no money but still pretended to be rich so that he could have self-esteem and face. His self-esteem and face came from suppressing and humiliating others. Don't ask him how he knew that, because that's how Lin Yi was suppressed by him before. He was still young at that time and could be said to not understand anything, but now it is different. He doesn't bother to argue with such people. The sales lady called Sister Yu had a smile on her face, but when she saw him, her smile disappeared instantly and was replaced by disgust. "Lin Feng, why are you here?" Lin Feng smiled slightly when he heard her words, secretly glanced at Lin Yi and Ma Shuowei, and deliberately raised his voice a few degrees. "Sister Yu, you're such a jokester. I'm here to pick up the car. Didn't we agree to pick it up today? I brought my brother and his classmates here, just waiting to pick up the car and send them back home." He said this with a smug smile. He looked as if he was showing off to Lin Yi that his life was pretty good now, and telling the difference between the two of them. Lin Yi knew that this was because he went to college while Lin Feng did not. He had even persuaded his parents that college was useless and it would be better for them to go out and make a living early. "Mr. Lin is your brother?" Sister Yu looked doubtful. She knew very well what kind of person Lin Feng was. He was just a scoundrel who was idle and unwilling to do anything, even small things. How could such a scoundrel have such a rich brother? "Yes. Sister Yu, you'd better hurry up. My brother is still waiting for me to send him back to his hometown. This guy follows me around all day long, and I'm almost annoyed to death," Lin Feng said, pretending to have a headache. Lin Yi saw everything and sneered. He really wanted to sing a line for his cousin who had performed so many dramas. "In this film, I cooperate with your performance and turn a blind eye." Ma Shuowei frowned and asked in a low voice, "Is this man really your cousin? Why is he talking nonsense?" Lin Yi smiled helplessly, signaling her not to worry about it. Sister Yu understood that Lin Feng was pretending, but because of Lin Yi, she still patiently said to Lin Feng, "The car you want has been bought by your brother. You can pick another one." "Bought?" Lin Feng was stunned, thinking he had misheard. "Yes, it was bought by your brother just now." Sister Yu nodded. Lin Feng's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He turned his head to look at Lin Yi and happened to see him with a somewhat sarcastic smile. "Makes you talk nonsense. I'm chasing you to get a ride. I bought it myself, let us see if you will slap me in the face." Lin Feng never expected that Lin Yi would actually buy the car he had his eyes on. When he thought about what he had just said, he felt extremely embarrassed. This guy clearly bought this car, and yet he's still watching him bragging here. It's obvious that he's trying to embarrass himself on purpose. When he thought about his self-deceiving performance just now, which was seen by Sister Yu and everyone present, he suddenly felt a surge of anger and humiliation in his heart. "Lin Yi, you clearly knew that this was the car I liked, but you bought it in advance. What do you mean by this?" He was furious and put the blame on Lin Yi. Lin Yi understood him too well and knew he would make such an excuse. Not only that, Lin Feng would also blame Sister Yu, so that his embarrassing situation would seem like an accident and someone else's fault. This person has been like this since he was very young. Without any sense of responsibility, he would seek a sense of existence in those weaker than him and bully others. But now we are all adults, and no one will give in to him anymore. Sure enough, Lin Feng, who was furious, pointed the finger at Sister Yu again. "Sister Yu, you are too immoral. You said that the whole car was for me, how could you sell it off to someone else?" Sister Yu was so angry she almost crooked her nose when she heard that. She immediately said, "You asked me to keep it for you for 7 days, and now it's been a month. Not only that, but you're also giving me a 20% discount on the installment plan. If you can't afford it, just buy a car you can afford. Why are you pretending? Your brother paid in full. If you can pay in full now, I'll sell the car to you." She spoke angrily, and it was obvious that she had been pestered by Lin Feng on this matter more than once or twice, and she was probably annoyed with it. Being scolded, Lin Feng's face changed drastically, but he couldn't say anything in rebuttal. He took 2 steps back and moved his lips several times but couldn't say anything. This time he was completely humiliated. And all this happened because of that cowardly cousin Lin Yi. He turned his head with a ferocious expression and happened to see Lin Yi's sarcastic sneer, and the fire in his heart was ignited at once. Good boy. You even dared to tease your cousin. I think you've wasted these 3 years at university. I'm going to teach your mother a lesson right now. Before he could finish his words, he had already swung his hand out. Now the only way for him to vent his anger completely is to beat Lin Yi. This was the case when he was young. Whenever he encountered something unpleasant, he would teach Lin Yi a lesson. He also knew Lin Yi's temper and character, and he would never dare to fight back. Moreover, with his cowardly look, he was no match for him. He came up to him with big strides and stretched out his hand to hit the sneering face. This time he used all his strength to teach Lin Yi a lesson. The next second, Lin Yi, who had never dared to fight back, moved, easily grabbed his wrist, and slapped him in the face. Bang! Teach me a lesson for my mother, who the hell are you? This slap directly stunned Lin Feng because the force was too great. He felt that Lin Yi's palm was like a black bear, making him dizzy. Of course, Lin Yi had waited too long for this slap. This time he came back to let all those who looked down on him and his family see that no one can look down on the Lin family anymore. No one can bully his Lin family. Not even relatives. Even the powerful and wealthy are not allowed. You dare to hit me? Lin Feng covered his cheek with a ferocious expression. Lin Ye's eyes flashed with cold light, and he waved his hands together. This time, he showed no mercy and directly blew Lin Feng away 2 or 3 meters, and then he fell heavily to the ground. His head tilted and he fainted. Chapter 38, Is there a beautiful woman in my family? Lin Yi showed no mercy in this slap, hitting the man until he was out of breath. Although Tai Chi is a martial art that uses softness to overcome hardness, it can still have a serious impact on ordinary people. The woman that Lin Feng brought was frightened by his slap. She simply left Lin Feng behind and ran out of the car shop. Sister Yu was also frightened. She had never seen anyone slap an adult man so far. It took a lot of strength. The smile on her face began to stiffen. She looked at Lin Yi with a guilty conscience and said fearfully, "Brother. Oh no, Mr. Lin, you can drive away now. Here are the car keys." Sister Yu quickly handed him a pair of car keys and smiled professionally, but she was sweating in her heart. Lin Yi took the key, glanced indifferently at the unconscious Lin Feng, and drove away from the car shop with Ma Shuawei. After all, he is his cousin, so he has to let Lin Feng stay in the hospital for at least half a month. That slap you just gave me wasn't because of me, was it? Ma Shuawei, the co-pilot, suddenly joked. The image of Lin Yi suddenly standing in front of her appeared in her mind, and a beautiful arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. By the way, what exactly are you doing here? Do you need my help? Lin Yi was full of curiosity. He still doesn't know what Ma Shuawei came here for. Ma Shuawei looked hesitant and did not answer his question immediately. Lin Yi smiled tactfully. Don't mind me, I'm just asking. I really need your help, but I can't tell you now. Ma Shuawei smiled slightly, like a flash of flower, which made Lin Yi stunned. But don't worry, I won't let you help in vain. I don't need your thanks. Otherwise, you can do me a favor too. Then we'll be even and help each other. Lin Yi suddenly smiled and showed his big teeth. What help do you need? Ma Shuawei was obviously not expecting his answer and was stunned. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi slowly stopped the car at the edge of the road with an extremely serious expression. Seeing him like this, Ma Shuawei's expression unconsciously became serious. Be my girlfriend. Lin Yi suddenly said. What? Ma Shuawei was shocked. When I said you be my girlfriend, it was just a pretense. My mom introduced me to a blind date. If I don't take you back, I'll be in trouble. Lin Yi's scalp tingled when he thought of that embarrassing and socially awkward scene. With Ma Shuawei's conditions, she is definitely an invincible shield, but he also has a little selfish motive, because she is the school beauty goddess. He looked at Ma Shuawei and saw that she did not speak immediately, but showed hesitation on her face, and he was suddenly disappointed. It's okay, I was just talking. He knew that this kind of thing could not be forced, otherwise it would cause the close relationship that the two people had just established to regress, so he had to cut his losses in time. In this case, the progress is too fast and the girl feels repulsed. Unexpectedly, as soon as he sat back in his seat, he heard Ma Shuawei's answer. Yeah, okay. Anyway, I will need your help in the future, so I will just help you with this small request. But you can't go too far, after all, I am still your girlfriend. After she finished speaking, she leaned back in her chair, turned her head and looked out the window, leaving Lin Yi with a beautiful profile. He could even see the shy blush on that stunning profile. Good job. I just gave a normal attack. I didn't expect to trick out a big move and flash. Lin Yi's lips curled up into a smile, and his mood was particularly bright. He took a deep breath and started the car again. Let's go home and see my parents. The black car slowly drove out of the small county town and hurried towards the countryside along the small road. In the afternoon, in the hotel where Lin Yi and his companions had stayed, a man wearing glasses walked into the front desk with a slightly stubborn expression. Open a room for me, Zhang Wanhao said lightly, with determination flashing in his eyes. The lady boss at the front desk glanced at him indifferently and pointed lazily upstairs. There's only one room left. A young couple just stayed there today. Go ahead. When Zhang Wanhao heard that there was only one room left, he smiled happily and said, looks like I'm lucky. This is a good omen. He finished the formalities and walked up the stairs, muttering to himself, Lin Yi, I will never lose to you. Wei Wei is mine. Ache. Lin Yi sneezed and scratched his head as he slowly entered the small village. The small village can be regarded as one of the larger villages in the surrounding area, with hundreds of households. Although the construction is a bit shabby, the county has been quite concerned about its development in recent years. It is estimated that in a few years, it will be able to apply to become a town. How should I put it? Although small, it has all the necessary organs. Is this your hometown? Ma Shuawei leaned against the window, her face full of curiosity. She really didn't know much about Lin Yi, and even before this, all she knew about him were rumors on campus. After just a month of contact, I discovered that Lin Yi was not as rumored on campus and in the class. Instead, he was generous and seemed to come from a wealthy family. She even suspected several times that Lin Yi was a hidden rich second generation. But now that she has returned to the small village, she realized that all her guesses were wrong. Lin Yi really was a child who grew up in a rural family. Yes. You have to be careful when you get there. My mother likes to ask questions, so you must not let anything slip. Lin Yi nodded and smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Ma Shuawei's face showed extreme dissatisfaction, even a cute and sarcastic expression. You look down on me too much. What's there to say? Isn't it enough for me to really treat myself as your girlfriend? Forehead. Nothing wrong. Lin Yi's face was filled with joy. But don't dream of Zhu Beiji marrying Chang'e. It's okay. I can think so, but you can't really treat you as my boyfriend. Lin Yi nodded quickly, but he didn't think so in his heart. I don't want to listen. My wife is chanting. It seems that the relationship between the two can heat up again. When a girl does things that only a girlfriend would do when she is with you, it is a sign that things are heating up. For example, helping you wipe the sweat off your face and tying your shoelaces. These things may seem trivial, but after a while she herself will begin to question, what does this fall mean? As a man, you must seize the opportunity at this time, and you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Now Lin Yi has this opportunity. He drove the car and slowly stopped at the gate of his own yard. He opened the car door happily and looked at the yard with admiration. There were still childhood graffiti painted on the dilapidated gate, and the old brick house in the small courtyard of dozens of square meters made him feel sad. Through the glass, he could still see two familiar figures busy at work. However, just as he was about to push the door to enter the yard, the door of the brick house was pushed open, and a beautiful woman with an extremely hot body walked out. Chapter 39 The daughter-in-law who came to the door. The door opened and out walked a woman with an extremely hot body. She was 170 centimeters tall, with a well-proportioned figure. She was wearing denim shorts and a tank top. Her skin was incredibly white, and she instantly caught Lin Yi's eyes. The woman had a ponytail and looked a year or two older than herself. She had the type of gentle older sister she was, especially her big, slightly melancholy eyes, which were as melting as the ocean. Ma Shuawei was also attracted to this woman, who gave people a sense of vocabulary shock at any time and place. Gentle. Virtuous. Considerate. When the two were observing her, she also saw Lin Yi and Ma Shuawei. Lin Yi? The woman was stunned for a moment, then showed an extremely gentle and happy smile. Ha! Lin Yi was stunned. He didn't know this woman at all. His brain was working rapidly, searching his memory again and again for the identity of this woman, but in the end, the only thing he could be sure of was that he really didn't know her. Mom, Lin Yi is back. The woman turned around, opened the door, and shouted to the familiar figure in the room. Lin Yi was stunned. What's going on? He even stared at Ma Shuawei beside him and said in disbelief, "She calls my mother Mom?" Ma Shuawei was different from him, her face immediately darkened. What's going on? Who is she? If you don't tell me clearly, I'm going back. Ma Shuawei's face turned red with anger. Good job, Lin Yi. He tricked her into coming back and pretending to be his girlfriend, but ended up hiding someone else at home. Isn't this just fooling people? Fortunately, Lin Yi calmed down and quickly comforted her. Don't be angry for now. It might be a blind date arranged by my mother. Go in and take a look first. Having said that, he still found it quite strange. Even if she was his blind date, why did she call his mother before the blind date even started? Do I have a sister who has been lost for many years? He murmured to himself, and pushed open the gate of the small courtyard with Ma Shuawei and walked in. When my parents heard the woman's voice, they hurried out of the house. After not seeing each other for 2 years, their hair has turned a lot grayer, and you can vaguely see a lot of white, and there are countless more wrinkles on their faces. Although we occasionally video chat on weekdays, the impact is far less strong than meeting in person. Xiao Yi, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Mom hugged him tightly, her voice choked with sobs. Who is this? My mother saw Ma Shuawei at a glance and looked confused, her expression almost exactly the same as Lin Yi's. In fact, he looks like his mother. The two look almost 70% similar, so even their expressions and movements are almost the same. You can tell at first glance that they are mother and daughter. My mother's voice instantly attracted everyone's attention, which instantly focused on Ma Shuawei. Ma Shuawei looked like a big star in a TV series in terms of both appearance and temperament. She didn't look like a child from a county village at all. She instantly became the focus of everyone present. The gentle and elegant woman also looked Ma Shuawei up and down, her eyes flickering, and no one knew what she was thinking. Being stared at by so many strangers, Ma Shuawei felt a little panicked and looked at Lin Yi for help. Forehead. Mom, this is my girlfriend. I brought her back to visit this time. Lin Yi hurriedly explained, scratching his head awkwardly. Girlfriend? When did you find a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell me? My mother was stunned for a moment, and the smile on her face instantly became a little stiff. She looked at the gentle woman beside her with great embarrassment. My mother's expression clearly confirmed the woman's identity. Lin Yi originally thought that such an embarrassing situation would end up out of control, but who knew that the woman's behavior would be so unexpected? The woman, Ma Shuawei, his girlfriend, was also stunned for a moment, but she returned to normal in just a moment, and even showed a warm smile and stretched out her slender jade hand to him. Lin Yi, I'm the blind date your aunt found for you, Zhou Huihui, you can just call me shall we? You guys rushed back at night, you must not have eaten yet, let's go in and eat first. Zhou Huihui said with a smile, and then directly took his hand. Lin Yi instantly felt the murderous intent coming from Ma Shuawei, subconsciously retracted his hand, and smiled awkwardly. Well, I can go in by myself. He took Ma Shuawei into the old house, and the family sat at the table in an extremely awkward atmosphere. Ma Shuawei sat beside him with her head down, pinching his thigh with her little hands angrily to vent her anger, and winked at him from time to time, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Lin Yi was really at a loss and was about to speak when Zhou Huihui spoke first. Lin Yi, eat more. He said with a smile to everyone. The gentleness on his face made everyone feel calmer. You don't have to be like this. Lin Yi and I are just on a blind date. We're not married yet. We can still be friends. Lin Yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that Zhou Huihui was so reasonable and seemed like a good girl. If it weren't for Ma Shuawei, he might really have had some kind of relationship with her. However, there was one thing that he was very curious about. How could such a good girl be so proactive? She had never even met him, so how could she be so attracted to his family's conditions? But just when everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Zhou Huihui paused and spoke again. However, Shuawei is only Lin Yi's girlfriend now, so I still have a chance, right? Right, Lin Yi? As she spoke, her beautiful eyes, like the vast ocean, stared at Lin Yi, making Lin Yi feel like his heart was melting. For a moment, he didn't know how to refuse. That's right. It's not that he doesn't want to refuse. Who can stand this? Sister, you are right. Lin Yi told me last night that you must be a considerate girl. If I am not mistaken. She smiled sweetly at Lin Yi. Lin Yi's face was filled with embarrassment, and he felt the atmosphere was full of tension. Last night? You came back yesterday? Zhou Huihui stared at him. Yes, we stayed in the city for one night yesterday. Lin Yi felt a little guilty. He didn't know why he had such feelings. Zhou Huihui had a special temperament. Even if it was the first time you met her, she would not make you feel unfamiliar. She was more like a family member. Seeing him nod in acknowledgement, Zhou Huihui's expression changed slightly. Obviously, she didn't expect this to happen. But after a few seconds, she calmed down and said, "This is normal. I can't let a little girl live alone in this strange city." As she said this, she put down her bowl and chopsticks. "I've finished eating and feel a little tired. I'm going to rest first. I'll trouble you to take care of the dishes, Shuewei." As she spoke, she walked into the only small room besides the one where her mom and dad were. Chapter 40 Beiwang Primary School. Looking at Zhou Huihui entering the house, Lin Yi frowned. Zhou Huihui also took the initiative, which made people feel that something was not right. "Mom, where did you find this blind date for me? I've never seen this girl before. Is she from our village?" My mother was frowning because of this matter. When she heard him ask, she glanced at Ma Shuewei. "It's okay, just tell me, Shuewei is not a stingy person." Lin Yi smiled slightly. "Auntie, just tell me, I believe in Lin Yi and respect his choice." Ma Shuewei also smiled slightly, her face full of curiosity. My mother hesitated, then sighed helplessly and said slowly, "It was your second aunt who called me the other day and said she wanted to find you a date. You didn't mention you were dating Shuewei at the time, so I agreed. It wasn't until Huihui came that I understood her situation. She came from a single-parent family. I heard her father had an incurable disease and he just wanted to see her get married and have children before he died. Then why would she like our family? Her conditions are so good." Lin Yi said doubtfully. "Your second aunt introduced you to me. She said you are honest and capable." "You mean I'm stupid and dumb?" Lin Yi complained in his heart. None of his relatives have a good life. They wish others don't live as well as they do. How could such a good thing happen to them? But this matter sounds a bit strange. It seems that I was chosen by chance, so there must be some conspiracy. Otherwise, with Zhou Huihui's conditions, she could have found anyone else, but why did she choose him? Thinking of this, he looked at the door of the room with confusion. "I'll go talk to her." Lin Yi hesitated again, stood up and walked towards the room. "Xiaoyi, I don't care about the relationship between you young people, but she is a girl after all, so please be more tactful when speaking," Mom said worriedly. Lin Yi nodded, pushed the door open and walked in. There are 2 rooms in the old house. This room is particularly new. It was used by Chu Fei before. Now that Chu Fei is gone, it is empty. Zhou Huihui was lying on the bed at this time, with her back to him, revealing her perfect lines. Lin Yi frowned and sat down next to her, only to find that Zhou Huihui had actually fallen asleep. Sitting aside, he could even smell the unique fragrance of Zhou Huihui, which made him feel a surge of evil fire in his heart. With mixed feelings in my heart, I was thinking about how to communicate with her, so I simply lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. He rarely smoked, only lighting up when he was particularly upset, and he hadn't touched one since that college party. TSK. After thinking for a while, he clicked his tongue and turned around to wake Zhou Huihui up. But when he turned around, he found that Zhou Huihui had already woken up. She was resting her chin on one hand and looking at him tenderly. "You're here, why didn't you wake me up?" Her voice was like a stream of clear spring flowing into people's hearts, calming Lin Yi's chaotic mood a lot. "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" Lin Yi hesitated for a moment and went straight to the point. Zhou Huihui chuckled when she heard that. "What are you talking about? I'm yours." As she spoke, her hand crawled along the edge of the bed to Lin Yi's body, and her voice made his heart stir. "As long as you are willing, we can get married now." Lin Yi suddenly straightened up and stared at her with a frown. Lin Yi is now completely certain that this woman must have some special reason why she came here through his second aunt. However, his family is a well-off family, so how could he have offended such a woman? "You look so serious, I was just joking with you." Zhou Huihui smiled slightly, sat up on the bed, and stretched. Her slender waist like a water snake made Lin Yi feel a little embarrassed. "You think too much. I was really introduced by your second aunt, and I really want to marry you." I guess your aunt has told you about my family situation. Lin Yi could see that this woman just didn't want to tell the truth. I didn't expect that I would encounter such a thing when I came back this time. Don't worry, I won't disturb your relationship, but like I said, you haven't gotten married yet, I still have a chance. She spoke very calmly, then lazily lay down on the bed again, closed her eyes and fell asleep. Lin Yi was upset by what she did, so he ran to the small yard and started smoking. Ma Shuawei was chatting happily with her mother. Seeing him like this, she didn't come over to disturb them, but continued chatting enthusiastically. Looking through the window, he found that Ma Shuawei didn't seem to care about Zhou Huihui's affairs at all, and lamented that he was being too sentimental. Too distraught, he decided to go out for a walk. It just so happened that I hadn't been back to my hometown for a long time, and I hadn't visited those familiar places from my childhood. After going out, he walked down the path, his destination being Beiwang Primary School. Beiwang Primary School is the village primary school. He remembered that it was still there when he left a few years ago, but he didn't know what its condition was now. If possible, he would spend money to rebuild it. After all, it is his alma mater. This would not only help him complete his spending task, but also allow the villagers to change their views of the Lin family. After half an hour's journey, he saw his childhood school. The wall of Beiwang Primary School is still so dilapidated and looks like it has been abandoned, but the sound of reading coming from inside proves that it is still holding on. When he studied here, there were only 2 classes and 3 teachers. Lin Yi? Just as he was sighing, a slightly old voice suddenly came. Lin Yi looked up and saw a middle-aged man with a beard that was beginning to turn gray. No, to be precise, he has already entered old age. Principal Li must be at least in his 50s. Principal Li. He smiled and waved. There were not many children studying here back then, and Principal Li would often give lectures himself, so he could recognize all the students of that year. He still remembers Principal Li hugging him and praising him with a smile. This kid is so stupid. He doesn't hold grudges. He really holds a grudge. Is this you? Principal Li smiled excitedly, walked up quickly and looked at him. I haven't seen you for a few years. You've grown so big. Where have you been working all these years? Lin Yi's mouth twitched when he heard this, but he still responded patiently, I went to college. Now I just started working and wanted to come back to visit. Principal Li nodded. It's a good job. It's different for college students to find a job. Unlike my old bones, I'm just like this broken school, which is about to be bulldozed and disappear. At this point, the old man thought of something and his eyes lit up. Xiao Yi, you make a lot of money, right? Can you lend me some? Chapter 41 You are such a snob. Speaking of the school being razed to the ground, Principal Li's expression darkened, but he immediately thought of something, his eyes lit up and he looked at him with a smile. Lin Yi, can you lend some money to the school? Borrow money? You also heard his words, your eyes trembled, and confusion appeared. That's right, because this primary school hasn't been repaired for a long time. The news from above said that if it is not rebuilt, it will be a dangerous building and teaching will no longer be allowed here. Principal Li smiled bitterly, his words full of helplessness. He had founded this school himself, and he didn't know how much effort he had put into it. Now that many years have passed, he has developed an inseparable relationship with it. He was really unwilling to see it being demolished like this. How much will it cost to rebuild? Lin Yi looked at the dilapidated wall and frowned slightly. He came to rebuild the school, but not for Principal Li, but for the children in the village. I just don't know if rebuilding it will cost a lot of money. If it does, that would be great. The mission required him to spend 10 million Chinese yuan before returning. That was 10 million Chinese yuan. Ordinary expenses could not be spent at all. The only way to spend this wealth is to build the village. Rebuilding the classrooms in these walls will cost at least 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. It's not easy for you to work outside, Xiaoye, but I hope you can do your best. Just take as much as you can. Principal Li didn't feel embarrassed at all. His tone changed as soon as he opened his mouth. There was no intention of borrowing money in his tone. Lin Yi didn't want to argue with him. After all, he went back to Beiwang Primary School not for Principal Li, but for the children in the village. Although this place is only 20 or 30 miles away from the small county town, many parents still send their children to Beiwang Primary School. It is also a recognized primary school. Although the environment is a little worse, you can still study here. The cost is much lower than in a small county town, and it is right at your doorstep. Why not? No problem. Not only do we need to renovate these walls and classrooms, but would also better build a playground and prepare some equipment. Lin Yi frowned and calculated everything himself. Xiao Yi, how much are you going to donate? Principal Li asked with an attentive smile on his face. In just a few words, it went from borrowing money to donating money. Sure enough, old Ginger is still spicy. Principal Li looked at him expectantly, the smile on his lips growing more intense. In fact, he didn't have much hope at the beginning, because he knew Lin Yi's family situation, and he had just graduated from college and didn't have much money. He had just asked with the intention of extorting as much as he could, but he didn't expect that the boy would give him a surprise. How many? Lin Yi lowered his head and began to think, while Principal Li became nervous. If I really do what I just said, plus the round-trip travel expenses to the county town, it will cost a lot of money. Let's do this, 200,000 to renovate this school. Lin Yi spoke slowly, his expression serious. How much? Principal Li raised his eyebrows. 200,000, isn't that enough? Lin Yi thought it was not enough, and he calculated it again in his mind. 200,000? Principal Li smiled, but there was a hint of disappointment and helplessness in his smile. Xiao Yi, you've just graduated from college and entered the society. Why don't you learn something else? Why do you have to learn these sensational things? He shook his head, looking extremely helpless. He could see that Lin Yi had no money at all, but was spending lavishly here just to save face for the young man. If I really want him to pay the money, he will make some excuse about the company, and then keep delaying it, and finally disappear without a trace. Really? When Lin Yi heard his words, he frowned and said seriously, Principal Li, I started a company with my friends after graduating from university. I can still take out this amount of money, don't worry. After hearing his words, Principal Li became more certain of his thoughts. He had seen young people like this before. There had been a few in the village before, who were idle all day long and only knew how to brag, but in the end they still ended up living off their parents. Xiao Yi, I know you have this intention, but forget it. Go back to the big city and work hard, strive to make a name for yourself, and go home and get married soon. He said this earnestly, patting Lin Yi on the shoulder, as if telling him to be more pragmatic. Lin Yi smiled helplessly, knowing that he didn't believe it. After all, in a small mountain village like this, let alone 200,000, even 20,000 would be impressive. Principal Li, give me your bank card number, or the school's account number will do. Principal Li, who was about to leave, now laughed helplessly, with a hint of contempt in his laugh, but he still revealed his account number. 622-81075. He took a deep breath, looked at him with a suppressed smile, and said slowly, Okay, I'll thank you on behalf of the children. I'll treat you to dinner later, Xiao Ye. Lin Yi did not answer him immediately, but sent a message to his secretary Xiao Yu. Principal Li didn't have any online payment methods, so he could only ask Xiao Yu to transfer the money directly. Less than a minute after the message was sent, Principal Li's phone vibrated and an incoming payment message came in. Principal Li also found this message. He opened it and found that it showed that 200,000 yuan had been deposited into the bank account. He was stunned. He rubbed his cloudy eyes, checked the information over and over again, and widened his eyes. 200,000. After confirming that it was true, his voice trembled a little after the 200,000. Nowadays, banks transfer money in real time. Principal Li should have received the arrival information, right? Lin Yi smiled slightly when he saw his excited expression. Xiao Yi, you didn't rob a bank, did you? Principal Li came back to his senses and looked at him in disbelief, his voice at a loss. This is a huge sum of money. Lin Yi just graduated. Where did he get so much money? With a helpless smile, Lin Yi explained, Didn't I tell you just now? I made some money from starting a business, so it's only natural for me to help with the village's development. After all, this is also my home. Principal Li's darkening skin turned red and he was filled with emotion. Okay. When you left, I told them in the village that Xiao Ye would definitely become a promising person. After all, I have watched you grow up since you were a child. At that time, I said that you were smarter than others. He pointed at Lin Yi with his fingers excitedly, pulled his hand and walked into the house. Come on, let's go inside and have some tea. Good job. You are really a snob. Chapter 42 Road Maintenance. Wow, this old man is really a snob. He becomes a father and a son in just a few words? Lin Yi complained in his heart, but did not refuse. He followed Principal Li into the small house in front of the school, which was also the security room of Beiwang Primary School. He remembered that when he was very young, he seemed to have taken shelter from the rain here. There was also a man about the same age as Principal Li in the security room. The man was thin, wearing a gray short-sleeved shirt, and there was a hint of seriousness between his brows. Seeing Lin Yi walk in, the man cast a confused look at him. "Laoli, is this your student?" "Village Chief Wang, let me introduce you. This is Lin Yi, a college student from our village." Village Chief Wang was originally quite interested, but when he heard Lin Yi's identity, his smile faded a little and his eyes became much colder. "Oh, so you are Mr. Li's student." The coldness in his words was very obvious. It was obvious that he did not take Lin Yi seriously. It's not his fault. There were too many college students back then, and some of them even ended up doing worse than the migrant workers in the village after graduation. Although his attitude was cold, Principal Li was very enthusiastic and found a seat for Lin Yi and poured a pot of tea. "Village Chief Wang, Lin Yi can be said to be the most successful college student in our village. He started his own business and made a lot of money. He solved my troubles as soon as he came back." He boasted excitedly, and he didn't know where he heard that Lin Yi had made $1 million. "So many?" Village Chief Wang was shocked. He looked Lin Yi up and down carefully. His previous coldness disappeared and his smile was as warm as Principal Li's. "Of course. You are my student, so how can you be bad?" Village Chief Li said with pride. Seeing his smug look, Village Chief Wang carefully looked at Lin Yi and asked tentatively, "So, Brother Lin paid for the reconstruction of the primary school?" "Of course." This time, Lin Yi took out a full 200,000 yuan and transferred it to me on the spot. "It's in my account now," he said proudly, as if the money was not donated by Lin Yi, but earned by him himself. When Village Chief Wang heard his words, he looked surprised. Being able to take out 200,000 yuan in one go, regardless of whether he has the financial resources or not, such courage is rare. In any case, if he had 200,000 yuan, he would not use it to help with construction. When I came in just now, I saw that he was a handsome man, and it turned out to be true. He smiled attentively, which was completely opposite to Lin Yi's attitude when he first entered the security room. If it weren't for his cold look at first, Lin Yi would have thought he was an amiable elder. "By the way, Village Chief Wang, haven't you been worried about the road construction in the village recently?" Principal Li seemed to have thought of something and suddenly spoke. "Lin Yi just said that he came back this time to help the development of the village. You can talk to him about what he doesn't know." Village Chief Wang showed a look of surprise. He looked up at Lin Yi, observing his expression carefully. The village's difficulties are the village's business. He can't force Lin Yi to help the village, so it still depends on personal wishes. Lin Yi straightened up and placed the teacup in his hand on the table. His expression was very serious. "The affairs of the village are my affairs. If I can help the village financially, I will definitely not hold back." When Lin Yi came back, he also felt the problems in the village. The bumpy ground and winding roads made it very difficult to get in and out. It is precisely because of the difficulty of the road that the construction of their village has gradually lagged behind over the years and has been delayed until now. And he did this not only to complete the task, but also for his parents. "I need to go out and work hard in a short period of time, so I need the care of the village chief." Village Chief Wang's face showed ecstasy. He rubbed his hands excitedly, organized his words for a long time, closed his mouth again, and actually stood up to pour Lin Yi a cup of tea and placed it carefully next to him. That's the power of money. In the past, the village chief and the principal would never even look at him as a junior, but now that they heard that he wanted to help with the construction, they were extremely attentive to him. It's not just Lin Yi who has changed. I guess when the neighbors know what happened today, they will respect their parents the same way. Make them respected. Lin Yi did it. Just 1 month after graduating from college. "Principal Wang, you don't have to be so polite. You want to talk about the situation in the village." Lin Yi picked up the teacup without hesitation and took a sip. Seeing him drink the tea, Village Chief Wang's smile became even more intense. "It's like this. You know a little about the situation in our village. Due to construction difficulties, the city has been delaying it again and again," he said with a bitter smile. "Although it's only 20 to 30 kilometers from here to the city, the roads are rugged and difficult to travel, so we can't develop here at all. We can only watch these hundreds of people leave. I've asked the higher authorities several times, but they've been repeatedly put off by the difficulty, so I want to raise some funds while I'm in the village, at least to repair the rough sections of the road, so that the higher authorities might also help with the construction. Lin Yi nodded. He could still understand what village chief Wang was thinking. Either small villages are built up and move forward step by step, or they gradually become desolate and eventually disappear. It seems that village chief Wang is quite competent in this matter. How much does it cost? He didn't waste any words and spoke directly and decisively. Seeing him so happy, village chief Wang was filled with excitement. He rubbed his hands together as usual and said tentatively, "I checked. There are two most difficult sections, each of which costs more than 100,000 yuan. As he spoke, he carefully observed Lin Yi's expression. You have to know that he didn't raise much money in the village. If something like this really happened, no one would contribute money. In their words, even if a little construction is done, it will not change the current situation, so it is better to leave it alone. Although the amount of money is a lot, he still hopes that Lin Yi can help them. After all, he has donated so much to the school, so he should be able to afford it, right?" Under his nervous gaze, Lin Yi shook his head. Seeing him shake his head, village chief Wang's smile froze instantly. With a jolt in his heart, he quickly changed his tone. "Yes, it's indeed a bit much. This is also possible. We can build the most difficult section of the road first. Then large vehicles can come in, and the higher authorities will support construction here earlier. After the construction is completed, I will broadcast this news to the entire village so that all villagers can know about Lin Yi's deeds. Every family must know about this kind of thing. If there are any policies in the future, your family can also be the first to implement them." He thought Lin Yi didn't want to pay so much money, so he changed his words in the hope of reconciling the relationship. Lin Yi chuckled and shook his head helplessly. "I think village chief Wang misunderstood. What I meant was that building only 2 sections of road is too little. We should just build the entire road." Chapter 43 Spending money is so fun. I think village chief Wang has misunderstood something. What I meant is that it would not be troublesome enough to repair only 2 sections of the road. It would be better to renovate and repair the entire road directly. Lin Yi smiled and spoke slowly. One road only costs tens of thousands. The 2 roads cost at most 300,000. What is this little money for? If he really spends it like this, he might not be able to complete this task this year. That's 10 million Chinese yuan. I don't usually come across such a large expenditure. This road repair is a good opportunity, which will cost at least several million, and I absolutely cannot miss it. Repair the whole road? That's impossible. If we really want to repair the whole road in our village, it will cost at least several million. We simply can't afford it. Village chief Wang was stunned at first, then shook his head. Not to mention millions, he had never seen even hundreds of thousands of dollars in his life. He knew that Lin Yi was young and promising and had some money, but this amount of money was simply not something an individual could come up with. Only the country can provide it, or those multi-millionaires on TV. But even if you are a multi-millionaire, you would not spend this money to repair roads in a small village. This is basically an act of public welfare. Lin Yi became even more excited when he heard him say that the construction would cost several million. I'm not kidding. To find out how much this road will cost, please ask village chief Wang to talk to the construction team that can do the construction. I will pay for all the expenses. Lin Yi spoke seriously and drank the tea in one gulp. Cool. It turns out that being able to splurge feels so good. Is this the feeling of spending money? Really? Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, village chief Wang's expression began to stiffen. He couldn't believe it. I can't believe that someone of Lin Yi's age can be so generous. It is even more difficult to believe that someone of Lin Yi's age can possess such wealth. That's millions. He couldn't even imagine it. Not only him, even Principal Li standing next to him had an embarrassed expression. He looked at Lin Yi with a dry mouth and cleared his throat. Xiao Yi, are you sure you're not joking? I heard from village chief Wang that building that road would cost at least 3 or 4 million. I know you made some money starting your own business, but it wasn't easy to come by. Although building the road can bring them convenience, what Lin Yi did was for the entire village, or indirectly for everyone, including those present. They were deeply moved that a young person could have such awareness and thoughts. But in addition to being moved, they were also a little worried. 3 or 4 million is not something that can be easily mentioned. They are worried whether Lin Yi can really come up with it. If they have already negotiated with the construction team over there, but Lin Yi cannot provide them, then wouldn't they be asking for trouble? Lin Yi nodded again, revealing his white teeth and smiling gently. Really, just go ahead and talk. As he spoke, he slowly stood up and said, I will give you a deposit of 1 million first. Once you have negotiated with the construction team, just come to me directly. When Village Chief Wang heard that he was going to give a deposit of 1 million, his expression was particularly excited. He quickly stood up, gesticulating to stop Lin Yi, and said excitedly, Brother Lin, I am so grateful to you. You are our village's great benefactor. I will definitely tell all the villagers in the village to spread the word about you so that everyone in the village, young and old, will be grateful to me. As he spoke, his slightly cloudy eyes were covered with a layer of mist. This broken road in the village makes traveling back and forth bumpy and delayed. Often, relatives in the city don't come back often. Now that the road is repaired, our village will surely develop better and better. Lin Yi could see that he was genuinely excited, and couldn't help but feel a little moved. Although these two people are not perfect, one is the only principal engaged in education in the village, and the other is the village chief who leads the entire village. Both are people who are willing to make contributions. He still admires her in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he continued, I'm helping the village with this matter. Please help keep it secret. Why? Little brother, you took so much money. Village Chief Wan was stunned for a moment, his face full of confusion. Doing such a great thing and not letting anyone know about it, what kind of weird request is this? Lin Yi scratched his head and said hesitantly, anyway, just don't say it was my money, or don't say I paid so much. I don't want to make it too public. You know, this village is different from the big cities. Everyone hates the rich. Village Chief Wang immediately showed a look of enlightenment when he heard this. They had lived for so long that they knew about this matter. These neighbors and their relatives were indeed in trouble. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. I've been dealing with some construction team stuff for the past couple of days. I'll find some time to have a drink with my little brother and we can have a good time together. Lin Yi nodded, smiled, then turned and left Beiwang Primary School. I spent several million this time, it was so cool. If there were such expense items everywhere, wouldn't he be able to complete the task in 2 or 3 days? He wandered around the village for a long time, and when he returned home, he happened to see Ma Shuawei standing in the yard, talking on the phone with a look of grievance on her face. The ringing of her cell phone startled Ma Shuawei in the yard and she turned her head to look over. Seeing him coming back, Ma Shuawei's peach blossom eyes were instantly covered with a layer of mist, and she looked extremely aggrieved. What's wrong? Lin Yi felt pity for her when he saw her like this. Why did you come back just now? I was bullied. She walked to his side angrily, and kept hitting his chest with her tender little fists. It was not until she saw Lin Yi's face full of enjoyment that she pinched his thigh viciously. Ah! It hurts. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. What happened? When Ma Shuawei heard him ask, her face instantly turned red with anger. It's still Zhou Huihui. Don't be fooled by her usual appearance. She's got a lot going on. Lin Yi understood something instantly and gave a helpless smile. This is true. Although Zhou Huihui looks only 1 or 2 years older than herself, compared with Ma Shuawei, she is completely overwhelming. Only I can deal with such a woman. As he was thinking, he happened to see Zhou Huihui walking out of the gate and smiling at him. I'm back. Lin Yi comforted Ma Shuawei and indicated that he would leave soon and would stay by her side. He brought Ma Shuawei and walked past Zhou Huihui. When they were about to enter the gate, he heard Zhou Huihui's whisper and his expression froze. I know, you are fake. Chapter 44 3 people sharing a bed. I know, you are fake. Zhou Huihui smiled at him with tenderness on her face. According to normal circumstances, a woman like Zhou Huihui is definitely the nemesis of a little boy like him. Of course, Lin Yi was no exception, but he felt a little uneasy. Ever since he was on the train on the way back, he found that everyone here was a little unusual. Jiang Fucheng is a grandfather and grandson. And Ma Shuawei, who kept the fact of her return a secret. And for no reason, there was another Zhou Huihui. Somehow, he always felt that something big was going to happen this time when he came back. He took Ma Shuawei into the house. He proposed to send Ma Shuawei back tomorrow, but Ma Shuawei refused. Zhou Huihui didn't know what to say to her mother and also stayed at the Yi family. My mother told me that she and my father had nothing to do with this matter. After all, Ma Shuawei and he were not married yet, and there was nothing wrong with a girl wanting to seize an opportunity. Lin Yi was ashamed. My mother really thinks she is very popular. However, Zhou Huihui is a really amazing woman. Her unique temperament makes it impossible to refuse her request. She even asked Ma Shuawei to help her get the water cup from time to time. Ma Shuawei couldn't help but help, and kept muttering to herself while gritting her teeth. Late at night, the most embarrassing question came. There are only 2 rooms in his house. My parents live in one room, so there is only one room left. The most embarrassing thing was that Zhou Huihui didn't have the chance to choose with Lin Yi and Ma Shuawei at all. She had already sneaked into the small room while they were not paying attention. And before leaving, she gave herself a wink in front of Ma Shuawei. I'll wait for you to come over. Looking at the door closed by Zhou Huihui, Lin Yi was still in a daze. Ma Shuawei beside him had an extremely ugly face and reached out to pinch his waist fiercely. Hiss. Lin Yi took a breath and rubbed his waist quickly. What should we do? She pointed at the room angrily. You go and sleep with her. I know you hate her, but this is the only way now. I'll spend the night in the car. Lin Yi thought for a moment and spoke slowly. I slept alone with her for a whole night? Ma Shuawei pointed at the little face, her expression full of disbelief. Yeah. Lin Yi spread his hands helplessly. Then what better way is there? Are you going to sleep in the car? And let me go in with her? Ma Shuawei's face paled slightly, and she looked embarrassed. It was impossible to let her sleep in the car. She was already tiring enough that day, and there was no reason to sleep in the car. But asking her to sleep with Zhou Huihui was even more impossible. She thought about it again and again, and her eyes gradually became firm. You sleep in this room with me. Lin Yi was already prepared to sleep in the car. He was stunned when he heard her words, thinking he had misheard. What did you say? I told you to sleep in this room with me. I don't want to be alone with her. Ma Shuawei pointed at the room and spoke very reluctantly. She absolutely couldn't stand sleeping in the same room with Zhou Huihui for a night, but it was different with Lin Yi between them. She could deal with Lin Yi if she wasn't interested and she wouldn't have to worry about being bullied. Is there such a good thing? Lin Yi was a little bit unbelieving. What did you say? Ma Shuawei frowned. It's okay, I said it's okay. Scratching his head, he went straight to prepare bedding and pillows. After he and Ma Shuawei finished packing, they pushed open the door. At this time, Zhou Huihui had already changed into loose pajamas, but even so, there was no way to completely hide her hot body. She lay lazily on the big bed, a smile on her lips, and said in a very gentle tone, I knew you would come to my place. Let me make a deal, I will sleep next to Lin Yi. She said this without waiting for Ma Shuawei to speak, and fell directly on the bed and closed her eyes. Lin Yi secretly glanced at Ma Shuawei and saw that her face was red with anger. Even though this little girl is always aggressive towards me, she will be bullied when she meets Zhou Huihui. Sure enough, these 2 people are natural enemies. You go upstairs and sleep, I'll sleep on the floor. Lin Yi hugged the pillow and was about to spread out the quilt and lie on the ground, but was stopped by her. I don't want to sleep in the same bed with her. You should get in between us. Lin Yi exclaimed, his expression stunned. Is it so exciting? Are you sure you're not kidding me? Ma Shuawei's slender jade hands were immediately placed on his waist, with a fierce look on her face. I'm telling you, if you dare to be dishonest, don't blame me for punishing you. She glared at Lin Yi fiercely and threatened. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly and nodded perfunctorily. Whoever is honest is a fool. Do you think I am not as diligent as you in collecting? She seemed to see through his thoughts and added, What I'm saying is that you can't be dishonest with anyone, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Lin Yi nodded again, and then the 2 of them simply tidied up and went to bed. Although the bed in this room can accommodate 3 people underwater, it is still barely enough. If you move slightly, you will bump into each other. Lin Yi was in the innermost part, and he didn't even dare to take off his clothes. Of course, Ma Shuawei didn't take off her clothes either, only Zhou Huihui was wearing loose pajamas. He lay in the middle, his eyes wide open, feeling the fragrance on both sides, which was both painful and pleasurable. How can this be a big bed for sleeping? It is clearly a hell on earth. It's a heart-pounding challenge. It is the tormenting night that allows him to master the control of his primitive impulses. Among the 3 people in bed, only Zhou Huihui slept the most soundly, or even snored loudly, with her low snoring ringing in his ears. Ma Shuawei didn't fall asleep at first, but as time went by, after midnight, she couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep. After she fell asleep, Lin Yi couldn't sleep anymore. This goddess talks in her sleep. Ma Shuawei on the left was muttering a bunch of incomprehensible words, but most of her words were like, "You pervert, I'll bite you to death," and so on. Zhou Huihui on the right was snoring softly, echoing in her ears, and Lin Yi shed tears of shame. What the hell is this world? Women! You don't have to be so perfect. Just as he was enduring the torment, the sound on the right suddenly stopped, and then he felt a slender calf resting on his body. Zhou Huihui lay on her right side, stretched out a smooth calf and placed it on her body, with a peaceful look on her face. At the same time, Ma Shuawei on his left suddenly turned over, with her upper body pressing on his left arm. In just a few breaths, Lin Yi's arms and thighs were completely occupied, making his scalp tingle. Chapter 45. Was it planted with berries? Lin Yi doesn't dare to move at all now. This is not heaven at all, it's clearly torture. Zhou Huihui has woken up and will probably be dishonest. Ma Shuawei woke up and was probably going to get slapped again. Since both of them were awake, he couldn't continue sleeping. Never mind, just hold on a little longer. Thinking this, he closed his eyes and waited for sleepiness to come. But after about 10 minutes, he realized how stupid he was. These two women are not honest when sleeping, and this is just the beginning. Zhou Huihui lay directly on half of her chest, and the full fragrance and feminine scent filled the air. Lin Yi felt a heat wave surging in her nostrils. He quickly raised his head and took a breath. But before he could indicate the direction the pavement was coming from, Ma Shuawei also pounced on him from the other side. These two women are probably used to sleeping in the same bed by themselves, and they simply cannot sleep peacefully. The two women lay on top of him, warm and soft, but he was not interested. Because he knew that no matter which woman he woke up, he would be in trouble. He was in agony and didn't know how long it took before he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was because of severe pain. In a daze, he felt a piercing pain in his waist and suddenly opened his eyes because of the pain. Ma Shuawei's face was full of anger. She held her hands on her waist, and looked like she was going to call someone to account. Lin Yi rubbed her poor waist and looked at him speechlessly. "Auntie, why are you pinching me again?" As he spoke, he realized that Zhou Huihui was lying on top of him, and the distance between them was only a palm's distance. He was so frightened that he quickly pushed her aside and then sat up. After being pushed by him, Zhou Huihui also woke up. She rubbed her eyes sleepily and yawned. Ma Shuawei didn't say anything when she heard his question. She sat on the bed angrily, snorted coldly, and got off the bed. "Come on, take me back." Lin Yi was stunned when he heard this, and wondered what was wrong with this girl. "Send you home? So suddenly, are you going to do your own thing?" he said and hurriedly followed. Ma Shuawei returned to the car, glared at Lin Yi and said, "I thought you were usually quite honest, but I didn't expect you to be so dishonest. Why am I not being honest?" Lin Yi was confused. When Ma Shuawei heard his quibbling, she pointed at the mirror in the car and motioned Lin Yi to take a look for himself. Lin Yi looked in the car mirror in confusion, his eyes gradually became stunned, and his expression was extremely wonderful. Because at this moment, in the car mirror, he saw a mark on his neck that someone had planted. He looked at the marks on his neck in disbelief, his face full of shock. "What's going on? Who planted it for me? Did I allow it?" The clear grass mark was right on the right side of his neck, very distinct. This was clearly left by one of the two girls last night, but he had no impression of it. "It's all my fault for sleeping so soundly last night. I didn't even notice such a happy thing at that time. It's so hateful. But this mark is on the right side, which means..." He looked at Ma Shuawei's murderous gaze and shuddered. This should be the mark left by Zhou Huihui. He touched it subconsciously and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "I really don't know what this is about. I have no impression of it at all. Just believe me. You believe me." Ma Shuawei didn't say anything, but instead attacked his waist madly, causing him to grimace in pain. After the output, Ma Shuawei seemed to have relieved her anger. She sat in the passenger seat without saying a word, and no one knew what she was thinking. "You are not angry anymore?" Lin Yi asked tentatively. Ma Shuawei nodded, suddenly looking very calm, "But as punishment, you have to help me do something." "What is it?" "I haven't thought about it yet. Let's talk about it after I think about it, maybe in a week. Then you can take me to the county." As she said that, she opened the car door and entered the house. Lin Yi looked at Ma Shuowei, who was gradually going away, feeling confused. As expected, a woman's heart is as unpredictable as the sea. After breakfast, Lin Yi was thinking of going out for some fresh air when he saw through the glass a middle-aged woman and Lin Feng hurriedly rushing into the door. He heard howling before he even entered the house. "Lin Yi! Come out here!" The woman was wearing a floral short-sleeved shirt that was a bit out of date, and she looked a bit bloated. She stood at the door angrily, pointed at Lin Yi through the glass and started cursing. "You bastard, you even dared to hit your brother, and you are still a human being." When Mom and Dad saw the woman, they hurried out. Lin Yi stopped Ma Shuowei and Zhou Huihui in the house and followed them. The person who came was none other than his second aunt, Lin Feng's mother. "I say, Lin Yi's mother, how do you discipline your child? Look at how he beat his brother. I think he went to college in vain." The second aunt pinched her waist, pointing at Lin Feng not far away, her voice full of resentment. My mother looked at Lin Feng and gasped when she saw his appearance. Lin Feng's cheeks were swollen like a pig's head. Half of his cheek was so swollen that it affected his ability to see people. Even half of his lips were swollen. When Lin Feng saw Lin Yi, his eyes were filled with resentment. "Xiao Yi, did you hit him?" Seeing Lin Feng's miserable appearance, the mother turned her head and asked. "He deserves a beating," Lin Yi said calmly, without any intention of avoiding the issue. This was because he showed mercy, otherwise Lin Feng would not have woken up now. "You hit someone and you think you're right." Second aunt was furious when she heard that he was so arrogant while hitting someone. "Big sister, this is the child you raised. He has no manners at all. He even beats people up and thinks it's justified. Tell me what we should do about this matter." She pinched her waist, looking like she was going to call someone to account. Second aunt has been protecting Lin Feng since he was very young, which is why he has developed his current character and virtues. "Xiao Yi, hurry up and apologize to your cousin." My mother values family affection the most, so she could only speak helplessly. She also didn't expect that her son, who always looked gentle and polite, could be so cruel. "There's no need for an apology. Let's talk about compensation." Second aunt suddenly spoke up, stopping my mother from speaking. Lin Yi sneered. Sure enough, he knew that the mother and daughter came here with no good intentions, and it turned out that they were waiting for him here. He just didn't accept the slap in the face and is now blackmailing us. Okay, isn't it just compensation? Tell me how to compensate. Lin Yi took a step forward and stopped his mother and father, who wanted to continue talking. To deal with such people, only extraordinary measures can be used. Lin Yi stared at second aunt and Lin Feng, who were both looking very proud, with a cold look in his eyes. Chapter 46 Compensation is impossible. Tell me, what kind of compensation do you want? Lin Yi stood directly in front of his mother and father with a calm expression. He had seen through such people a long time ago. No matter if they were relatives or not, they were just evil people who took advantage of others' misfortunes. Hearing Lin Yi's words, the second aunt smiled and looked at her son Lin Feng, feeling extremely proud. It was as if he was saying, "See, I told you that, didn't I?" It was estimated that the mother and daughter discussed together how to deal with him along the way. He now felt a little regretful, regretting that he didn't hit him lightly and didn't give Lin Feng a slap that made him stay in the hospital for a month. However, it is not too late to vent his anger now. He will definitely not let these two people succeed easily. Xiao Yi, second aunt, is not an unreasonable person. You said you are brothers, but you actually acted so cruelly. Not only did your brother Lin Feng's girlfriend run away because of this, but he also suffered such a serious injury that he probably won't be able to work normally for several months, plus the healing medicine and some mental damage compensation. He paused when he said this, pretending to be calculating something. I estimate it's only tens of thousands of dollars, but there may be hidden dangers in the future, so I can't say how much it is. The mother next to her started to get angry when she heard what she said so seriously. Her face turned red with anger. She tried to speak several times but was stopped by Lin Yi. So, if he keeps having problems, I'll have to keep supporting him? Lin Yi looked at the serious second aunt with a playful smile on his face. It doesn't have to be all relatives. Let's put it this way. Your cousin said you bought a new car. Originally, your brother was going to buy this car, but you got there first. She paused. He said in a seemingly negotiating tone, your brother won't take advantage of you. How about he just give us the 30,000 yuan he was going to use to buy the car and then give the car to us? My mother was so angry that she couldn't speak, and my father's face turned gloomy. Lin Yi lied to them and said that this black Volkswagen was worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, and that it was the money he earned from starting a business. But even if it is a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, they actually want to exchange it for 30,000 yuan. Isn't that a bit too much? I think second aunt's idea is very good. You also hugged your shoulders and nodded in agreement. Hearing his words of agreement, second aunt revealed a look of joy and quickly spoke, fearing that he would go back on his word. Then let's make a deal. Xiaofeng will give the money to your brother. Lin Feng didn't expect that he would agree so readily. A look of joy appeared in his eyes. He took out 30,000 yuan from his bag and handed it to Lin Yi. Good job. It turns out that it had been prepared for a long time. It's really shameless to open the door for a shameless person. So shameless. However, just as Lin Feng happily handed the money to Lin Yi, he found that Lin Yi had no intention of taking it. Instead, he crossed his arms and looked at him with a smile, his eyes full of sarcasm and ridicule. Lin Yi, what do you mean? Seeing that he had no intention of taking the money, Lin Feng's smile disappeared and gradually became cold. It's nothing. I just think your proposal is good, but I didn't say I agree. Lin Yi sneered. Don't even mention 30,000 yuan, even if it's 3 million, I won't sell this car to you, and I won't compensate you a penny. Lin Feng's face darkened completely, and his voice was filled with anger. Can you try saying that again? Do you believe that I can slap you on the other side as well? Lin Yi's eyes flashed with coldness, scaring Lin Feng so much that he quickly stepped back. He still remembered clearly the last time he was slapped twice in the car shop, and even felt a little fear of Lin Yi deep in his heart. This kid must have practiced some self-defense skills during his 3 years in college, so he can't be fought head-on. However, he stepped back, and second aunt became furious. She stared at Lin Yi with a ferocious look in her eyes. You are so good, Master Li, you actually dare to threaten your brother. If you can't compensate us today, don't blame us. Those dozens of acres of land in our home originally belonged to us. We have given them to you at a low price for farming over the years. Since you are like this, we have no choice but to take them back. The second aunt said viciously, with a smug look on her face. She paused, looked at her mother and father, who had grim expressions, and said in a double-edged way, we're all family. Let's see what the villagers will say if we make such a fuss. My mother's face looked ugly. They say that family disgrace should not be made public. If this matter were to get out of hand, it would really bring shame to the whole family. But Lin Yi looked at the two of them calmly, with the sneer on his lips becoming more and more intense. It is true that if a tree loses its bark, it will surely die. If a person loses his face, he will be invincible. The farmland their family cultivates was actually left to them by their grandfather. However, due to an accident, the village did not have a clear ownership when the land was divided. Second aunt kept making a fuss about this matter, insisting that the farmland belonged to them. My mother didn't care too much about it. After all, my second aunt and the others were in the county town, and there was no clear division in the end. But in order to stop my second aunt from making trouble, I would give them 10% to 20% of the profits every year. It's been like this for so many years, but I didn't expect that she would fall out with me because of what happened today. Just when my mother was in trouble, suddenly footsteps were heard outside the yard. The footsteps were very hurried and instantly attracted the attention of several people. Village Chief Wang was seen walking towards the courtyard with a gift box in his hand. He could see the situation in the courtyard from a distance away. What's going on? What are all these people doing here? Village Chief Wang had a smiling face at first, but when he saw such a serious scene, he shouted loudly and walked in happily. If he encountered such a thing in the past, he would definitely avoid it, but this time it was different. Lin Yi had made millions for the village and was now the god of wealth. He originally wanted to send some tea to Lin Yi's parents to help them communicate better, but he didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Village Chief Wang, you've come at the right time. Please give us your judgment. When second aunt saw Village Chief Wang coming in, her eyes suddenly lit up and she rushed over in a hurry. Village Chief Wang, the ownership of our farmland has never been clear. We haven't inquired about it in the past few years. Please help me take a look. That's right, Village Chief Wang, I'm sorry to trouble you with this matter. Lin Feng also walked up and stuffed a dozen bills in his hand into Village Chief Wang's hand. As he spoke, he winked at Village Chief Wang. When my mother saw this scene, her face changed slightly. She was about to speak, but was stopped by Lin Yi, who shook his head. Don't worry, Mom. I can handle it. My mother wanted to say something, but when she saw the determination in his eyes, she didn't open her mouth. Just when she was worried, Village Chief Wang suddenly shouted. What are you trying to do? Bribing me in public? You're so bold. Chapter 47 The village chief gave a gift? What do you mean? Are you bribing me openly? I am the head of the village. Village Chief Wang threw the money back into Lin Feng's arms, his face ashen. His voice was filled with rage, and everyone could hear the anger in it. The money was thrown heavily into his arms, and Lin Feng was confused. Second Aunt's smile froze on her face. For a moment, the entire courtyard was silent and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Even if the people present did not live in the village, they were people who had walked out of here, and they all knew something about the village chief. Who in the village is not greedy? Even the neighbors who ask the village chief for favors have given him a lot of money. Village Chief Wang, you. Lin Feng looked at Village Chief Wang with embarrassment, at a loss for a moment. You were also standing in the distance, watching the furious Village Chief Wang, with a smile on his face. Village Chief Wang is really angry now. He didn't expect that there would be such a blind person in the village. Lin Yi is a wealthy man with millions of dollars in assets and the hope of the village. Yet, there are still people who dare to mess with him. He knew a little about the Lin family's affairs from his neighbors. This second aunt was the most hateful. It had nothing to do with him before, and he was unwilling to care about these things. After all, every family in the village has such a situation. Why should the whole village get involved in other people's affairs? But it's different now. He came here just to please Lin Yi, but he didn't expect these two people to bump into him. Things that belong to your Lin family belong to whomever they belong to. You can't change that with your petty favors. And I might as well tell you directly, no matter where you divide it, you won't get any. It can only stay with the Lin Yi family in the village. Village Chief Wang was furious, and he looked upright. Village Chief Wang's attitude also made my parents feel relieved. On the other hand, Second Aunt and Lin Feng were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that not only did they fail to get compensation from the forestry department this time, they also lost their own farmland. What are you still doing here? You are not welcome here. Lin Yi finally stood up. His voice was calm, but it made the two men's faces turn pale in an instant. From the beginning to the end, Lin Yi never argued with them without blushing, but he always took the dominant position every time he spoke. It was as if, from the very beginning, the mother and son were performing like clowns, and Lin Yi was just a spectator. Watch them make a fool of themselves, and then kick them off the stage with a cold leave. Lin Yi, just wait for me. Lin Feng glared at him fiercely, said weak words, then pulled his second aunt and disappeared in front of everyone. It was not until they completely disappeared from everyone's sight that my parents came to their senses and hurriedly greeted the village chief with a smile. Village Chief Wang, thank you so much this time. If you happened to come here, there's no telling how long this farce would have lasted. My mother smiled grimly and quickly invited the village chief into the house. You have to know that the village chief is the head of the village. He is responsible for the management of all the affairs of the village. If you can establish connections with him, you can stand up straight in the village. And today's events were all thanks to the help of Village Chief Wang. Although my mother didn't know why Village Chief Wang helped them, the distribution of land was definitely biased. Village Chief Wang, you've come at the right time. We just had breakfast, so it's a good time for us to sit down and eat together. I'll ask the child's father to get some wine. Mom invited warmly and motioned for him to go into the house. I thought that Village Chief Wang would not refuse to come in because of his status, but unexpectedly, not only did he not refuse, but he picked up the gift box in his hand and handed it to my mother. This is the tea I specially prepared. It can be regarded as a token of my appreciation. When my mother saw Village Chief Wang, she was flattered that he actually gave her tea. It was the villagers who gave gifts to the village chief. This was the first time they saw the village chief giving gifts to others, and it was a gift to themselves. That's impossible. Village Chief, you've helped us so much. We can't thank you enough. Village Chief Wang really wanted to give it, so he stuffed the gift into his mother's hand again. The two of them were pushing and shoving each other, and even Lin Yi couldn't stand it anymore. Mom, just keep it. This is a kind gift from Village Chief Wang. That's right, Brother Lin is right. Don't make excuses. Just buy me a couple of drinks. Village Chief Wang quickly agreed. My mother wanted to scold Lin Yi, but when she heard what village chief Wang said, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. What did the village chief call Lin Yi? Little brother? What an intimate name. They looked at village chief Wang in confusion, as if they wanted to see something on his face. They couldn't understand why the village chief was so kind to their family today. You know, the two families usually have no contact at all. Could it be Lin Yi? My mother didn't think about it any further, but actually ordered some wine, cooked 2 new dishes, and invited village chief Wang to have breakfast with them. At the dinner table, village chief Wang looked at the beautiful Ma Shuowei and Zhou Huihui and asked with a smile, these two. He had never seen 2 such beautiful girls in the village before. He guessed it was related to you, so he was a little curious. I don't have a girlfriend. Ma Shuowei said. I'm the fiancé inside. Zhou Huihui said. After hearing the 2 people's self-introductions, village chief Wang's smile froze on his face. It was the first time he heard such an answer and introduction. A girlfriend, a fiancé, can't be a millionaire. Lin Yi is indeed young and promising, with success in both love and career. By the way, there is another piece of good news that I haven't told you 2 elders. Village chief Wang suddenly remembered something and smiled. What's the matter? When my mother heard the mayor's words, she immediately showed anticipation. She felt that today's situation had been enough, and she didn't expect there would be a surprise. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows, hesitated for a moment but did not stop. He had already warned village chief Wang, thinking that given his age, he would know how to act in moderation and there was no need for him to worry too much. Village chief Wang laughed heartily, then glanced at Lin Yi's expression. Seeing that there was no significant change, he slowly said, when Lin Yi was in the county, he met with senior officials there and told them about the situation in our village. Guess what? Just yesterday I received a message from the county, saying they would help rebuild the main road in our entire village. This will make it much more convenient for us to enter and exit again, and we can also build a better village. All this is thanks to Lin Yi, he said excitedly, leaving everyone present stunned. When Lin Yi heard the explanation from village chief Wang, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This old village chief is quite reliable in doing things. Chapter 48. Lin Yi is a handsome man. Xiao Yi has made such a great contribution to the village? Mom and Dad at the table were stunned at the same time, with a look of pride on their faces. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and they seemed extremely excited. They are very clear about the situation in the village. It is this rugged road that has affected the development of the village. If this road had been built 10 years earlier, the small village might have become extremely developed by now. Even if it cannot reach the county level, it is enough to be upgraded to a town. Just as village chief Wang and Lin Yi said, it is not because of the backwardness of the village that so many young people come back less and less often. It can be said that this road is a serious problem in the hearts of all the villagers, but it was solved by his own son. Yes, I was also very shocked when I received the news from the county, but the fact is that your younger brother solved the problem, and the leader also praised him as a talented person. Village chief Wang said with a smile, and drank a glass of wine. That's not all. Little brother Li has made a lot of money by starting his own business. When I met him yesterday, he donated 100,000 yuan to our village. Renovating the village primary school has created a better study environment for the children in the village, he said excitedly, his old face flushed red, not knowing whether it was because of his emotions or the alcohol. Such a young, promising, responsible and capable person is definitely a role model for our village. Village chief Wang seemed to be a little drunk. He started talking about everything, but he mostly praised the young and promising people in the forestry industry. Mom, Dad, and village chief Wang were having a very happy chat. When they heard about the various achievements of the forestry industry, Ma Shuowei's eyes lit up again. She found that she had underestimated Lin Yi. She thought she was getting to know him little by little, and even thought that she would be able to know more after returning to his hometown. But now it seems that there are still many things he doesn't know. It is really too mysterious. Appreciated by county leaders? This is impossible because the two arrived in Dongha County together, so it is a matter between the village chief and Lin Yi. But one thing is beyond doubt, that is, the road construction in the village is definitely related to Yi, and the reconstruction of the primary school was also done by him. Ask yourself, what woman would not be moved by a man like this and would not be attracted by his mystery? That's right, not only him, but even Dong Huihui was attracted. She listened to what village chief Wang said to her parents, and looked at Lin Yi with a strange look in her eyes. The beautiful curve of his mouth became more and more obvious, as if his whole body was attracted to Lin Yi. "Humph, vixen, why don't you pounce on her?" Ma Shuawei pouted and snorted coldly. Dong Huihui just glanced at her briefly, and then really moved closer to Lin Yi, which frightened Ma Shuawei so much that her face turned ugly. "I'm willing to jump in, but it would be great if someone is willing to take it," she said sourly, then returned to her seat and continued to listen to Village Chief Wang talking about Lin Yi. Village Chief Wang had such a good impression of Lin Yi that he praised him in every word he said, and Lin Yi himself was dizzy listening to him. What an extraordinary demeanor! What a late bloomer! Some even say that he is full of peach blossoms. Oh my God! Is this also an advantage? I don't know how long they talked before Village Chief Wang left in a daze. After Village Chief Wang left, everyone at the table stared at Lin Yi. Feeling their meaningful gazes, Lin Yi's expression became stiff and awkward. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Zhou Huihui leaned on her hands, smiled beautifully, and chuckled. "Man, you don't have to be so good." Lin Yi scratched his head awkwardly. "These are just accidents. It's not as exaggerated as the old village chief said." Everyone rolled their eyes at him and didn't dwell on the topic any further. When this matter gradually subsided, Lin Yi's life returned to normal. In the next few days, nothing happened except Ma Shuawei and Zhou Huihui playing and fighting. Soon a week passed, and he drove Ma Shuawei back to the county. On the way back to the county, he saw many construction teams preparing tools on the rugged road. I secretly sighed at how efficient these people were, and finally stepped on the accelerator and flew over. Maybe when I come back after a while, this long road will have become a cement road? As I sighed, a black car sped past and disappeared at the end of the road. In a hotel on the edge of the train station, a figure walked out slowly and hurriedly. Zhang Wanhao adjusted his glasses, looked at the time on his phone, and frowned. Strange, where did these two people run to? He muttered to himself, feeling confused. In the past few days since he came to Dongha City, in addition to doing his own things, he has been looking for Ma Shuawei and Lin Yi. Unexpectedly, he couldn't find any information at all. Even when the Zhang family sent some people, they couldn't find out any news about the two. After much thought, there is only one possibility, that is, the two of them are not in Dongha County, but in the surrounding villages. Lin Yi didn't know, but he was very clear about Ma Shuawei's situation. She would definitely return to Dongha County in the next 2 days. Forget it, I'd better go over there and wait first. He responded, took a taxi along the way, and then headed towards Dongha County. In another direction of Dongha County, in a remote residential area, a white-haired old man slowly walked out of the corridor. Zhang Fucheng walked out of the community holding a black umbrella in his hand, wearing casual clothes and a black baseball cap. He hailed a taxi and got in, then said the word West Street lightly, and then disappeared on the street of the community. At the same time, in every corner of Dongha County, people with unusual temperaments walked out of their positions and headed in one direction. There are undercurrents throughout Dongha County. Ache. Lin Yi, who was sitting in the driver's seat, sneezed. He always felt that someone was thinking about him. He turned his head to look at Ma Shuawei, who was thinking, and gave a teasing smile. "You're not thinking about me, are you?" Ma Shuawei hadn't rested well these days and looked a little haggard. When she heard his words, she glared at him viciously. Ugly in appearance, beautiful in thoughts. Seeing that he was not in the mood to joke, you also shut your mouth wisely. "Where are you going?" "I don't know. I just know that it's in a place called West Street. Someone will pick us up there." Ma Shuawei shook her head with an extremely serious expression. Hearing that he was so serious, Lin Yi also became serious. It was the first time he saw Ma Shuawei with such an expression. The most important point is that she said the word respond. "It seems that the favor you asked me to do for you is not an easy task." Lin Yi sighed and frowned slightly. "Why do you regret it?" "It's not too late for you to regret it now." Ma Shuawei pouted and said angrily. Lin Yi did not answer his question immediately. Instead, he looked at his haggard face and recalled his life in his hometown in the past few days. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. "You've helped me so much, how could I go back on my word? A man of honor, once he's spoken, he can't take it back. No matter what the difficulty is, I'm sure to help you." He patted his chest confidently, his eyes full of confidence. What does he have to be afraid of in just a small Dongha County? Want money? He has plenty of it. Fighting? He is now proficient in Tai Chi. Even if he met someone of Ahu's level again, he would not be his opponent. The most important thing is that he now has superb medical skills. Even if he is poisoned, he can cure it himself. What does he have to be afraid of? Arrogant, almost. West Street, right? Although I have never heard of this place, I am familiar with it. I can definitely help you find it within an hour. Lin Yi was full of confidence. He then stepped on the accelerator and rushed into Dongha County. Chapter 49 Lu Jiang Family, Jiang Fucheng. Are you sure it's here? In front of West Street in Dongha County, Lin Yi looked at the alley in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched. In the alley in front of me, there are countless white legs. Pooh. There are countless young and beautiful women coming and going in this alley, including sexy queens, cute JK Lolas, and heroic short-haired beauties. Silver bell-like laughter echoed in the alley, and Lin Yi felt that this place was simply paradise. From his position, he could see many snack stalls, which looked extremely prosperous. Ma Shuawei, standing by, had a strange look on her face. She looked around and said with a guilty tone, "I don't know either. I just know it's being auctioned on West Street. Let's go in and take a look first." Lin Yi scratched his head in distress, then walked in first. He definitely didn't do it to see. Forehead. It was definitely not to see the beauty, but just to help her find the so-called ancient shop. Ma Shuawei came here to find a place called Gufang, if she wanted to attend an auction on behalf of her father. As for what was being auctioned, Ma Shuawei said she didn't know either. She only knew that it was quite important and her father was in the neighboring city and couldn't come, so she asked Ma Shuawei to come by herself. So Lin Yi guessed that it shouldn't be a very important matter, and he was in a relatively relaxed mood. He asked questions while enjoying the scenery along the way. Ancient town. He had never heard of this place. After all, he hadn't been back for several years. Could it be a new place built later? As he was pondering, he suddenly saw a man in the crowd. After seeing the man's face clearly, his pupils contracted. Zhang Wanhao. The expression on his face was stiff, and he quickly pulled Ma Shuawei away. Why is this guy here? Is it because of this auction? Lin Yi smiled helplessly and felt his scalp tingling. He really didn't want to deal with this stubborn little prince. He was too clingy and must not be discovered. It was a sunny day, but Zhang Wanhao was holding a black umbrella. He seemed to feel someone was staring at him, so he looked up quickly. He saw a figure in the crowd, which seemed somewhat familiar, and he looked thoughtful. Lin Yi. Looking at the familiar figure, he immediately called out, attracting the attention of the people around him, and then chased after it. When Lin Yi heard his voice, his expression turned bitter and he quickly pulled Ma Shuawei away. This guy is a big trouble. Not only does he not want to provoke him, Ma Shuawei also doesn't want to provoke him, and she can't help but quicken her pace. Zhang Wanhao is not only a stubborn person, but also a crazy person. In order to catch up with the two, he will do anything. The attention of many people around was attracted, and the three of them instantly became the focus of the alley. An old man at a roadside stinky tofu stall had just paid when he heard the word Lin Yi. He shuddered and looked up suddenly. Jiang Fucheng looked at the running Lin Yi, his cloudy eyes burst into excitement, and then he quickly turned around and followed. Guest. I don't want your stinky tofu anymore. The stall owner looked at Jiang Fucheng, who disappeared in the crowd, and shook his head with a strange look on his face. These days, there are all kinds of people. On the other side, Lin Yi was pulling Ma Shuawei and running wildly, thinking about how to get rid of this pervert. The thought of getting entangled with Zhang Wanhao made his head hurt. Lin Yi, there is no way. Ma Shuawei suddenly called out, bringing him back to his senses. He then realized that the street in the distance was crowded with pedestrians. This snack street is so popular that it is almost impossible to move around. 6 oysters for 10 bucks. Big pork kidneys, 5 yuan each, 5 yuan each. Roasted leeks are 5 yuan a plate. Brother, are you selling it so cheaply just to attract tourists and block our road? Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Seeing that Zhang Wanhao was only 20 or 30 meters away from them, he sighed helplessly. It seems that I can't get rid of this troublesome guy today. Just as I was thinking about how to deal with this stubborn pervert, a sudden sound came. Little friend Lin, here. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw Mr. Jiang wearing a hat standing in the crowd, smiling at him. He didn't care about anything else and pulled Ma Shuawei to follow Mr. Jiang. The people around seemed to be deliberately protecting Mr. Jiang and him, and instantly pushed them into the crowd. Zhang Wanhao was neither too close nor too far away, but was blocked by the crowd and instantly lost sight of the two. He came to where the two were just now, his face ashen and ugly. Asshole! How could it disappear in the blink of an eye? At this time, Lin Yi and Ma Shuawei had been brought into a store by Mr. Jiang. It seemed that they were doing roast duck business. Mr. Jiang took them directly to a small room behind the store. Mr. Jiang, thank you very much. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the chair. Ma Shuawei also recognized that Mr. Jiang was the grandfather and grandson who sat opposite them on the train. Who are you? Little girl, your last name is Ma, right? Mr. Jiang interrupted her and chuckled. You know me? Ma Shuawei was very surprised. I don't know you, but I know the kid from the Zhang family. Your father is really brave to let you come to West Street alone. Old Jiang smiled and shook his head, with a hint of emotion in his words. As he spoke, he floated to the side of Lin Yi, hesitated for a moment, and quickly changed his words. I'm not alone, there's also little friend Lin. Ma Shuawei looked at Lin Yi with a puzzled look. We met on the train. Lin Yi hurriedly explained, but he was also surprised that Mr. Jiang knew the identities of Ma Shuawei and Zhang Wanhao. Old Jiang took out 2 bottles of water from under his seat and handed them to the two of them. He also unscrewed one bottle and drank the water while slowly saying, You may not know me, an old man, but you should have heard about the Lu Jiang family in Hang'an City from your father. Are you Mr. Jiang? Ma Shuawei's pupils shrank and her expression was extremely shocked. Old Jiang nodded and looked at Lin Yi, who was confused, with admiration in his eyes. Little friend Lin must be the bodyguard your father found for you. No wonder he has such good eyesight. It really shocked me, an old man. Ma Shuawei was even more shocked when she heard his words. Others don't know how valuable this old man is, but she has heard from her father that old man Jiang from the Lu Jiang family in Hang'an City is a martial arts master who has defeated more than a dozen special forces soldiers by himself and is called a god by people in the circle. Such a highly respected legendary figure actually praised Lin Yi. She looked at Lin Yi, who seemed confused, and began to doubt his identity again. Such forest leaves. Are you really her college classmate? Is he really just an ordinary student from the countryside? Just when she was extremely shocked, Mr. Jiang actually showed a pleading look. My dear friend, this old man of mine would like to ask for your help in this auction. Chapter 50 Auction. Young friend, this time I hope you can help this old man like me. I will definitely not give you less reward. Jiang Fucheng spoke slowly, with a smile on his wrinkled skin. Ma Shuawei was so shocked to see Jiang Fu become like this. This is the person her father would respect and call grandpa whenever he saw him. The powerful old man Jiang actually asked Lin Yi for help. Mr. Jiang, what are you doing? I'm just a college student. How can I help you? Lin Yi frowned when he saw Jiang Fu like this. He now understood that this so-called auction could actually involve all the major families, which must be of great significance. If Mr. Jiang can't even solve such an important matter himself, what can he help solve? Are you kidding me? Mr. Lin, you're joking. If you are really just an ordinary college student, then I can't even compare to the eyes of a college student. Jiang Fucheng shook his head, his face solemn and serious. This time, Lin Yi finally understood. Mr. Jiang always wants him to help identify things. That's right. Auction. Since it is an auction, the items being auctioned are all extraordinary things. These things are extremely rare in normal times, so it is normal that it is difficult to tell whether they are real or fake. I guess it was because of the skill I showed on the train that Mr. Jiang recognized me as an expert in treasure appraisal. Lin Yi, just agree to Mr. Jiang's offer. Consider it a way of repaying my favor. Just when he was thinking about how to explain that the incident was just a coincidence, Ma Shuawei suddenly spoke and blinked at him. What's going on? But since Ma Shuawei had said this, he had no reason to refuse. He smiled faintly at Jiang Fucheng and said, Since Mr. Jiang has said so, I have no reason to refuse. However, my ability is really limited, so I can only do my best. Hearing that he agreed to the request, Jiang Fucheng's face immediately lit up with joy. Young Master Lin is indeed a rare talent, and the girl from the Ma family has excellent taste. He teased Ma Shuawei with a smile, his emotions agitated. Unexpectedly, Fu Chang would tease her. Ma Shuawei blushed. Mr. Jiang, what are you talking about? Jiang Fucheng laughed heartily and then slowly stood up. You two, wait for me for a moment. I'll go out and check the situation, then take you two to the ancient square. Seeing Mr. Jiang disappear into the inner store, Lin Yi put his head close to Ma Shuawei. Why do you want me to help him? Do you know what he wants me to do? And you agree? Ma Shuawei rolled her eyes at him and said in a pretentious tone, I don't know, but Mr. Jiang is one of the best in this circle in terms of both status and strength. With him around, we can avoid a lot of trouble. By the way, how do you know Mr. Jiang? Of course it was on the train. We chatted for a few minutes while you were in the bathroom. Lin Yi explained slowly. Who would believe that? Ma Shuawei muttered and turned her head away. After just a few words, Zhang Fuqing directly asked him, a college student, for help. It's absolutely impossible. Lin Yi must be hiding some identity from me, and this identity is even enough to make him equal to Mr. Jiang. But she would not ask Lin Yi, because she knew that it would be useless to ask, this guy would definitely not tell her. She looked at the figure of Mr. Jiang outside the store, and suddenly figured something out. The corners of her mouth curled up beautifully, and her eyes showed brightness. That's right. Just ask Mr. Jiang? Lin Yi, who was sitting next to her, shuddered. Although he didn't know what Ma Shuawei was thinking, he could tell from the aura she exuded. This girl definitely has no good intentions. She must be planning something. That guy has already left. Let's set off too. I'm familiar with the road here. Old Jiang walked into the store and spoke slowly, motioning the two of them to follow. Lin Yi didn't waste any words and quickly followed Mr. Jiang. The three of them came to an old house. Outside, there was an extremely popular stall selling boiled tripe and mouth-watering chicken. After following Mr. Jiang in, they discovered that there was a different world behind it. It's bustling outside, but there are very few people inside. Moreover, everyone here looks different from an ordinary person. Some of them are even wearing black suits and look like bodyguards. Several people entered the innermost room and entered a room under the guidance of a man in black. There were many small rooms in the house. Old Jiang took the two of them directly to a room and sat down. Only then did Lin Yi realize that they were sitting around a small platform. From their stands, he could see figures in other rooms. He was looking around curiously when he suddenly felt someone staring at him. I saw Zhang Wanhao standing upright on the stands in the opposite room, his eyes flashing with determination, staring at me intently. Lin Yi. The smile on Lin Yi's face froze, and Ma Shuawei beside him also looked unnatural. Don't worry, there are rules here. That guy won't come to cause trouble for you. Old Jiang laughed and signaled them not to be nervous. Really? Although Zhang Wanhao's eyes were fixed on them, he never moved. Lin Yi thought that with his temper, he would fall directly from the stands in the room. He breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly glanced into the next room and saw a middle-aged strong man with a bald head and a white shirt staring at him, showing his white teeth. Mr. Jiang, bringing two juniors here is not your style. The man smiled at him, but was teasing Mr. Jiang beside him. Zhang Lao also smiled slightly, they are both noble people. I will definitely make a lot of money this time. The middle-aged man seemed to be very disdainful of his words and sneered. Mr. Jiang didn't care and looked like he was waiting to see what would happen. After more than 10 minutes, the whole room suddenly fell silent. Then Lin Yi heard the sound of high heels. Following the sound, he saw an extremely charming woman wearing a black cheongsam, which made many men present sigh. The woman looked to be in her early 30s and possessed an extraordinary femininity. She glanced at the audience with a very professional smile and spoke slowly. Everyone, since everyone here is already familiar with us, I won't waste any more time talking nonsense and will just start introducing the first product. As she spoke, she clapped her hands, and a man in a black suit pushed up a small cart. The cart slowly stopped in front of the woman, and then, under everyone's gaze, she slowly opened it. Chapter 51, Black Jade Bracelet. When the black cloth on the cart was slowly lifted, everyone's eyes were focused on it. There was an exquisite box on the cart. The woman slowly opened it and found a crystal-clear jade bracelet on it. The bracelet looks very delicate and extremely green. Even from a distance of more than 10 meters, one can feel its extraordinary luster. Although it looks somewhat ordinary, I believe that anyone who sees it will have only one thought, that is, this bracelet is definitely not an ordinary item. As soon as the bracelet appeared, everyone in the room started talking about it. My friend, what do you think of this bracelet? The things that can be auctioned here are not ordinary items. They can even be said to be worth a fortune. Old Jiang did not stare at the bracelet, but asked Lin Yi. Hearing his question, Ma Shuawei also cast a curious look at him. It's okay. Lin Yi said lightly. It's really okay, if you ignore the above flaws. That's right, there is a wisp of black air in this bracelet, which can be said to be something similar to some kind of ruffian or deathly air. So the person who wears the gadget also has to look at the person. For example, he turned his head and looked at the smiling Mr. Jiang. Although he was in good health and had a rosy complexion, he was already old and it was definitely not something he could wear. Even if he bought it at the auction, it would still be a loss to Mr. Jiang. You are young, but you are still so pretentious. Mr. Jiang, I advise you not to lose your status. The middle-aged man not far away saw this scene with a flash of displeasure in his eyes and frowned. It's okay, this is my own child. Old Jiang smiled slightly. Then he whispered to Lin Yi, this guy is called Black Dragon. He is the real boss of this county. Although he has a bad temper, he is a relatively good person. Lin Yi nodded when he heard that. This guy looked like a person with a slow brain. He probably relied on force to become the boss here. The Black Dragon was covered in muscles, and when he hugged his shoulders, the veins on his skin were bulging. It was obvious that he was not someone to be dealt with easily. Everyone, this is the bracelet we found specially. This bracelet is extraordinary. Wearing it can nourish the skin and invigorate the blood circulation, prolong life, and even achieve twice the result with half the effort for some martial artists. The strong woman said with a smile, her voice suddenly melting to her bones. After the woman finished speaking, many people in the room had fiery eyes, even Mr. Jiang beside her. Seeing him like this, Lin Yi frowned slightly. This thing is indeed attractive to people who practice martial arts, especially older people like Mr. Jiang. The woman sensed the atmosphere was becoming lively and quickly said, the bidding will begin now. The starting price is 800,000, and each increase must not be less than 50,000. 850,000. 950,000. 1.2 million. Old Jiang stared at the jade bracelet with intense eyes, and the fondness on his face was very obvious. It seems that he is determined to get this jade bracelet. Mr. Jiang has offered 1.2 million. Is there any further bid? The woman looked around with a happy smile on her face. I don't know how much commission she can get from this jade bracelet, but it is obviously much more than those ordinary salespeople earn. The whole room fell into silence. No one bargained with Mr. Jiang. Lin Yi showed a look of regret. If I had known this earlier, I would have reminded Mr. Jiang in advance. Now that he has taken a picture of this, should I tell him or not? 1.3 million. Suddenly, a rough voice attracted the attention of everyone present. Everyone followed his gaze and saw Black Dragon looking at Mr. Jiang with a smug look on his face. He even said with a teasing laugh, excuse me, Mr. Jiang, I'm interested in this thing too. Mr. Jiang's face looked a little ugly. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Lin Yi. Let him have it. Mr. Jiang originally wanted to fight for it again, but after hearing Lin Yi's words, he was stunned for a moment and gradually calmed down. Little friend Lin, how much is this thing worth? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and stared at the bracelet on it. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes and he shook his head secretly. It's hard to say, but it's not worth taking a picture of. Anyone who can come here is no ordinary person, and he doesn't want to cause trouble, especially the Black Dragon not far away, who doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Old Jian looked at Ling Yu on the stage, hesitated for a moment, chose to believe him and did not speak again. Seeing that he had no intention of continuing the auction and snatching the items, Black Dragon sneered again. Mr. Jiang, since you don't have the money to pay, I'll just take this one reluctantly? He laughed heartily, looking very proud. Mr. Jiang's face turned a little ugly when he heard this, but he still chose to believe Lin Yi. Ma Shuawei nudged him from the side and whispered, Lin Yi, what are you doing? Don't you know that jade bracelet differently? Lin Yi smiled mysteriously when he heard this, not only this jade bracelet, which of the things here don't I recognize? As he spoke, he glanced at the things in the room. He had already discovered that this place was extraordinary. None of those ornaments and utensils were ordinary things. I guess the chandeliers there cost tens of thousands of dollars. After the auction of the first item ended, Lin Yi saw the jade bracelet being held in the hand of the Black Dragon, and the black aura on the bracelet also dissipated a little. But he knew that the black energy did not disappear, but entered the Black Dragon's body. Okay, everyone, now for the second item. The woman smiled and asked the staff to take out the second item. This time it is a secret book of pharmacology. It was also bought at a high price. Then came a dagger. Still taken away. And then the next one. With the initial experience, Mr. Jiang would ask Lin Yi every time an item came up for auction. Lin Yi simply pointed out the flaws to him, and he was extremely fascinated by what he heard. The things here are really special. None of them can be bought with just money. I guess they are not obtained through any formal means. As the auction progressed, Lin Yi discovered something very important. That is, Ma Shuawei, Zhang Wanhao, and many other guests did not take action. What does this prove? Proof that they were all waiting for something. He narrowed his eyes slightly, waiting for something like this to appear. The auction lasted for over 2 hours, and the items became increasingly more bizarre. Finally, what he wanted to see was finally coming. The woman signaled the staff to push up 3 items, and then the whole room fell silent, and everyone held their breath. Everyone, it's the same old routine as usual, with the last 3 items being the grand finale. Auction together. Chapter 52, Black Dragon Blocking the Road. As the woman spoke, she lifted the black cloth covering the 3 auction items. As soon as I saw the model of the house, there was a medicinal herb that looked like a small tree, and the last one was a book. The medicinal herbs among them instantly caught Lin Yi's attention. Because in the secret book of the holy doctor that he had obtained, this thing was a spiritual object from heaven and earth that could remove all the filth between heaven and earth. Simply put, it can cure all diseases. This thing is definitely a good thing. Everyone, let me introduce them to you one by one. This item is this old house. We discovered it. It has been proven that anyone who lives in it will prosper. It must be the masterpiece of a feng shui master. Starting price, 30 million. Product number 2 is a medicinal material, and it has been identified by masters as being able to cure cancer. Starting price, 15 million. Item number 3 is a fragment of a scroll written by an ancient sage doctor. With it, one can cure many diseases that cannot be cured by modern medical technology. Starting price, 15 million. As she spoke, her voice paused and she revealed a professional smile. As everyone knows, the items here don't exist on the market, so we can't give completely accurate uses. As usual, please forgive me. Feel free to take photos. We are not responsible for the results, but we can guarantee that the effects we mentioned will be achieved. After hearing the woman's words, everyone around fell silent. Lin Yi stared at the auction items above and finally understood why these people were acting so secretly. These things are all unique, and each one is worthy of being collected and studied by China. Things like this can only be auctioned secretly. These 3 items are the last to appear, so the competition is very fierce. I'll pay 50 million to buy item 1. Lin Yi followed his gaze and realized it was Zhang Wanhao. The room was silent for a moment, and he seemed satisfied. There was a smile of excitement on his face, and he was confident about this product. Mr. Lin, what do you think of these products? Old Jiang asked Lin Yi again, but this time with some anticipation. Lin Yi shook his head inside at the previous merchandise, as if these things could not attract this young man at all. This time it's the finale product, so it's time for this kid to be surprised, right? If Mr. Jiang is interested, you can try auctioning it. At least it doesn't seem to be a problem right now. This ambiguous answer made Mr. Jiang frown. He now doubted whether he had made a mistake. After all, from beginning to end, Lin Yi's answers to him were ambiguous. In particular, he didn't help Ma Shuawei look at any treasures. Compared to a treasure appraiser, this young man was more like a bodyguard? After thinking about it, he looked Lin Yi up and down again, and he didn't look like a martial artist at all. Thinking about how he might have lost so many treasures because of Lin Yi, he felt extremely regretful. He even looked at the jade bracelet on the black dragon's hand not far away with some regret. Mr. Jiang also started bargaining, and finally won the holy medical book. Ma Shuawei didn't buy anything, but her expression was calm, as if she didn't care at all. At this moment, Lin Yi felt that the auction in this room was not simple. As for where the doubt lies, he couldn't tell for the moment. Just like that, the auction ended. Lin Yi couldn't believe it was over. He felt it was too simple. Old Jiang took him and Ma Shuawei away from here and met the black dragon on the way. When Heilong saw him and old man Jiang, a smile appeared on his face, and he directly blocked the 3 of them. Mr. Jiang, long time no see. Why did you bring the younger generation of your family to visit you this time? As he spoke, his eyes were always on Lin Yi. Just now during the auction, he noticed that Mr. Jiang had been asking questions to the young man non-stop. At first he was quite disdainful. Considering Mr. Zhang's past, he actually acted like this with a young man. Isn't this a cheap behavior? But after thinking about it carefully, I felt that I was going in the wrong direction. He might be an extraordinary person, so he decided to test him. I guess so. Brother Black Dragon, are you here to invite me for tea? I won't drink tea today. I still have a lot of things to do. Old Jian laughed. Not entirely, I'm looking for this little brother, he said and turned his gaze to Lin Yi. Feeling his gaze, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. This guy has been staring at me since the beginning. It seems that I'm in trouble this time. Perhaps sensing his vigilance, the black dragon burst into laughter. Don't be afraid, little one. I just have some questions I want to ask you. He paused, raised his wrist, and on his finger rested the jade bracelet from the auction. He said seriously, when we were inside, I heard the young man say that this thing wasn't worth that much money. He must be an expert, right? Lin Yi was stunned for a moment when he heard this. I was just talking nonsense. Please don't mind it, Uncle Black Dragon. Nonsense? That won't do. I, Black Dragon, like to be serious. Don't give me any perfunctory answers, brother. Just tell me the real value of this thing. As he said that, he used a certain look to the men in black around him. These men in black immediately understood what he meant and approached Lin Yi one after another. As long as Lin Yi and others move, these people will surround them in an instant. Mr. Jiang beside him narrowed his eyes slightly, a look of hesitation flashed across his face, but he did not speak. He also wanted to confirm whether Lin Yi was really capable when he fell to the ground. Ma Shuawei leaned towards Lin Yi and whispered, Lin Yi, do you want to show him? Lin Yi felt the aggressive presence of the men in black around him and nodded. Let me see the jade bracelet again. He didn't use the treasure appraisal technique much, and it was possible that he made a mistake due to the distance, so he needed to confirm it. Heilung took the jade bracelet from his hand and handed it to him, staring at Lin Yi. He looked ferocious and most young people would probably tremble in fear, but Lin Yi remained calm. This made Black Dragon's eyes reveal a hint of admiration. Lin Yi took out the jade bracelet, played with it up and down, and observed it carefully, his expression becoming more and more solemn. Everyone present focused their eyes on him, their expressions equally solemn, and the air seemed to be a little calmer. When he held the jade bracelet in his hand, he discovered that the black energy on the jade bracelet was even thicker than he had imagined. It was definitely an evil object. After confirming it again, he returned the jade bracelet to Black Dragon. How is it? Black Dragon looked at Lin Yi with some anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi said with certainty. Now I'm sure this thing is not only not worth millions, it's not even worth $100. Chapter 53, This thing is too cheap. This thing is not even worth $100. Lin Yi said with certainty. Not even worth $100? Black Dragon was stunned for a moment, and the smile on his face gradually turned into sarcasm. Brother, are you kidding me? I spent so much money, and you tell me this thing is not even worth $100? Old Jiang behind him frowned and shook his head secretly. Lin Yi is a bit too pretentious. Did he really think that after helping me look at ancient paintings, he would become a treasure appraiser? He still believed that Ma Shuawei's Ma family could protect Lin Yi's life. Even if this jade bracelet really is useless, he shouldn't say it. I'm not kidding you, this thing is only worth $100. Lin Yi smiled helplessly. If you can, I advise you to throw it away. Heilong was a little unhappy. He spent a lot of money to buy something, but someone said it was not worth even 100 yuan. How could he not be happy? He was also straightforward, and asked with a sullen face, well, since you said the thing is not worth 100, tell me what you think. If you don't explain the reason today, even if Mr. Jiang is here, I will teach you a lesson. As he said this, he showed a ferocious expression. The surrounding men in black also took advantage of the situation and surrounded Ma Shuawei, frightening her so much that she quickly grabbed his collar tightly. Seeing how difficult the Black Dragon was, Lin Yi could only helplessly explain, this jade bracelet does have the same effect as that woman said, but not everyone can use it. He pointed at the jade bracelet in Black Dragon's hand and continued, have you heard of compatibility? Just like the incompatibility of zodiac signs, this thing is compatible with the wearer. It's quite special. Only those with a very strong fate or a special birth time can wear it. Otherwise. When he said this, his eyes showed great solemnity and his voice slowly became low. Death is certain. Bullshit. Black Dragon suddenly became unhappy and grabbed Lin Yi's clothes. This kid was clearly cursing him. He was the local boss here, so how could he tolerate a kid speaking so rudely? Seeing the black dragon's big hand grabbing at him, Lin Ye's eyes flashed coldly. He gently touched it with his palm and sent the black dragon's big hand back with a very strange force. Seeing the scene, Mr. John's pupils contracted. What a clever power technique. Brother Black Dragon, what are you doing? Are you going to teach the younger generation of my Jiang family a lesson in front of this old man? Old Jiang stood in front of Lin Yi and stopped Black Dragon. The Black Dragon was stunned by Lin Yi's move. Feeling the strength Lin Yi had just exerted, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He was also a martial artist, and just based on Lin Yi's move, he knew that this young man was no ordinary junior. Now that old Jiang was standing in the middle, he could no longer attack casually. So he smiled and said slowly, "Mr. Jiang, I was just joking with you. Look how scared you are." Although the Black Dragon smiled, it was a sneer. It was true that he no longer wanted to touch Lin Yi, and it was also true that he didn't want to give Lin Yi a good look. He signaled the men in black around him to move away, apparently wanting to leave. "Brother, I won't hold you responsible this time, but next time, don't talk nonsense. It's good for young people to be hot-tempered, but they need to learn how to control it." He led everyone away, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. After the Black Dragon had completely left, Elder Jiang slowly spoke to comfort him. "This guy is young, and he's a local tyrant here, so he has a bad temper. Little friend Lin, be careful." Lin Yi nodded, he knew it too. "I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. See you again if we have the chance." Old Jiang spoke slowly, then glanced in the direction where the Black Dragon disappeared, and also disappeared in the crowd. These people came here to the auction with their identities hidden. After getting what they wanted, they naturally had to leave quickly to avoid any further complications. These people probably all thought so, except Ma Shuawei. Lin Yi looked at Ma Shuawei's lack of participation and frowned. "I feel like you're here just to make up the numbers. Is that your purpose for coming here?" Ma Shuawei was stunned for a moment. "I don't know what my purpose is. My father just asked me to come and didn't say I had to buy anything. Are you planning to go back next?" "Well, I need to go back." "Don't you want to go back?" She looked at Lin Yi curiously. "I still have some things to deal with, so I may need to stay for a while." Lin Yi hesitated for a moment and spoke slowly. His mission was not yet completed, and he had offended the Black Dragon, so he had to stay for a while and make sure there were no problems in the village before leaving. While the two were talking, they happened to see someone walking towards them in the distance. It was none other than Zhang Wanhao. Others would leave immediately after auctioning off something, but only this guy could do such a thing. "Lin Yi, you can't leave this time." Lin Yi smiled helplessly upon hearing this. "Just go back with this paranoid guy first. Although he's a bit bad at what he does, his heart isn't that bad." As he spoke, he turned around and dived into the crowd, leaving Ma Shuawei, who was still in shock. Zhang Wanhao and his men came to her. Looking at Lin Yi, who had quickly disappeared, he spoke with a hint of worry. "Shuawei, where is he taking you these days?" Ma Shuawei's gaze was still on Lin Yi, but for some reason Zhou Huihui's face flashed in her mind, and suddenly a look of excitement appeared on her pretty face. "You want to leave me for another woman? No way." Lin Yi left West Street, asked around a bit, bought some new equipment, and came to an underground gambling stone shop. That's right. He wants to gamble on stones. He now has nearly 6 million left out of the 10 million required for the mission. With such a huge fortune, he could only spend it on such high-risk things. With the treasure identification skills, he can successfully find any waste stone. It's a big place with a lot of people coming and going, and it's bustling with activity. It was his first time in such a place and he didn't quite understand the rules. Not far from him, there was a small stall with a lot of raw stones filled with sacks and placed there in piles. The stall owner was a fat middle-aged man. When he saw him looking around, he smiled curiously. "Brother, is this your first time here?" Lin Yi nodded. "Let me tell you, even though I have kilograms of material here, someone got some yesterday. This bag is only worth 300 to 500 yuan. Do you want some?" The middle-aged man smiled excitedly. "Only 300 or 500 for a bag?" Lin Ye's eyebrows jumped. "Yes. I think the young man should have just graduated from college. Want 2 bags to try your luck? I'll give you 200 yuan a bag." Seeing Lin Yi raised his eyebrows, he thought Lin Yi thought it was too expensive and spoke immediately. After all, almost no one would buy this kilogram of material, only novices like Lin Yi would buy it. Who knew that Lin Yi would just shake his head and stand up? No, this thing is too cheap. Chapter 54 is all about consumption and fun. I won't buy it. These things are too cheap. Lin Yi stood up, turned around, and prepared to leave. When the stall owner heard his words, he showed a look of surprise on his face, then gradually calmed down and showed contempt and disdain. Why would a college student pretend? If he can't bear to give it up, then he can't bear to give it up. I've never heard of anyone complaining about the cheapness. He curled his lips, his voice not restrained at all, as if he wanted everyone around him to hear it. When passers-by heard his words, they all glanced over here, with all kinds of expressions and emotions. Lin Yi was not in a hurry. Seeing his disdain, he shook his head and laughed. I'm here to spend money. Your stuff is really too cheap. If it's good stuff worth spending money on, I definitely won't mind the price. Do you want to spend money? The stall owner seemed to be a person who liked to argue, pointing at the kilograms of raw stones in front of him. There are at least 20 or 30 bags here, which is tens of thousands. Isn't this enough for you to spend? He is already in his early 30s and has seen all kinds of people here, but he can't stand college students like Lin Yi who are very concerned about their reputation. Who knew that Lin Yi's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he thought that what this person said was right. But tens of thousands is still too little for him. Can you pay by credit card? The stall owner was even more disdainful upon hearing this, and gave a veiled smile. Forget about swiping a card. If you really want to buy something today, I won't hesitate to exchange anything that can be mortgaged for you. He insisted on uncovering the truth about this college student. Why would a college student who has just entered society pretend to be a member of society? The people around also laughed. They rarely met such students here. This situation made them feel that Lin Yi was very simple and a little bit immature, so they laughed in an unkind way. Boy, this is not a place for children to play, let's go. That's right, this is where your dad comes to play. Ah, are all students nowadays so awesome? There were some laughters around, and Lin Yi returned to the stall and took out his cell phone. Tell me, how many rough stones do you have? I want to take advantage of you. I'll take the average price of 400 and buy it all. Phew. The stall owner laughed and said, I have 23 bags here, and there are 17 more bags behind. That's 40 bags totaling 16,000. I'll give you 15,000. So little? Lin Yi frowned. I'll give you 20,000 yuan to help me cut it all off. I'll tell you the payment card number. The stall owner's smile became even more disdainful, and some people around him stopped and cast curious glances at him. Buying kilograms of stone is not a rare thing, but packing kilograms of stone is indeed a rare thing. The probability of getting a completely green stone is like a lottery. Anyone who knows a little bit won't buy so much. At most, they will buy 1 or 2 bags to try it out, just like scratching a lottery ticket. It is naturally a rare thing for someone to buy so much at once. Moreover, this person is actually a fledgling college student. You have to know that people of this age who come here are basically the big fish that have been caught, but this is the first time I have seen someone being caught so clearly and elegantly. Oh, it's quite well made. Okay, since you want to know, I'll tell you, 6,228. He said it in one breath, and then looked at Lin Yi with a smile. Although he might not be able to cheat Lin Yi out of much money, he loves teasing college students like this the most. Anyway, this pile of kilograms of stone is not easy to sell, so I might as well have some fun with him. Lin Yi did not restore him, but edited a message to his secret technique Xiaoyu, and then stood up. Okay, take a look at your payment information. My last name is Lin. Come back when I came out. He said and turned to leave. When the stall owner saw Lin Yi was about to leave, he thought he was not going to buy a whole bag, and he immediately became unhappy. Just as he was about to call him, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. He subconsciously opened his phone and was stunned when he saw the payment information on it. What the hell? This guy is so rich? Although 20,000 is not a lot, it is definitely not a small amount. This college student remained calm. Could he be someone's rich second generation? Thinking of his attitude towards Lin Yi just now, he immediately shuddered. Although this county town has developed well, it is still a county town after all. People in it are everywhere, and the water is deeper than imagined. If he offends a character like this here, he will never be able to survive here in the future. So he hurriedly got up, sorted out the pile of kilograms of stones, and went to help Lin Yi cut them. I took the money and got the job done, and that's considered making up for it. After leaving the entrance, Lin Yi found that the further in he went, the more exquisite the stalls became, and there were even some exquisite low houses. He randomly found a stall that looked more exquisite, which had at least dozens of raw stones. The stall owner was also a middle-aged man. He was quite happy to see the visitor, but when he saw Lin Yi's appearance, the smile on his face disappeared immediately. "Boy, the stones here are all in a mess, go play over there," he said, preparing to drive Lin Yi away. There were a few people at the stall, and they all frowned when they saw Lin Yi's appearance. I wondered why there were still students here. This is not a place where students can afford to have fun, nor is it a place where students should come. Lin Yi ignored the stall owner and carefully identified several pieces of raw stone. Then he picked one up and threw it to the stall owner. "These are the ones I have. I want them all." "You want them all?" The stall owner was stunned. "Yes, how much?" 101,000, said the stall owner doubtfully. Lin Yi also transferred the money directly, which made the stall owner's eyes widen. Hundreds of thousands of yuan, and this college student paid it just like that? The people around also cast curious glances and looked Lin Yi up and down, but when they saw the raw stones that Lin Yi bought, they immediately frowned. This raw stone has many cracks, and people like them who often hang out here can see it at a glance. This is basically the kind that will cause a huge loss. It seems that he is indeed a college student and doesn't even know he has been cheated. A complete layman. "Young man, do you want it cut?" The stall owner took the money and smiled attentively. Next to him was the cutting machine. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment and nodded. Although he had the skills to appraise treasures, he was still afraid that there might be something green among these, so he decided to take a look. The stall owner didn't waste any time and started cutting directly. The people around him shook their heads secretly, knowing that Lin Yi had suffered a huge loss. When the first stone was cut, there was only a tiny bit of green, which was basically wasted. People around him sighed inwardly, sighing that these college students were just young. The stall owner was also a little gloating. After all, he was planning to sell these junk goods at a low price, but he didn't expect that there would be a big buyer willing to buy them. He started cutting the second one. Still a little green. The third one, still a little bit. Alas, this college student must have lost all his money. He must be crying. The people around started talking and then looked at Lin Yi. Seeing this, several onlookers were stunned for a moment. Because they saw a crazy smile on the corner of the college student's mouth, and every time a stone was broken, his smile became more excited. What the hell? Chapter 55 Losing money is also a skill. What the hell? The people watching the excitement were stunned as they looked at Lin Yi, whose smile was becoming increasingly crazy. Is there something wrong with this college student's brain? You obviously lost money, but you are still so happy? Who would be so happy after losing money? Lin Yi looked at those raw stones that were obviously lost, and the smile on his face became more and more crazy. Although hundreds of thousands of dollars is not a big deal to him, it is obviously much higher than other normal expenses. It seems that the 6 million expenses can be completed today. After all the raw stones have been cut, only a little bit of green is left, and it can only be sold for about 1,000 or 800. This made him even more satisfied. "Boss, do you have any other raw stones here?" "The quality of these raw stones is not good, I don't like them," Lin Yi asked the stall owner. The stall owner was extremely happy at this moment. These dozen or so raw stones could not be sold at any price, but now they were sold. How could he not be happy? Hearing that Lin Yi still wanted something, he immediately pushed out a box from behind him with an attentive look on his face. "Boss, come and take a look, these are all good stuff." He also realized that Lin Yi was a big boss and should be a playboy disciple, so he had to serve him well. If he was generous enough to buy all the raw stones here, he would be rich today. Lin Yi looked up into the box and frowned when he saw the raw stone inside. The raw stones here are indeed good stuff, as the stall owner said, and even the worst ones contain a lot of green. "Boss, the raw stones here start at 20,000. If you want them, I can give you a discount." The stall owner smiled attentively. These were all good stuff that he deliberately kept just to make friends with people like Lin Yi. But just when he was excited, Lin Yi shook his head. "No, you better keep it." "No? These are all good stuff." "Boss, please take a closer look." The stall owner was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but speak. Lin Yi shook his head and smiled helplessly. "Even if it's a good product, I don't want it." I just want something that doesn't turn out green. When these words were spoken, the people around were stunned. The stall owner opened his mouth wide, with only one thought in his head. Rich people really know how to have fun. Boss, you're awesome. Come back tomorrow and I'll pull a cart for you. He patted his chest and gave Linyi a thumbs up. How can this be a college student? It's like a walking Versailles. Little brother, I have some raw stones here. The stall owner, who was more than 10 meters away, had been paying attention to the situation here and shouted immediately. Upon hearing this, Linyi ran over and bought those broken stones. The stall owner seemed to be deliberately raising the price, so he turned and left. The task requires reasonable spending, which refers to normal spending, not deliberately raising the price of a product. It's not impossible, but he doesn't want to take the risk. He made purchases along the way, and in one of the rooms in this area, a man in a leather jacket was lying on a chair with his legs crossed and a mouth full of eye circles. The door was suddenly pushed open and a figure came in. Brother Lou, there's a kid out there. He's been buying and buying all the time and has already lost hundreds of thousands. The man was stunned when he heard this and stood up. The dim light illuminated his resolute face, with a hideous scar on it, making him look very scary. The man smiled, looking extremely ferocious, and his voice was full of chills as he spoke to the figure. What are you talking about? Do you have a lot of free time? The figure shuddered in fear. Brother Chang, this is what happened. This guy has been picking out rough stones to buy at the stall, but without exception, almost none of them are green. Brother Chang was stunned for a moment, and a look of interest appeared on his face. So, this kid is a talent? Yes, Brother Chang, if you pick one that doesn't turn out green, it's bad luck, but if you pick dozens of them, it's not a matter of luck. The figure nodded quickly. Brother Chang also realized the problem and quickly put out the cigarette in his hand. I'll go and take a look. This is Brother Halun's place. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here means he doesn't want to live. As he said this, he moved his muscles, making a crackling sound, and then walked out. At this moment, in an alley here, Black Dragon was sitting on the edge of the road with blood all over his head. Not far from him was an overturned car, and two men in black were busy trying to pick it up. The Black Dragon's face looked extremely ugly at this moment. How long has it been? 3 hours? It had only been 3 hours since he came out of West Street, and during these 3 hours he could be said to have been extremely unlucky. As soon as I left West Street, I sprained my ankle. He lost his balance and nearly hit his head into the frying pan on the street. The flying iron skewer almost pierced his throat. There were also 3 cars that broke down in succession. He thought these were all coincidences until he had a car accident just now. 2 cars, 7 people in total. He was the only one who was hurt, everyone else was safe and sound. He finally sensed something strange was happening. Suddenly, Linya's words came to mind, saying that bracelets cannot be worn on wrists. He looked down at the jade bracelet, and when he thought about how it cost him more than 1 million, a look of hesitation appeared on his face. He took a deep breath and said to his brothers beside him, "Find someone for me. Find that kid named Lin. Even if we can't find him, we must find Master Jiang." Yes. The younger brothers nodded quickly and began to make phone calls to inform the various forces of the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon trembled as he wiped his scratched head with a handkerchief and took a deep breath. Damn it, I'm so unlucky. At this time, Linyi was still buying the raw stone at a stall. There were many people following behind him. They were looking at him with curiosity and shock on their faces. How many are there? A man in the crowd asked dully. It seems like there are almost 100. Out of 100, there's not a single green, and only a tiny bit. This guy is fucking awesome. What is he going to do? People around were talking about it, but Linyi turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside and concentrated on picking out the raw stones. The stall owner didn't know what was going on and was a little nervous looking at the large group of people behind Linyi. 1, 2, 3. Linyi was throwing stones with excitement on his face. Up to now, he has lost more than 1 million. Cool. It turns out that losing money can be so satisfying. If possible, please let him keep going and don't stop. Okay, there are 10 in total, that's all. Linyi clapped his hands, looked at the stall behind, and smiled excitedly. Okay. The stall owner quickly picked up the raw stone. Just when he was about to ask Linyi whether he wanted to cut it open, suddenly the whole area fell silent. The stall owner also looked behind Linyi with a hint of fear in his eyes. Before Lin Yi turned around, he heard a low voice. I have a lot of raw stones there. Do you want to take a look? Brother Chang stood behind Lin Yi with a ferocious smile. Chapter 56, Is this the Black Dragon's territory? Brother Chang frowned slightly when he saw the young man on the ground. Before coming, he imagined that Lin Yi was at least a man in his early 30s, but he didn't expect him to be so young, and he looked like a college student at first glance. It is really surprising that a college student has such good eyesight and can distinguish the quality of raw stones. When the people around saw Brother Chang coming, they all showed fear and made way for him. Seeing the actions of the people around him, Lin Yi knew that this person was not an ordinary person, but for the sake of his own raw stone consumption, he still stood up. Ah. Do you have rough stones? Brother Chang nodded, showing his white teeth. His smile made the scar on his face look even more hideous. An ordinary person would have been scared out of their wits, but Lin Yi was not afraid at all. Because he has such good mental qualities. During these 3 years in college, he could be said to have developed a strong heart. Coupled with the Saint medical technique and Tai Chi, he had nothing to fear. Yes, come with me. The raw stones here are all ours. We have as many as you want. He waved his hand and motioned to follow. Lin Yi was not afraid and followed Brother Chang to a place similar to a warehouse. As soon as he walked in, the door behind him was not closed and 2 muscular men were blocking the door. Don't be nervous. Everything here is confidential. It's to keep outsiders away. Brother Chang smiled slightly and sat down directly. Where is the raw stone you mentioned? Lin Yi frowned. Don't worry, little brother, I've sent someone to get it for you. About 10 minutes later, several figures came in, took a sack of raw stones and poured them all on the ground. Lin Yi started picking things up directly, but after picking for a long time, he still couldn't find the raw stone he needed. I don't want these raw stones. Didn't you say you had more raw stones? Do you have any more? Lin Yi stood up and clapped his hands. When Brother Chang heard his words, he didn't speak immediately, but asked his younger brother to find some raw stones for him. There were indeed a lot of raw stones this time, but after Lin Yi had picked them all and all the raw stones were cut, Chang's face suddenly changed. Brother, I think you have a very vicious eye. Just bad luck. Lin Yi thought that the other party wanted to cheat him, so he laughed. Bring it on. Trick him more. In this way, he can complete the task today. He also realized that this place might really be managed by this guy. In this way, he could directly cooperate with this person and get a lot of materials directly, which could save a lot of time. Bad luck? One is bad luck, but more than one is proof that you have the ability. Chang showed a smile that looked extremely ferocious. I'll be straight to the point. The boss here is Black Dragon. I'm sure you've heard of him. Lin Yi was stunned when he heard this, and his eyes showed surprise. This is actually the place where the Black Dragon lives? Is this considered a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road? Judging from your appearance, you must have heard of my elder brother. That makes it even easier. From now on, you will be responsible for following us brothers to mine raw stones. My elder brother will not treat you unfairly. Chang patted his shoulder and smiled. Lin Yi also came back to his senses at this time, and slowly said, I am just an ordinary person. I don't want to get involved in your affairs. Do you have any raw stones? If not, I will leave first. Bang! Brother Chang suddenly slammed the table, stood up straight and blocked his way. The 2 strong men guarding the door also wanted to block his escape route, and the small house fell into silence in an instant. Either you stay and work for us, or you leave us your eyes and I'll spare one of yours. Choose one for yourself. Brother Chang took out a dagger from his waist, his voice full of chill. So, you are not sincere in selling stones? Lin Yi stared at Brother Chang with a ferocious expression without changing his expression, and spoke lightly. Stop talking nonsense to me. How about Brother Chen helping me when he saw him? He roared suddenly, and the dagger in his hand stabbed directly into his thigh. He had seen many college students of Lin Yi's age. Most of them were fresh-faced and not afraid of hardship. They would only obey with a little intimidation. But before the dagger in his hand touched Lin Yi, he suddenly felt dizzy. While my brain was still in a daze, I felt my whole vision turned upside down, and then I fell heavily to the ground with a buzz sound. The 2 strong men behind him were about to work together to deal with Li Yi, but at this moment they just stayed where they were, with shocked expressions. At the moment when Brother Chang made his move, the two people clearly saw that Lin Yi used extremely fast moves, using both his hands and feet, to make Brother Chang flip half a circle in the air and fall face down on the ground. Brother Chang is 185 centimeters tall and has excellent physical fitness. He weighs at least 160 to 170 kilograms. It is unbelievable that such a tall person could be spun half a circle on the spot like a toy by a college student. What are you two losers doing standing there? Come on. Brother Chang was dizzy from the fall. Although he was a little dazed at first, he still roared at the two strong men. The two strong men finally reacted and rushed inside, while Brother Chang himself got up and ran out the door. These two people were not as strong as Brother Chang and were knocked down by Lin Yi in a few moves. After knocking down the two men, he walked out of the door and saw Brother Chang and a dozen men surrounding him, holding dazzling long knives in their hands. You can't escape today, don't even think about walking out. Brother Chang held a long knife in his hand with a ferocious expression. He is also a good player, so from that moment on he felt that Lin Yi was not an ordinary person, at least he was not his opponent. I didn't expect that an unattractive college student could be so good at fighting. Now I'm giving you one last chance, cut off one of your hands and help us. Then I'll let bygones be bygones, otherwise not only will you be laid up today, but your family won't have an easy life either. Brother Chang's expression was extremely ferocious, and his voice was cold. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly flashed with coldness and he rushed directly into the crowd. Even though these people were holding long knives in their hands, they were really useless in front of Lin Yi. In just a few minutes, he knocked down all the people present. When Brother Chang saw this scene, shock and anger appeared in his eyes. This is their territory, and a little college student dares to go against them. You have to know that they are all Black Dragon's subordinates, and Black Dragon is the biggest local tyrant in Dongha County. Lin Yi came towards him, and he raised the long sword in his hand and wanted to swing it, but was instantly knocked away by Lin Yi, who grabbed his wrist with extremely mysterious power. Then there was a click sound, followed by a scream. Stop! At this moment, the figure of the Black Dragon appeared from not far away. Chapter 57 Apologize to Brother Lin quickly. Stop! The Black Dragon with the white sand steps on his head not far away saw the chaotic scene and shouted loudly. Lin Yi looked up when he heard the voice and saw Black Dragon frowning. This is his grandma's. Is there something wrong with spending money? What bad luck! But this Black Dragon is even more unlucky. When I saw the white gauze on his head, I knew that the jade bracelet was colliding with him. Brother Chang's wrist was dislocated and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He saw the Black Dragon and his men coming in the distance. His already ferocious face became even more ferocious, and the anger in his eyes was like a raging fire. Boy, my big brother is here, you will definitely die today. As he spoke, he laughed heartily, his laughter extremely arrogant. I'm Big Brother's right-hand man. This time he'll definitely chop you up and feed you to the dogs. If you let go now, I can give you a chance to die. Give me a chance? Are you sure you're not giving yourself a chance to beg for mercy and let me speak a good word for you? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and sneered. He did not sense any murderous aura from the Black Dragon, probably because he felt the effect of the bracelet. While the two were talking, Black Dragon had already arrived with his men. Seeing his backer coming, Brother Chang immediately shouted. Brother, quickly catch this guy and cripple his hands, he said, his face full of pride. That look was as if telling Lin Yi, my big brother is here, you will definitely die this time. Lin Yi didn't say anything, but looked up and stared at the Black Dragon. Heilong was also stunned by the scene in front of him. More than a dozen people fell to the ground. They were all his best men. In such a place, there are naturally people with strong skills. Especially his right-hand man Chang, who had no problem dealing with 5 or 6 people, was unexpectedly defeated by Lin Yi. When he received the call saying that Xiang had taken Lin Yi away, he felt a little uneasy, fearing that this kid would do something wrong. Now it seems that he worried too much. Brother, why are you still in a daze? Save me. Brother Chang saw that Heilong didn't say anything at the first time, and immediately spoke anxiously. Both of his wrists were dislocated, which made him feel very uncomfortable, especially because he was being pressed down by Lin Yi, which made the pain even worse. Brother Lin, can you please release my men first? Black Dragon showed a friendly smile and looked at Lin Yi with a smile. I'm sorry, but I can't let this guy go. He said he'd make things difficult for me and my family. As he spoke, his eyes flashed with coldness. Boy, if you don't let go, my eldest brother will send someone to find your family right now. Shut up. The roar of the black dragon interrupted the smug brother Chang, and his face turned ashen and red. He is so angry that he is about to die. He came back this time to ask Lin Yi for help because he was sure that there was indeed something wrong with the jade bracelet. He had taken off the jade bracelet on the way back, but even so, bad luck continued to happen. No. This is not bad luck anymore. Everything that happens is aimed at taking his life. If Lin Yi hadn't cracked it, he wouldn't even be able to see the sun tomorrow. Being suddenly scolded, Brother Chang was stunned for a moment. Looking at the angry black dragon, he was confused. Brother, you. Shut up and apologize to Brother Lin. Black Dragon took advantage of the situation and spoke. This apology to Brother Lin stunned everyone present. Did you hear it wrong? His own elder brother actually asked Brother Chang to apologize. Brother Chang is one of us. Brother, what did you say? Brother Chang's face was full of disbelief, thinking he must have heard it wrong. I say, you should apologize to Brother Lin right now. You brought so many people to embarrass Brother Lin. Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me, your big brother? Black Dragon roared at him angrily. You can tell that he is really angry. On the one hand, it was for the jade bracelet worth more than 1 million yuan, which could save his life. On the other hand, there is Lin Yi himself. At first he didn't take this kid seriously, but as the time of contact with him grew longer, he got to know him better. I found this guy a bit mysterious. He thought the boy was Mr. Jiang's man, so he sent someone to invite him. As a result, Mr. Jiang said that he didn't know Lin Yi's whereabouts, and he was not from the Jiang family, but from the Ma family. Now we finally got some news and found this guy. Only then did he realize that this kid was so good at fighting that he defeated all his men. It's a good thing I came back in time, otherwise I would have lost the entire place. Brother, are you kidding me? Brother Chang's smile gradually stiffened, and he spoke with a trembling voice. He is one of Big Brother's most capable thugs. It can be said that he can be ranked in the top 3 in the Black Dragon's chassis, and everyone in Dongha County knows this. Now he is asked to apologize to a young boy. How can this be justified? The most important point is that this guy dislocated both of his hands. I was made so miserable, and my big brother not only didn't help me, but he even asked me to apologize to this kid? Do I look like I'm kidding you? Black Dragon's face darkened and he stared at him coldly. It would be good if Lin Yi accepted the apology. If he didn't, he might have to endure the torture of the jade bracelet. When that time comes, no one will be able to save him. This. Brother Chang was dumbfounded. He really couldn't understand why his elder brother was like this. But he was Black Dragon's confidant and knew Black Dragon's methods better, so he spoke to Lin Yi with an unwilling look on his face. Mr. Lin, I spoke nonsense. Please be magnanimous. I don't know your true identity. After hearing what he said, Heilong quickly agreed with a smile. That's right, Brother Lin, you see he doesn't recognize you, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi slowly loosened his grip and kicked Brother Chang over. He didn't want to go too far. After all, Black Dragon was the local boss here, and he still needed his help. Black Dragon's men quickly sent Brother Chang away. He himself showed a cordial smile, rubbing his hands and saying, Brother Lin, I was blind to his potential before. Please don't be angry. I think you have no way to deal with that jade bracelet. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him. After being exposed by Lin Yi, Heilong smiled awkwardly. He was a man who cared about face, and he felt a little embarrassed when being exposed in front of him. However, when he thought that no one could help him except Lin Yi, he did not dare to offend and just nodded with a wry smile. Please help me, brother. If I had known this would happen, I should have listened to your advice from the beginning. Lin Yi straightened his wrinkled clothes from the battle, looking like a hermit. After pondering for a moment, he slowly spoke. It's not difficult to help Brother Black Dragon, but you still have to do what your men promised me first. He paused, then said excitedly, I want rough stones. The lower the quality, the better. Sell them all to me at the market price. Chapter 58, Ma Shuawei didn't leave? The worse, the better? The Black Dragon was stunned for a moment. He had never seen such an unreasonable request. Could it be that this kid is testing me? He quickly smiled and said generously, What are you talking about, Brother Lin? How many rough stones did that kid promise to give you? Although this raw stone also requires gambling to see if there is jade inside, it is all valuable. He didn't know what nonsense Ah Chiang said. If he agreed to give him more than 10 tons of raw stones, he would not come out even if he drained all the money of the entire force. Lin Yi frowned and said unhappily, like I said, I only want some low-quality raw stones, about 5 million worth. 5 million? Black Dragon breathed a sigh of relief when he heard his words. Although 5 million is a lot, it is still acceptable to him, and he can also do a favor to Lin Yi. But he didn't care about the first half of Lin Yi's sentence at all. Because it was too strange that Lin Yi wanted a raw stone of poor quality, he thought he was being sarcastic, so in his understanding, Lin Yi just wanted to compensate him for the raw stone worth 5 million. As for what to do with these raw stones, he didn't think much about it. Don't worry, I'll ask someone to get the best raw stone for you. Black Dragon smiled and prepared to ask his younger brother to prepare the raw stone for him. Lin Yi stopped him immediately after hearing what he said. I said I want rough stones of poor quality, not good quality ones. This time, Black Dragon understood completely. This guy wasn't being sarcastic at all, nor was he expressing himself incorrectly. Looking at his serious expression, it was clear that he just wanted those raw stones of inferior quality. Brother, you are not kidding me, are you? He looked at Lin Yi with a strange expression and couldn't help but speak. Want rough stones of very poor quality? Do what? He felt that his underdeveloped cerebellum seemed insufficient. Do you think I'm joking? But don't worry, I will pay you for these raw stones according to the market price. He took out his mobile phone. Tell me about your account and I'll have someone call you right away. Black Dragon was stunned by Lin Yi's actions and was a little confused. No need, bro. It's just a few million. I'll give it to you. No, otherwise you can handle the jade bracelet matter yourself. Lin Yi shook his head firmly. Brother, there's really no need. Then you handle it yourself. Lin Yi turned around and prepared to leave without any hesitation. This really scared Black Dragon. He had never seen such an unreasonable request. Brother, don't go. Isn't it enough that I promised you? Hearing his agreement, Lin Yi stopped and smiled with satisfaction. Well, that's about right. Are you a devil? Black Dragon rolled his eyes speechlessly. However, he saw that Lin Yi really didn't seem to be joking, and his expression and attitude were very serious, so after a brief hesitation, he told him the account number. Lin Yi sent a message to Xiaoyu, and then showed a look of satisfaction. Mission accomplished. Reward mysterious value 3,000 points. The current mystery value is 5,000 points. Latest task, get a kiss from the opposite sex. Reward, 10 million Chinese yuan. Bonus skills, feng shui reading the wind and water, yin and yang, and the 5 elements. Reward mystery value, 5,000 points. Finally, I successfully completed the task. As long as I complete one more task, I can do a 10-draw combo. Lin Yi smiled, his emotions agitated. Black Dragon saw this scene and the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched. Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? I spent 5 million to buy a lot of waste raw stones, and you are still so happy? If Lin Yi didn't seem to speak normally, he would have thought he was some powerful family's stupid son. Brother Lin, you see, I have done what I promised you, right? He rubbed his palms and smiled more attentively. This jade bracelet really tortured him. Not to mention that his head was split open, he had not been at peace during the entire journey. I have been through life and death in Dongha County for more than 10 years, but I have never felt like this. I feel like I can't survive this disaster. When Lin Yi saw his appearance, he couldn't help but laugh. Even though this uncle looks ferocious, he can only do so in the face of such an inexplicable force. Lin Yi carefully sorted out his thoughts, then slowly said, this thing is also simple. Like I said, this thing has a similarity. It doesn't suit you, so you have no destiny with it. The best thing to do is to send it back. Black Dragon was stunned. Send it back? Lin Yi nodded, yes, send it back. Send it back to where you got it from. You don't have to worry about not being able to return it. If the original owner refuses to return it in person, it won't harm you anymore. After hearing what he said, a hint of disappointment appeared on Black Dragon's face. He also believed that Lin Yi could fix the jade bracelet and prevent him from losing more than 1 million, but now that he said that, it seemed that he could not keep the jade bracelet. But after a brief disappointment, I felt relieved. Fortunately, the danger brought by the jade bracelet was finally resolved, so it was not completely a waste of time. Thank you, brother. Come to me if you have any problems in the future. As long as I can help you, I will definitely do it for you smoothly. He patted his chest, his face full of confidence. Lin Yi actually believed what he said. This guy was the local tyrant here, and it could be seen from the look on old Zhang's face that he was afraid of him. He hesitated for a moment and nodded. He really didn't need Black Dragon's help at the moment, so he chatted briefly, the two added each other's contact information, and then he left. After leaving the house, he bought a few sets of clothes and prepared to return to the small mountain village. My parents have worked hard for half their lives, and it's time for them to enjoy themselves. Last time, the village chief said he wanted to build a small villa for their family, but I don't know how to do it. And Zhou Huihui, he must deal with it. No matter what Zhou Huihui's purpose was, he always felt that she was a hidden danger. If I really want to marry him for some reason, I can't delay him. If you have other ideas? A cold glint flashed across his dark eyes, and then he opened the door, got in the car, and sped away from the small county town. At this time, in another direction of the county town, Zhang Wanhao was sitting in the car with a dark face. Sitting in the driver's seat was a man in a black suit. When he saw Zhang Wanhao's expression, the smile on his face became a little awkward. Master, that's Miss Ma, we don't dare to stop her. Zhang Wanhao took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After a while, he slowly opened them and said tiredly, let's go back first. The old man is still waiting at home. The things on hand are so important that we absolutely cannot delay. The man nodded and stepped on the accelerator. Several cars slowly drove away, heading out of the county town. Chapter 59 Showdown, I am a rich man. Outside the small village. Lin Yi drove his black Volkswagen slowly into the village. I stopped in front of the gate of my house and saw some workers busy at work. It seems that they are preparing to build a villa. He smiled with satisfaction and walked through the door. But the moment he stepped through the door, he heard a familiar voice. Here. If you don't measure it clearly, how will you be able to fix it when the time comes? The voice like a silver bell startled Lin Yi, and he looked up subconsciously. In the small courtyard, a snow-white figure followed the workers, with a serious look on its delicate little face. Walking back and forth in the small yard, chirping non-stop. Not only him, but also Zhou Huihui was working back and forth. His parents were standing in the small yard with smiles on their faces, full of satisfaction. Ma Xuewei? Lin Yi's brain short-circuited for a moment. Didn't this girl go back home? Why is she still here? Could it be that she has something else to talk to me about? When Ma Xuewei heard his voice, she immediately turned her head and saw him smiling beautifully. You're back? When she called out, everyone saw him. Why are you here? Didn't you leave Dongha County? Lin Yi looked at her in confusion. Unexpectedly, Ma Xuewei curled her lips when she heard this. Don't I like my aunt and uncle? I want to stay here for a while and go back with you, just like a vacation. Vacation? I think some people just lack confidence in themselves. Zhou Huihui walked over and looked at him with a smile as gentle as usual. Zhou Huihui wore a blue dress, which made her look more maternal. Every time he saw this woman, he felt attracted by her temperament. Zhou Huihui may not be as stunning as Ma Xuewei, but she is definitely the kind of woman that is hard to resist. What? You ask why he could refuse. Because he doesn't want to be single so early. The world is so big. There were so many girls he wanted to see. Ma Xuewei is a very graceful female character, but she seems to be incompatible with Zhou Huihui. She gets ignited every time she meets her. She was so angry that her face turned red and she snorted coldly at Zhou Huihui. Lin Yi, the village chief, said that you have made great contributions to this village. He will build a small villa for you on behalf of all the villagers. Ma Xuewei's face was full of excitement. It was the first time for her to do such a thing in the supervisory villa, and she felt a little secretly happy in her heart. Yes. Lin Yi, I didn't expect you to be so capable. This is the first small villa in the village. No one else has one except ours. Zhou Huihui also smiled. What do you mean by our home? This is obviously Lin Yi's home. What does it have to do with you? Ma Xuewei curled her lips. Lin Yi smiled helplessly and scratched his head embarrassedly. This happened in front of his parents, and he always felt embarrassed. Just as he was about to take a closer look at the workers building the villa, bursts of noise and roars suddenly came from not far outside the yard. Why? Why should we build a house for the Lin family? We all disagree. We must come up with an explanation today. When Lin Yi heard the noisy noises, he quickly turned his head to look. In the distance outside the small courtyard, I saw a group of dark figures rushing towards here, and the chattering noise was getting closer and closer. Mom and Dad's expressions changed slightly, and there was a hint of worry in their eyes. Lin Yi frowned slightly. Under his solemn gaze, the gate of his small courtyard was kicked open, and then a group of people came in. The person in charge turned out to be second aunt. That's right, it's the second aunt in Dongha County. Lin Yi, it's obvious that the higher-ups are planning to build the roads in the village. If you don't contribute money or effort, how can you build a small villa? In my opinion, you and the village chief colluded to embezzle our subsidy money, and we must have a share of it. Second aunt pinched her waist, pointed her finger at his nose, and looked arrogant. That is. I heard from Wawa a few days ago that he saw this kid chatting and laughing with the old village chief when he was at school. The people around echoed, and in an instant the voices were overwhelming. Lin Yi looked at the complacent second aunt and sneered in his heart. It seems that this guy has been brooding over the land incident last time. Now that he heard the slightest sign of trouble, he immediately came back to stir up trouble in the village. After all, my second aunt's family also has an old house here. If there really are any subsidies or benefits, her family should indeed get a share. My mother is very concerned about her reputation, so she couldn't hold back her face when she saw such a scene. For a moment, her face looked extremely embarrassed. Lin Yi, stop working immediately and return all our money to us. Second aunt said proudly. Last time, Lin Yi made her suffer such a huge loss that even her own farmland was taken back. This time, he must get back some interest. And Murakami. Everyone in the village came out, and even the old village chief was embarrassed. Lin Yi stopped Ma Shuawei and the others, then walked forward with a sarcastic smile. Why? What evidence do you have to say that my money is yours? I went to the county and told the leaders about what happened here, and they helped build the road for the village. Instead of thanking me, you're turning around and biting me? He paused and looked up at everyone present. Don't say this wasn't allocated from above. Even if it was, I paved the way for the village, so this is what I deserve. His voice echoed in the small courtyard, and everyone's faces looked slightly ugly. Really? Before Lin Yi came back, this matter was delayed for who knows how many years. Now that he is back, things in the village are settled instantly. They didn't contribute anything, so they have no reason to make a fuss. Fart. Don't confuse right and wrong here. This village is originally going to be developed, and it has nothing to do with you at all. Second aunt saw that the people around her were silent and immediately interrupted him. You still say you didn't collude with the village chief? The last time village chief Wang came to your house, I saw it with my own eyes. You took our farmland using despicable means. She shouted in frustration, which made everyone present excited again. Yes. They also heard about the farmland incident. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? Lin Yi has frequent contacts with the village chief, and how could such a good thing happen to him? You must give us an explanation today, otherwise we will demolish your house. Someone started to make a fuss. The villagers present shouted. Sure. Don't you want evidence? Then I'll give it to you, because this road wasn't paved there at all, but I paid for it myself. Lin Yi suddenly spoke, attracting the attention of everyone present. Chapter 60. Nothing is impossible. Because this money was paid by me. I paid in full to help build the road in the village. Lin Yi suddenly stood up and spoke lightly. The entire courtyard fell into a brief silence. He doesn't want to say. But now I have to say it, because my mother cares most about the gossip of the villagers. I can't let my mother feel embarrassed, and I can't let her misunderstand me. Besides, that's enough. He also figured it out. Even for the sake of mystery, there is no need to hide everything. Be low-key when you should be low-key. Those who need to show off should show off. At worst, you can just ask for less mysterious value given by the system and complete more tasks. I can't embarrass my parents. The small courtyard was silent for a moment, and then the laughter of the second aunt was heard. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Seeing that he couldn't hide the truth anymore, the kid started talking nonsense. He's still a child after all, so he panicked after just a few words. She smiled smugly and spoke in a hypocritical manner. Everyone present shook their heads upon hearing this. This village has tried to solve the road problem before, and everyone present knows how much money it would require. At least several million. Millions. Not to mention Lin Yi himself, even if the whole village came together, they probably wouldn't be able to raise 1 million. Now Lin Yi has just graduated from college. He just talks nonsense and says that he paid for the reconstruction of the road. Does he think they are 3-year-old children? Xiao Yi, tell me what's going on with this road. My mother came to him, grabbed his hand, and asked carefully. When Lin Yi saw how nervous she was, he knew his mother must be overthinking it. So he smiled helplessly and whispered, Mom, don't worry, your son has become rich, so he has so much money to rebuild it. It's really not what you think. As he spoke, he gestured to his mother to look at Ma Shuawei. If I hadn't suddenly become rich, how could I have found such a beautiful daughter-in-law for you? My mother was stunned for a moment when she heard this, turned around to look at Ma Shuawei, who had an extraordinary temperament, and said nothing more. She knew Lin Yi had grown up. The rest of the matters can be left to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, you said you paid for the construction of this road, can you provide evidence? If you can't produce evidence, don't even think about continuing the construction here today. Not only you, but Village Chief Wang must also give us an explanation. Second ant led the crowd in a loud voice. Yes. Show me the evidence. If you can't produce evidence, don't blame us for being rude. Everyone agreed, but before Lin Yi could speak, a familiar voice interrupted everyone. What are you doing? What are you all doing here? Village Chief Wang hurried into the small courtyard from the back of the crowd, looking at everyone present with a grim face. Village Chief, you must give us an explanation today, otherwise this matter will not be over. Second Ant stood in front of him triumphantly, her voice rude. She just wanted to embarrass the old village chief and expose their schemes. Who knew that the old village chief would glare at her and yell at her? You bastards! Lin Yi has made a lot of money by starting a business outside. When he heard me say that road construction in the village was difficult, he invested money to help everyone build the road. This villa was donated by him, and now you are blocking his door and making trouble. Second Ant not only didn't believe what she said, but instead questioned it even more. Don't we know what Lin Yi's level is? He's just a recent graduate, how could he have millions? He must have embezzled the subsidies from above. Okay. Since you don't believe me, here is the contract signed with the engineering team. You can take a look for yourself. Village Chief Wang was so angry that his face turned red. He took out a contract from his pocket and threw it directly to her. Seeing that the village chief was in a serious manner, Second Ant became a little nervous. When she opened the contract, she was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Was it really Lin Yi who paid for this? That's right, the details about road maintenance are clearly written on this contract, and the signatory's information is Lin Yi. The amount of money written on the company seal is very clear, which shows that it was Lin Yi's personal investment, a full several million. She stared blankly at the words on the contract, her mind going blank. The first reaction was that it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. It is absolutely impossible for Lin Yi to possess so many strong ones. She really finds it hard to accept. What's impossible? Village Chief Wang's face was full of anger. He pointed at the troublemakers and said, people are kind enough to help us repair the road, but you're causing trouble here. Don't you feel guilty? Do you know that even the village primary school was renovated with money funded by brother Lin Yi? His words echoed in the small courtyard, and it fell into silence again. Lin Yi looked at the expressions of these people indifferently, with mixed feelings in his heart. I can't believe that so many people can be so easily incited. This is the reason why rural areas are backward. When Mom and Dad heard that Lin Yi actually had so much money, they looked at each other and saw surprise and shock in their eyes. My son just graduated from college, but he is so promising. Ma Shuawei stared at Lin Yi's figure with a strange look in her eyes. She was right. Lin Yi was definitely not as simple as he seemed. Although she didn't know where the money came from, she was at least certain of one thing. Lin Yi is really rich. The previous villa and other things must have belonged to Lin Yi. This guy has been deceiving himself from the beginning to the end. Damn it. He even deceived fairies. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind to deal with this guy properly. When Zhou Huihui heard that he was responsible for the entire construction team, her beautiful eyes flashed with determination, as if she had made some kind of decision. What? You don't want to talk anymore? Lin Yi looked at the second ant with an ugly face and spoke lightly. The second ant was already feeling ashamed at this moment, and after hearing what he said, she became angry and embarrassed. Good for you, Lin Yi. Since you're so rich, why are you fighting with your cousin over that junkie car? Now that you've become successful, you look down on your relatives? Lin Yi smiled. Because he really couldn't imagine that second ant could be so shameless. Even at this time, they can still flatter each other and say that they are relatives. I think you are crazy about money. Goodbye. Upon hearing this, the second ant took 2 steps back, and her face became extremely ugly for a moment. I don't believe it. Seeing how persistent she was, the old village chief ignored her and spoke to everyone present. What are you all still doing here? Someone suddenly stood up and looked at Lin Yi with an apologetic look. I'm so sorry, Xiaoya, we just believed what that phone woman said and were confused for a moment. I express my gratitude for the construction of the village. And me. It's all the fault of the whole phone woman. Yes, this kind of person is just jealous of the rich and can't stand seeing others doing well. Lin Yi, ignore her. There was a lot of chattering for a while, and second ant's face became increasingly ugly.